is done. It is time now to let the noise of your world fade into silence. Find your most comfortable position, and for the next few moments, simply relax. Tonight's Odyssey is about to begin, but be warned. This is not a gentle story. This is Sparta. Tonight, you will not just learn about the most feared warriors of the ancient world, You will become one, from the brutal judgment at birth, through the crucible of the Aguge, to the final, glorious stand at Thermopylae. You will live the life of a Spartan. Whether you are here for a story to captivate your mind, or a grand narrative to accompany you to sleep, your journey starts now. If you enjoy these odysseys, subscribe, and join us every time we travel to the past. Now let us begin. The year is 510 BCE, and you have just taken your first breath in the ancient city-state of Sparta. Nestled in the valley of the Eurotas River, surrounded by the imposing peaks of Mount Tagat. But your life does not begin with celebration or joy. It begins with judgment. You are only hours old, still slick with the waters of birth, when rough hands lift you from your mother's exhausted embrace. She does not protest. She knows. The law knows that this moment was always coming. Her eyes follow you with a mixture of desperate hope and terrible resignation as you are carried from the darkened birthing chamber into the harsh light of day. The men who examine you are members of the Gerousia, the council of elders who govern Sparta alongside the two hereditary kings. These are men whose faces have been carved by decades of war, whose bodies bear the scars of countless battles, whose eyes have witnessed the rise and fall of generations of warriors. They have seen strong infants grow into weak men, and seemingly frail babies become legendary heroes. They trust nothing but what their experienced hands and eyes can verify. You are laid naked upon a cold stone table, in the public bathhouse, where the light is best and the judgment most severe. The eldest of the examiners, a man whose white beard flows like a river of snow down his bronze chest, begins his inspection. His fingers, gnarled but surprisingly gentle, probe your tiny limbs, testing for strength, checking for deformity. He examines your spine, running a practiced thumb down each vertebra, searching for any curve or weakness that might manifest in later years. Your skull is measured, your chest expansion observed as you cry. They listen to the quality of your wails, their strength in them, or the wheeze of weak lungs. Behind these men, your father stands in rigid silence. He is a Spartiate, a full citizen warrior, and his bronze armor gleams in the afternoon sun, streaming through the high windows. His face betrays nothing, but you will learn years later that inside, his heart pounds like a war drum. He has already lost one son to this judgment, a boy whose left foot was twisted inward, deemed unfit for the phalanx. That child was taken to the Apatata, the place of rejection at the foot of Mount Tagatas, and left to die of exposure or be devoured by wild animals. Your father never speaks of him, but sometimes you will catch him staring at the mountain with eyes that seem to see through stone. The examination continues with methodical precision. They test your reflexes, watching how your tiny fists clench, how your legs kick. One elder drops a bronze disc near the table, creating a sharp, ringing sound. You startle and cry, louder good. Your hearing is intact. They pass a torch flame near your eyes, not close enough to harm, but sufficient to test your vision as your pupils contract. Every response is noted, evaluated, weighed against the centuries of Spartan military tradition. Your mother waits in an adjacent room, and though the walls are thick, she can hear your cries. She sits with the other women who have recently given birth, some clutching healthy infants who have already passed judgment, others sitting in hollow-eyed silence, their arms empty, their children condemned. The waning is agony. She knows that if you fail this test, she will never hold you again. There will be no funeral, no burial rites. You will simply cease to exist in the eyes of Sparta, as if you had never drawn breath at all. The eldest examiner now performs the final and most crucial test. He lifts you high above his head, holding you suspended in the air as you wail and flail your limbs. He is checking your spirit, your will to fight, even in distress. A weak child might go limp, might surrender to fear, but you rage against the empty air, your tiny fists beating at nothing, your legs kicking with surprising force. The elder's weathered face cracks into what might almost be called a smile, the first and last time you will see such an expression from a member of the jury. He lowers you carefully and nods to his fellow examiners. They confer in low voices, using words you cannot yet understand but which seal your fate to rear. You have passed. Ju will li. Your father's shoulders relax almost imperceptibly, the only sign of his relief. He steps forward to receive you, wrapping your naked form in his red cloak, the same cloak that has seen him through 20 years of warfare, stained with the blood of Sparta's enemies, and perhaps a few drops of his own. This is your first swaddling, your first embrace by the state you will serve until death. As you are carried back to your mother, you pass another father leaving the bathhouse. His face is a mask of stone, but his eyes are those of a dead man. In his arms is a small, still bundle. He walks toward the mountain path that leads to the Apathatai. No one speaks to him. No one offers comfort. In Sparta, weakness is not mourned, it is eliminated. Your mother receives you with tears. She quickly blinks away. Spartans do not weep, not even in joy. She examines you herself, her hands trembling slightly as she traces the limbs that the elders have approved. She whispers your name for the first time. Lycurgus, after the legendary lawgiver who created the system that has just spared your life. It is a name heavy with expectation, a name that carries the weight of Spartan tradition. But even as she holds you, even as she offers you her breast for your first feeding as an accepted Spartan citizen, she knows the clock has begun ticking. She has 7 years just. 7 years to love you, before the state claims you forever. Every Spartan mother knows this bargain. They trade their children for the security of the state, their maternal love sacrificed on the altar of military supremacy. In other Greek cities, your birth would be celebrated with wine and song, with offerings to the gods for your health and prosperity. Here, there is only quiet acceptance. You have passed the first test, but it is merely the beginning. Every day of your life will be a test. Every moment an opportunity to prove your worth or reveal your weakness. That night, as you sleep in your mother's arms, she sings to you not lullabies of comfort, but the paeans of war, the songs of ancient victories. She tells you stories of Spartan heroes who chose death over dishonor, of the legendaries 300, who would one day hold the pass at Thermopylae. You cannot understand the words, but the days following your judgment pass in a rhythm as old as Sparta itself. Your mother carries you strapped to her chest as she goes about her duties managing the household slaves, the helots, who outnumber Spartan citizens 5 to 1. You absorb the hierarchy from your first days. At the top, the Spartiates like your parents, the warriors. Below them, the Pariochi, the free non-citizens, who handle trade and crafts. And at the bottom, the helots, the conquered peoples who work the land and live in constant seething resentment. You watch from your swaddling as your mother commands these slaves with a voice like iron. She shows no kindness, no mercy. When a helot woman drops a water jar, your mother has her beaten not out of cruelty, but necessity. The helots must fear the Spartans, must be reminded constantly of their subjugation. If they ever lose that fear, if they ever realize their vast numerical superiority, Sparta would drown in a sea of slave rebellion. This fear, this constant vigilance, this is the dark heart of Spartan power, and you drink it in with your mother's milk. Your father returns from the agora, the public space where the men train and conduct business. His bronze armor bears new scratches. There has been a skirmish with Argos, Sparta's ancient enemy. 3 Spartiates died, he reports matter-of-factly. But they died well, facing the enemy. Their shields locked in formation, their names will be carved on stone, their memory preserved. This is the highest honor a Spartan can achieve, a beautiful death. As you grow from infant to toddler, your world expands from your mother's arms to the confines of your family's the plot of land worked by helots that provides your family's income. It is not a large estate. Spartan law forbids excessive wealth, considering it a corruption that weakens the warrior spirit. The house itself is simple, almost austere, wooden beams, clay walls, a packed earth floor. The only decorations are your father's weapons and armor, displayed prominently, and a small shrine to Apollo and Artemis, the patron deities of Sparta. Your early childhood is a strange mixture of harsh discipline and surprising freedom. Unlike children in Athens or Corinth, you are not coddled or protected. At 2 years old, you are expected to walk long distances without complaint. At 3, you are deliberately exposed to cold, heat, and hunger to build endurance. Your mother watches you shiver in the winter cold, wearing only a thin tunic, and does not offer warmth. When you cry from hunger between meals, she does not feed you. Love, in Sparta, means preparing you for suffering. Yet there are moments of tenderness, carefully hidden from public view. Late at night, when your father is at a sesisitha, military mess where all Spartan men take their evening meals, your mother sometimes holds you close and whispers stories, not of war, but of the time before, when Greeks were not yet Greeks, when gods walked the earth and heroes were born from the union of mortal and divine. She tells you of Perseus and Heracles, both said to be ancestors of the Spartan royal lines. But always, these stories end with the same lesson. Even half-gods must prove themselves through suffering and struggle. Your father's interactions with you follow a different pattern. He does not play with you as fathers in other cities might. Instead, he teaches. At 4 years old, he begins your informal training. He shows you how to stand, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, the basic stance of a warrior. He places a wooden stick in your hands for a spear and guides you through the basic thrust. Your arms are too weak, your coordination poor, but he nods approval at your effort, not your achievement. He teaches you to swim in the Eurotas River, throwing you into the current and watching from the bank as you struggle. When you panic and swallow water, he does not rescue you. You must save yourself, or drown. This is the Spartan way. You learn to kick, to pull with your arms, to fight the current that would drag you under. When you finally drag yourself onto the bank, gasping and shaking, he simply says, again, the lessons are not merely physical. He teaches you the names of Sparta's enemies: Argos, Athens, Thebes, Corinth. He explains the geography of the Peloponnese, drawing maps in the dirt with a stick, showing you the mountain passes that protect Sparta, the routes armies might take to invade. You are 5 years old, and you are already learning strategy. Your mother, meanwhile, prepares you in different ways. She teaches you songs, not children's rhymes, but the paeans sung before battle, the hymns to Apollo the Protector. She teaches you to read, not from books of poetry or philosophy, but from the lists of Sparta's war dead, the names of heroes carved in stone. Each name has a story, and she makes you memorize them all. But it is the emotional preparation that is perhaps most cruel and necessary. She begins to distance herself from you as your 7th birthday approaches. Her embraces become less frequent, her voice harder. When you run to her with a scraped knee or a bruised arm, she no longer comforts you. Pain is weakness leaving the body, she says, repeating the ancient Spartan maxim. You learn to hide your tears, to swallow your cries, to show nothing on your face, even as your child's heart breaks a little more each day. The other children your age are undergoing the same transformation. You play together in the dusty streets, but your games are rehearsals for war. You form miniature phalanxes, with wooden shields and sticks, charging at each other with shrill war cries. Injuries are common and ignored. A boy named Alexios breaks his arm in one such game. He sets it himself using a straight stick and torn cloth, never crying out, earning nods of approval from watching adults. You begin to understand the concept of shame, that peculiar Spartan emotion that is worse than death. When a boy named Theron cries after falling from a wall, the other children shun him for days. His own mother refuses to speak to him. He learns a lesson. In Sparta, it is better to die than to show weakness, better to be broken than to break character. Your world is also shaped by the constant presence of the Helots, those conquered peoples who make Spartan society possible. You watch them work the fields, their backs bent under the sun, their faces carefully blank whenever a Spartan passes. Your father explains that they are descended from the original inhabitants of Laconia, conquered centuries ago when the Spartans arrived. They are not slaves in the traditional sense. They cannot be bought or sold, but they belong to the land, and the land belongs to Sparta. Once a year during the Cryptia, which you will participate in when you are old or young, Spartan warriors are sent out to kill Helots, not as punishment for any crime but as a reminder of Spartan dominance and as practice for the young warriors. You see the fear in Helot eyes whenever they look at Spartan children, knowing that these innocents will grow into their executioners. This systematic terror is necessary, your father explains, because the Helots outnumber Spartans so greatly. In the fields around Sparta, there are perhaps 5 or 7 Helots for every Spartan citizen. If they ever organized, ever overcame their fear, they could overwhelm their masters through sheer numbers. So the fear must be maintained, refreshed with blood each year, a careful balance of terror that keeps the system functioning. You are 6 years old when you witness your first public flogging. A Helot has been caught stealing grain, a crime punishable by death in any other Greek city. But in Sparta, the punishment is more elaborate, more instructive. The Helot is tied to a post in the agora, and a Spartiate administers the lash. The gathered crowd includes children of all ages, watching in silence as the whip falls again and again. What strikes you is now the Helots, Painu, have been taught that Helots are less than human, their suffering meaningless, but the perfection of the Spartiate's technique. Each strike lands with precise force, enough to split skin but not enough to kill quickly. It is an art form, a demonstration of control. The Spartiate's face never changes expression. His arm never wavers in its rhythm. This is what you must become. A perfect instrument of violence, emotionless and precise. As your 7th birthday approaches, the atmosphere in your home becomes increasingly tense. Your mother begins preparing your things, not that you will take much with you. A single cloak, a pair of sandals, nothing more. The egoist will provide everything else, or more accurately, will teach you to provide for yourself or do without. Your father increases your training, pushing you harder. The wooden spear is replaced with a heavier one, weighted with lead. Your swims in the Eurotas become longer against stronger currents. He teaches you to find your way in darkness, blindfolding you and leaving you in the hills outside the city, forcing you to navigate home by sound and smell and instinct. One night, perhaps a month before your 7th birthday, your father does something unusual. He takes you to the temple of Artemis Orthia, a place that will feature prominently in your future suffering. The temple is dark, lit only by a few oil lamps. At the altar stands a wooden statue of the goddess, ancient and worn, supposedly brought to Sparta by Orestes himself after the Trojan War. Your father kneels before the altar, and you kneel beside him. He speaks, not to you but to the goddess, Artemis, huntress and protector. I bring you my son. He carries my blood and my name. In days to come, he will bleed on this altar in your honor. He will suffer for Sparta's glory. I ask not that you spit in pain, but that you grant him the strength to endure it without shame. Then he turns to you, and in the flickering lamplight, you see something in his eyes you have never seen before, a deep, profound sadness quickly suppressed. He places his hand on your small shoulder, his grip firm but gentle. Lycurgus, he says, using your name formally, as one Spartiate addressing another, in a month's time, you will leave our house and become property of the state. You will suffer as I suffered, as my father suffered, as all Spartan men have suffered for generations. You will want to die. You will beg the gods for death, but you will not die, because you are Spartan, and Spartans endure. He reaches into his cloak and produces something, a small, bronze figurine, no bigger than your child's thumb. It is a warrior, spear raised, shield forward, captured in the moment of charge. This was mine when I entered the Agoch, he says. My father gave it to me, and his father gave it to him. Keep it even. When the pain becomes unbearable, when you think you cannot take another moment, hold it and remember. You come from a line of men who survived. You will survive too. You take the figurine, feeling its weight, its worn edges, where generations of desperate boys have clutched it for comfort. You understand this is the closest your father will ever come to saying he loves you. The final weeks pass in a blur. Your mother becomes almost a stranger, speaking to you only to issue commands or corrections. This is Merki. You will understand later she is teaching you not to need her, not to miss her comfort when it is forever withdrawn. The other mothers do the same with their sons. The boys who will enter the Aguji with you begin to cluster together, drawn by shared fate. You meet Alexios, the boy who set his own broken arm, and find in him a kindred spirit. There is Theron, who has redeemed himself from his shameful crying through acts of reckless courage. There is Nicomet, small for his age, but fast as a striking snake, and Brasidas, already large and strong, who seems born for war. Together, you roam the streets of Sparta in your last days of freedom. Though freedom is perhaps the wrong word. You have never been free from birth. You have belonged to Sparta. But these last days of childhood, Sukasides, have a poignant quality. You steal pomegranates from orchards, not from hunger but to practice for the stealing you will need to do to survive in the Ago. You fight with other gangs of boys, testing your strength and courage against theirs. One day, you and your companions climb Mount Tagutos, drawn by morbid curiosity, to see the place of rejection where malformed infants are exposed. The path is treacherous, winding through thick forest and loose stone. As you climb, you imagine the fathers who have walked this path carrying their rejected sons, the weight of that small burden growing heavier with each step. When you finally reach the place, it is surprisingly small, just a cliff-top clearing with a view of the valley below. There are no bones visible, no evidence of the countless infants who have died here. Nature has reclaimed them, absorbed them into the mountain itself. But there is something in the air, a heaviness, a sense of accumulated sorrow that even your child's mind can perceive. Alexios speaks first. My brother died here. You all knew he had a brother who failed the inspection, but none of you knew, he remembered. I was only 3, but I remember. He had a twisted spine. My father carried him up here himself. My mother wanted to come, but it is forbidden. Only the father can make this journey. You stand in silence, contemplating how close each of you came to this fate. A slightly weaker cry, a moment's hesitation in your infant reflexes, and you would have died here before your life truly began. The mountain wind howls through the clearing, and for a moment, It sounds like the cries of all those rejected children, calling out for the lives they never got to live. As you descend the mountain, none of you speak. You have seen the alternative to the suffering that awaits you, and you understand that, brutal as the Agoge will be, you are the lucky ones. You have been chosen to suffer and survive rather than be discarded and forgotten. The night before your 7th birthday arrives too quickly. Your mother prepares a final meal, simple fare, as always in Sparta, but more than usual, black broth, the infamous Spartan staple made from pork, blood, and vinegar that outsiders find revolting but which you have grown to tolerate. Barley bread, hard and coarse. A few olives, a piece of cheese from goat's milk. She watches you eat in silence. Your father is absent. Adis. As always, this is deliberate. Final separation should not be marked by ceremony or emotion. You will simply leave in the morning, and that will be that. Your parents will continue their lives, and you will begin your transformation. That night, you will lie on your simple straw mattress for the last time. Tomorrow, you will sleep on the ground. You clutch the bronze figurine your father gave you, feeling its edges cut into your palm. You try to memorize the feeling of being in a house, of having a bed, of being, in some small way, an individual rather than merely a component of the Spartan military machine. You think of the boys who have gone before you into the Agora. Some have emerged as warriors, their names now carved in stone monuments to Spartan glory. Others have died in training, their bodies broken by the relentless brutality. Still others have fled, choosing exile and disgrace over continued suffering. These last are never spoken of, their names erased from memory as thoroughly as if they had died at the apocalypse. Sleep, when it finally comes, brings dreams of running through forests, across rivers, over mountains. You are being chased by something you cannot see, something that gets closer with each passing moment. You wake just as it catches you, and in the pre-dawn darkness you realize the thing chasing you is your future self, the hardened, scarred, emotionless killer you must become to survive. The morning of your 7th birthday dawns gray and cold, a thick mist rising from the Eurotas River to shrewd Sparta in ghostly white. You wake before your mother comes for you, lying still on your straw mattress, savoring these last moments in the only home you have ever known. Through the thin walls, you can hear other households stirring. Other boys your age are waking to the same fate. Your mother enters your small room without knocking. She carries your day clothes, a simple tunic that you will wear to the Agoge, and likely never see again. Her face is a mask of stone, but her hands tremble slightly as she helps you dress. Neither of you speaks. What words could capture this moment? What comfort could be offered that would not be a lie? She has prepared a small bundle, the red cloak that will mark you as Spartan, worn thin but serviceable, and a pair of sandals that will not last a month in the Agoge. Nothing else is permitted. No toys, no comforts, no reminders of home. You must arrive at the Agoge with nothing and become nothing before you can be rebuilt as something useful to Sparta. Your father appears in the doorway, already in his bronze armor, though there is no battle today. Perhaps he wears it as a reminder to himself or to you of what all this suffering is for. He surveys you with the critical eye of a warrior assessing a weapon. You stand straighter under his gaze, chin raised, shoulders back. He nods once, the smallest gesture of approval. It is time, he says simply. You follow your parents out of the house and into the misty morning. Other families are emerging from their homes. Small processions of parents and 7-year-old boys, all walking in the same direction. No one speaks. The only sounds are footsteps on packed earth, and the distant crow of a rooster who does not know or care that today, dozens of childhoods will end. As you walk through the streets of Sparta, you see the helots watching from doorways and alleyways. Their faces are carefully neutral, but you wonder what they think, seeing their future tormentors being led away for training. Do they pity you? Do they celebrate your upcoming suffering? Or do they simply see the wheel of Spartan society turning as it always has, grinding everyone slave and citizen alike beneath its weight? You pass the Agora, where adult Spartiates are already training despite the early hour. The clash of bronze on bronze rings through the mist like bells tolling. Some of the warriors pause to watch your procession pass. These men have all walked this path, have all survived what you are about to endure. Their faces show no sympathy, only assessment. Which of these boys will survive? Which will break? Which will flee in shame? The building that houses the Agoge is not impressive. Spartans do not waste resources on architectural beauty. It is a long, low structure of stone and timber, functional and forbidding. The entrance is a simple doorway, wide enough for 2 men to pass through side by side, but it might as well be the mouth of Hades for all the finality it represents. Before the entrance stands the Padanomos, the official in charge of the Agos. He is an older Spartiate, chosen for his exceptional cruelty and unwavering adherence to tradition. His name is Cleomenes, and his reputation is legendary. It is said he once beat a boy to death for smiling during a flogging. Whether this is true or merely legend meant to terrify, it serves its purpose. Every boy knows his name and fears it. Beside Cleomenes stand several younger men, the Aron, recent graduates of the Agos, who now serve as instructors and tormentors for the younger boys. They are perhaps 20 years old, their bodies maps of scar tissue, their eyes holding a deadness that speaks of survived trauma. You will learn to fear them more than you fear Cleomenes. For while he represents the system, they are its daily enforcers. The parents and children form rough lines before the entrance. The separation begins without ceremony. One by one, boys step forward, hand their small bundles to Cleomenes, and disappear through the doorway. Some walk proudly, trying to project courage they do not feel. Others stumble, their legs betraying their terror. One boy, someone you do not recognize, begins to cry and cling to his mother. She pries his fingers from a cloak and pushes him toward the door, her face a mixture of shame and grief. The boy's father turns away, unable to watch. Your turn approaches too quickly. Your mother kneels suddenly, breaking protocol, and pulls you close for just a moment. Her lips are at your ear, and she whispers so quietly that only you can hear. Remember that you are loved. Then she stands and steps back, her face returning to its mask of indifference. But you have heard her words, and you will carry them through the years of darkness ahead. A tiny spark of warmth in the cold machinery of the Agos. Your father places his hand on your shoulder one last time. He does not kneel, does not embrace you, but his grip tightens for just a moment, saying everything his voice cannot. Then he too steps back, and you stand alone before your fate. You walk forward on legs that feel disconnected from your body. Each step carries you further from childhood, from individuality, from any identity beyond Spartan warrior in training. Cleomenes looks down at you with eyes like chips of flint. He takes your bundle without examining if he has seen thousands of such bundles, all containing the same meager possessions. Name, he asks, though he already knows. Lycurgus, you reply, proud that your voice does not shake. No, he says flatly, you have no name. You are boy. If you survive, if you prove worthy, you may earn a name again. Until then, you are nothing. You own nothing. You are owned by Sparta. Do you understand? You nod, though you do not truly understand. Cannot understand what it means to be nothing until you have lived it. Speak when addressed. Boy. Yes, sir. The blow comes from nowhere. Cleomenes' hand moving faster than your child's eyes can follow. It catches you across the face, snapping your head to the side, filling your vision with stars. You taste blood. I am not, sir. I am your god, your judge, your death, if you displease me. You will address me as master. Do you understand? Yes, master. The word tastes like surrender. Enter. You step through the doorway into darkness. The interior of the building is deliberately dim, lit only by a few small windows set high in the walls. As your eyes adjust, you see other boys already inside, standing in loose groups, their faces masks of fear and forced bravery. The room smells of sweat and terror and something else, old blood, perhaps soaked into the stones over generations. An iron approaches you, a young man whose face might have been handsome once, but is now crossed with scars. One eye is clouded white, blind, giving him a perpetually unbalanced appearance. He will later be known to you as Philippos, and he will feature in many of your nightmares. Strip, he commands. You hesitate for just a moment, and his fist drives into your stomach. You double over, gasping, falling to your knees. He grabs your hair and yanks your head back. When you are given an order, you obey immediately. No thought, no hesitation. You are not a person with choices. You are a tool, and tools do not think. Strip. With shaking hands, you remove your tunic. The cold air raises bumps on your skin. You have been naked before, of course, but never like this, never as a deliberate humiliation, never as a first step in breaking down who you are. Other boys are undergoing the same treatment. Some cry silently, others stand rigid, trying to maintain some dignity. Your friend Alexios is here. Blood running from his nose, he must have resisted too. You make eye contact for a moment, before an iron steps between you. No recognition, no friendships, no bonds, except to Sparta. You are all alone here, and you will remain alone until you prove you can be trusted as part of a unit, But even as he says this, you know it is not entirely true. The older boys, the ones in their second or third year, move in small packs. They have formed bonds, alliances necessary for survival. But those are earned through shared suffering, not brought from the outside world. Your clothes are gathered and thrown onto a fire burning in a brazier at the center of the room. You watch your tunic consumed by flames, the last thing your mother made for you, turning to ash and smoke. Around you, other boys watch their own possessions burn. One boy lunges forward, trying to save something, a small toy perhaps, hidden in his clothing. The Aranis descend on him like wolves, beating him until he stops moving. He is dragged away, and you never see him again. Your first lesson. Attachment to anything but Sparta is weakness, and weakness is death. Cleomenes enters, and surveys the room full of naked, shivering boys. His lips curl in what might be satisfaction or disgust. You are here to become warriors, he says, his voice carrying easily through the silent room. Most of you will fail. Some will die. Some will flee in shame. Those few who survive and graduate will have earned the right to call themselves Spartan. He pauses, letting the weight of his words settle. Your training begins now. What follows is your first taste of the systematic brutality that will define the next 13 years of your life. You are made to run naked, barefoot through the streets of Sparta. Citizens watch from doorways, their faces impassive. This is tradition. They all ran this same route on their first day. The stones cut your feet, leaving bloody footprints. Boys who fall are kicked until they get up. Boys who lag behind are beaten with wooden rods. The run ends at the Eurotas River, where you are forced to plunge into the icy water. The shock drives all breath from your lungs. Some boys panic, thrashing wildly. The Aranis stand on the bank, pushing under any boy who tries to climb out too soon. You understand, this is not just about physical endurance, but about controlling panic, about functioning even when your body screams for relief. When you are finally allowed to emerge, you are blue-lipped and shaking uncontrollably. But there is no respite. You are made to run again, the wind turning your wet skin to ice. By the time you return to the Agoj building, several boys have collapsed. They are left where they've fallen. Another lesson. No one will help you here. You survive on your own strength, or not at all. Inside, you are given your Agoji uniformer, single thin cloak, made of rough wool that scratches against your skin. This cloak must last you an entire year. If it tears, you will mend it yourself or go without. If it is stolen, you will steal another or freeze. The cloak is deliberately insufficient, providing neither real warmth nor protection. You will learn to generate heat through movement, to huddle with others for warmth, despite the prohibition against friendship. To find ways to survive that the rules do not explicitly forbid. You are assigned to a barracks room with 20 other boys your age. The room is bare stone, no beds, no furniture, only hard-packed earth covered with a thin layer of reeds that you will learn to gather yourself from the riverbanks. Each boy claims a small section of floor. This is your entire world, now a space no larger than a grave. That first night is the longest of your young life. You lie on the cold ground, your body aching from the day's abuse, your stomach cramping with hunger. You have not been fed and will not be until tomorrow. Around you, boys cry quietly, trying to muffle their sobs so the Aranis will not hear. You clutch the bronze figurine your father gave you, hidden in your fist, feeling its edges cut into your palm. The pain is almost comforting. It is something you control, something you choose. Sometime in the night, a boy near you whispers, "I want to go home." There is no home, another voice responds in the darkness. Not anymore. This is the truth you must accept. The boy you were this morning, the one who had parents, and a name and a future that might have included choices, that boy is dead. You are being reborn through suffering, transformed through systematic brutality into something useful to the state. The days that follow blur together into a continuous stream of pain and deprivation. You wake before dawn to the sound of bronze on bronze and iron beating a shield to rouse you. You have moments to dress in your single cloak and form ranks in the courtyard. Any boy who moves too slowly is beaten. You learn to sleep partially dressed, to position yourself near the door, to wake at the slightest sound. Physical training begins immediately and never truly ends. You run until boys vomit, 10 run more. You perform exercises that seem designed solely to cause pain, holding heavy stones above your head until your arms shake, and fail, maintaining a seated position against a wall until your legs give out, hanging from wooden beams until your grip loosens and you fall. The Aranis watch with critical eyes, noting who fails first, who shows weakness, who helps another boy despite the prohibition against it. Combat training starts not with technique, but with brute. You are made to fight each other with no instruction, no rules, except that you cannot kill or permanently maim. Boys pair off and beat each other bloody, while the Iranis critique your aggression or lack thereof. You learn that hesitation earns you a beating from both your opponent and the instructors. You learn to attack without thought, to suppress your natural empathy, to see other boys not as fellow sufferers, but as obstacles to overcome. Your friend Alexios is paired against you on the third day. You have avoided each other until now, trying not to acknowledge your previous connection, but as you face each other in the fighting circle, you see recognition in his eyes. For a moment, neither of you moves. Fight or be flogged, Philippos says coldly. Alexios strikes first, his fist catching you in the jaw. The blow is pulled. He could have hit harder, but you understand the message. We do what we must to survive. You respond in kind, and soon you are rolling in the dirt, trading blows that are real enough to satisfy the RNS, but not quite as vicious as they could be. It is your first lesson in the secret accommodations boys make to preserve some humanity within the system. But such accommodations are dangerous. A boy named Cletus is caught sharing his meager food ration with a smaller, weaker boy who is starving. Both are flogged publicly, 20 lashes each. The smaller boy does not survive his punishment. His body is left in the courtyard for a full day as a reminder. Compassion is weakness. Weakness is death. The food, when you receive it, is deliberately insufficient. A small portion of barley gruel in the morning, sometimes a piece of bread at midday, and the infamous black broth in the evening. The portions would barely sustain a child at rest. For boys undergoing constant physical training, it is slow starvation. Your body begins to consume itself, muscle giving way to sinew, baby fat disappearing entirely. Within a month, you can count your ribs, see the bones of your hips protruding. This starvation is not accidental or careless, it is calculated. You are being taught to function while hungry, to think despite deprivation, to steal and scavenge to survive. The Iranis make it clear. Supplementing your rations through theft is not only permitted, but expected. The key is not to get caught. You learn to move silently through the streets at night, to take bread from windowsills, to grab fruit from market stalls. You learn which dogs bark and which stay silent, which citizens leave food unguarded, and which set traps for thieving agoj boys. You learn to eat anything raw: eggs stolen from hen houses, vegetables pulled from the ground and eaten dirty, even insects when desperation drives you to it. The punishment for being caught stealing is not for the theft itself, but for the failure of getting caught. A boy named Dionysios is discovered taking cheese from a storage room. He is flogged until his back is raw meat, not because he stole, but because he was incompetent enough to be detected. The message is clear. Sparta needs warriors who can move unseen, who can infiltrate enemy camps, who can survive behind enemy lines. Theft is training. One night, desperate with hunger, you attempt to steal a fox from a pen, thinking to kill and eat it. But the fox, wild and vicious, bites deep into your hand and will not let go. You hear someone approaching, and have a choice: cry out and be discovered, or endure in silence. You pull your cloak over the fox, hiding it against your chest, and stand still as a Spartiate passes by. The fox claws and bites at your stomach beneath the cloak, tearing flesh, but you make no sound. Only after the man has passed do you manage to strangle the animal with your free hand. You skin and eat the fox raw, there in the darkness, your own blood mixing with its meat. The wounds on your stomach become infected and weep pus for weeks. But you tell no one, show no sign of pain. This is perhaps your first true victory, not over the fox, but over your own weakness. As the months pass, the training intensifies. You are taught the basics of combat: how to hold a spear, how to move in formation, how to use a shield not just for your own protection but as part of the interlocking wall of the phalanx. But more than techniques, you are taught mindset. An Iran named Lysander, scarred from forehead to chin, lectures you. In battle, you will want to run. Every instinct will scream at you to flee. This is natural. Animals run from danger, but you are not animals. You are not even men. You are components of the phalanx, and the phalanx does not retreat. The man to your right depends on your shield for protection. If you run, he dies. His death makes the man next to him vulnerable, and so on, until the entire line collapses. One coward can destroy an army. This is why we train you, thus not to make you brave, but to make cowardice impossible. You will fear your brother's contempt more than enemy spears. You will choose death over dishonor, because dishonor is worse than death. The concept of brotherhood is complicated in the ego. You are forbidden from forming friendships, yet you must learn to function as a unit. You are alone, yet entirely dependent on others. This paradox is resolved through shared suffering. The boys you bleed beside become bonded to you not through affection but through mutual survival. You develop an understanding that requires no words, who can be trusted to share stolen food, who will watch your back in a fight, who will lie to protect you from the arraign's wrath. These bonds are tested constantly. You are made to compete against each other in everything: running, fighting, reciting Spartan law and history. The losers are punished, often severely, but you are also made to perform tasks that require cooperation: moving massive stones that no single boy could budge, hunting wild boars in groups, defending against mock attacks by the older boys. You learn to shift instantly from rival to ally and back again. The psychological torture is perhaps worse than the physical. You are never safe, never allowed to relax. The Iranes appear at random times, demanding immediate obedience to arbitrary commands. Stand on one leg until told otherwise. Hold your breath and count as high as you can. Remain perfectly still while they pour cold water over you. Any failure, any hesitation, any sign of rebellion is met with violence. Sleep deprivation is constant. You are woken multiple times each night for inspections, for forced marches, for punishments both earned and arbitrary. You learn to fall asleep instantly when opportunity allows, to rest while standing, to function on fragments of sleep caught between torments. Your mind begins to fray at the edges, reality blurring with exhausted hallucinations. One night, delirious with fatigue, you see your mother standing in the corner of the barracks. She reaches out to you, calling your name, your real name. Not boy. You almost go to her before remembering she is not real, cannot be real. But the hallucination is so vivid you can smell the olive oil she used in her hair, hear the particular rustle of her cloak. You close your eyes tight, and when you open them, she is gone. You never tell anyone about this vision, but you know from the haunted looks of other boys that you are not alone in your ghostly visitations. The academic education, Sukasitis, focuses entirely on Spartan history, law, and potribut potrioni of the martial variety. You memorize the verses of Tertius, the warrior poet whose words have inspired Spartan soldiers for generations. It is beautiful when a brave man of the front ranks falls and dies, battling for his homeland, and ghastly when a man flees planted fields and city, and wanders begging with his dear mother, aged father, little children, and wedded wife. You learn these words by rote, repeating them until they become part of your breathing, your heartbeat. But more than memorization, you are taught to internalize them. Death in battle is beautiful. Flight is ghastly. These are not opinions but facts, as immutable as the mountains that surround Sparta. You learn the stories of Spartan heroes, but not as entertainment, as instruction. The tale of Atriadas, the sole Spartan survivor of the Battle of Champions, who was so ashamed to return to Sparta as the only survivor that he killed himself on the battlefield. The story of the Spartan mother who, when told her 5 sons had died in battle, asked only, "Did we win?" These are your role models, your aspirations. Music and dance are part of your training, though nothing like the artistic pursuits of other Greek cities. You learn the war dances, the rhythmic movements that build the coordination needed for phalanx warfare. You sing the paeans, the hymns to Apollo that Spartan armies sing as they advance into battle. Your voice, which began as a child's soprano, cracks and breaks as your body changes, deepening into something harder, more suitable for war cries than lullabies. The religious training is intense and specific. You learn the proper sacrifices to make before the battle, how to read omens in the entrails of goats, the prayers that must be said to ensure victory. But more than the formal religion, you are taught the Spartan interpretation of divine will. The gods favor the strong and despise the weak. Your suffering pleases them. Your endurance proves you worthy of their attention. The festival of Artemis Orthia becomes a defining moment of your first year. This is when boys are flogged publicly at the altar, competing to see who can endure the most lashes without crying out. The blood that flows is an offering to the goddess, proof of Spartan devotion. You are too young to participate this year. That honor is reserved for older boys, but you are made to watch. The older boys, some barely in their teens, stand naked before the altar as priests and araignés take turns with the whips. The crowd gathers. Citizens, women, even helots are permitted to watch this display. The boys' faces are masks of determination as the lashes fall. Blood runs down their backs, pools at their feet. Some pass out but remain standing, held up by pure will. The winner, a boy named Pausanias, who endures 40 lashes without a sound, is carried away more dead than alive, but crowned with olive leaves like an Olympic victor. You understand that next year, this will be you. The thought terrifies you, but you also feel a strange anticipation. To be flogged at the altar is to participate in something greater than yourself, to add your blood to centuries of sacrifice. It is horrible and holy simultaneously. As your first year in the Agos draws toward its close, you can barely recognize the boy who entered this place. Your body has been stripped down to its essential components in muscle, bone, and will. Your mind has been reprogrammed to suppress every natural instinct except survival and obedience. You have watched boys die. From bethinks, from exposure, from starvation, from the sheer grinding misery of existence here. Each death is treated as a failure not of the system, but of the individual. They were too weak. They did not deserve to be Spartan. But you have survived. You have stolen, and fought, and endured. You have learned to find pride in your suffering, to see each day survived as a victory. The bronze figurine your father gave you is now worn smooth from your grip, its features indistinguishable, but you keep it still, hidden, your only connection to a life before this. One night, near the end of your first year, something unusual happens. Cleomenes himself enters your barracks after dark. The boys wake instantly, standing at attention, despite their exhaustion. He surveys you all with his cold eyes, then speaks. You have survived 1 year. This means nothing. A rat can survive a year. The question is whether you can become something more than survivors. Tomorrow begins your 2nd year. The training will intensify. The punishments will increase. Some of you will break. This is acceptable. Sparta needs only the strongest. He pauses, and for a moment, you think you see something almost like approval in his expression. But you have taken the first step. You are no longer nothing. You are iron being heated for the forge. Whether you become weapons or slag remains to be seen. He leaves, and in the darkness, you feel something you haven't felt in a year. Not hope for comfort or ease, but hope that you might actually become what they are trying to make you. That all this suffering might have meaning. Your 2nd year in the Agoj begins with a cruel reminder that any progress you thought you had made was an illusion. The older boys who had seemed so powerful, so untouchable, in your first year, are now your direct The hierarchy is clear. The youngest suffer from all, the oldest dispense suffering to all below them. You are still near the bottom, but now there are newer boys, 7-year-olds fresh from their mothers, who look at you with the same fear you once felt. You are not allowed to comfort them. When a new boy, small even for 7, approaches you on his first night and whispers that he is scared, you must turn away. When he persists, grabbing your cloak, you strike him as you have been, taught swift, impersonal, educational. He falls, bleeding from his nose, and looks at you with betrayal that cuts deeper than any whip. But the arenas, not approval. You are learning. The physical training in your 2nd year shifts from mere endurance to skill development. You are given your first real weapon, a wooden training spear weighted to match the true dori you will one day carry. It is heavier than you expected, the weight distribution unfamiliar. Your arms, though strengthened by a year of constant exercise, still shake after holding it in position for minutes that feel like hours. The spear becomes an extension of your body through endless repetition. Thrust, withdraw, reset. Thrust, withdraw, reset. The motion must be perfect every time your arm and shoulder aligned, your hips driving the power, your feet positioned to maintain balance, whether advancing or retreating. An iron named Nicostratos supervises your group, correcting form with sharp blows from his own spear shaft. A hip out of position earns a strike to the ribs. An arm bent incorrectly results in a numbing blow to the elbow. In the phalanx, Nicostratos explains, as you drill, you will have only 18 inches of space. The man to your right will be pressed against your shoulder. The man to your left depends on your shield for protection. You cannot swing wide, cannot step back, cannot adjust your position. The spear must thrust straight and true through the gap between shields, finding enemy flesh by instinct, not sight. Practiced until the motion requires no thought. Until your muscles know the path better than your mind. You practice until your hands bleed from gripping the rough wood, until the spear's weight no longer registers, until you can thrust and withdraw while half asleep, which you often are, given the continued sleep deprivation. The blisters on your palms burst. Reform bursts again, eventually becoming calluses, thick as leather. Your right shoulder, bearing the constant strain of the thrusting motion, develops differently from your left. You are being physically reshaped by your role. Shield work begins simultaneously. The aspis you trained with is a smaller, lighter version of the full Hopland shield, but it still weighs enough to make your arms scream after minutes of holding it in position. The shield is not merely defensive, it is half your offensive capability in the phalanx. Its rim can crush windpipes. Its face can slam into enemies. Its weight can pin a fallen foe, while your spear finishes him. But more than its combat applications, the shield carries profound symbolic weight. This spear, Lysando tells you, during one training session, is yours. If you lose it in battle, you have lost a weapon. But this shield protects the man to your left. If you lose your shield, you have betrayed your brother, your unit, your city. A Spartan who returns without his shield is no Spartan at all. The phrase that will echo through your entire life is first spoken here either with it or on it. Return carrying your shield in victory, or return carried dead upon it. There is no third option. Combat training escalates from the crude brawling of your first year to something more systematic and infinitely more brutal. You learn the vulnerable points of the human body, where to strike to cause maximum damage with minimum effort. The soft tissue of the throat, the delicate bones of the knee, the cluster of nerves below the ear. You practice on each other, pulling strikes at the last moment, but sometimes not pulling them enough. Boys are injured constantly, broken noses, dislocated joints, cracked ribs that make breathing agony for weeks. You learn to fight through injury, to ignore pain that would incapacitate a normal person. A boy named Proclus continues sparring with a clearly broken arm, the bone pressing against the skin, in a way that makes even the Uranus wince. He wins his match before finally allowing the arm to be roughly set. He is held up as an example of proper Spartan, and wrestling becomes a daily torture disguised as training. You are paired against boys of all sizes, learning that strength alone does not determine victory. A smaller boy named Alconder regularly defeats larger opponents through speed and technique, targeting joints and using leverage to overcome raw power. You learn from him, from everyone absorbing techniques through painful experience. The academic education continues, though academic seems too gentle a word for the harsh indoctrination you receive. You memorize the laws of Lycurgus, the legendary lawgiver who created the Spartan system. These are not merely rules, but sacred commandments. No Spartan may engage in manual labor, that is for Helots in period. No Spartan may handle money. Commerce weakens the warrior spirit. No Spartan may travel abroad without permission. Foreign ideas are corruption. No Spartan may eat alone. Meals are communal, maintaining unity. The laws go on, each one designed to suppress individuality and maintain the military state. You learn the songs of Sparta, but these are not the complex compositions of Athens or Thebes. Spartan music is functional marching songs to maintain rhythm, paeans to build courage before battle, funeral dirges that celebrate death in combat. Your voice, still changing, cracks embarrassingly during singing practice, earning you mockery and extra duties. But everyone's voice breaks eventually, and the mockery is itself a lesson in enduring humiliation. Dance training seems absurd. At first, why should warriors dance? But the Pyrrhic, the war dance, teaches coordination and timing essential for phalanx warfare. You move in perfect synchronization with other boys, shields raised, spears thrust in rhythm. The dance mimics combat movements, training your muscles to work in harmony with your unit. A single boy out of step ruins the entire performance and is punished accordingly, teaching the vital lesson that individual error destroys collective success. The religious elements of your training intensify. You participate in your first Gymnopede, a festival where boys dance naked in the summer heat, honoring Apollo with displays of endurance. The sun beats down mercilessly as you perform complex choreographed movements for hours. Boys collapse from heat exhaustion but are not allowed to stop. Water is denied until the ceremony ends. You learn to ignore your body's desperate signals, to continue functioning even as your vision blurs and your muscles cramp. But it is the night training that truly breaks down the barriers between boy and weapon. You are taken into the mountains in small groups, given minimal equipment, and told to survive for days. Sometimes you hunt wild boar, learning to track and kill as a team. The boars are dangerous. One boy is gored badly, his intestines visible through the wound. He dies slowly over 3 days, and you are not allowed to help him, only to watch as infection takes hold and fever burns through him. His death teaches you that nature, like Sparta, does not forgive weakness. During one mountain exercise, your group encounters a band of helots who have fled their servitude. This is not uncommon. Desperate helots sometimes escape to the mountains, living as bandits. Your group is ordered to track them down. You are 12 years old, and this will be your first kill of a human being. The helots are not warriors. They are starved, frightened men who run at your approach, but running marks them as prey. Your group pursues them through the forest, your training making you faster, stronger, more coordinated than these agricultural slaves. When you corner them in a ravine, they beg for mercy in accented Greek, their words barely intelligible through their terror. Philippos, the one-eyed Iron leading your group, hands you a sword, a real blade, not a training weapon. You, boy. First blood. The helot before you is perhaps 30, though hard living makes him look older. His hands are raised in supplication, his eyes wide with the knowledge of his death. You hesitate, and in that hesitation, you feel every eye upon you, your fellow boys. The Iron, even somehow the eyes of all Sparta, watching to see if you have the strength to do what must be done. Please, the helot whispers, I have children. So did we, Alexios says quietly beside you, and you understand his meaning. You all had families, lives, softness that was torn away. This helot chose to run, to reject his place in the order of things. His death is not murder, but maintenance of the system that defines everything. You thrust the sword into his belly, feeling the resistance of skin and muscle, the scrape against bone. His blood is hot on your hands, and his eyes hold yours as life leaves them. You expect to feel something profound, guilt, perhaps, or satisfaction. Instead, you feel hollow, as if something inside you has been scooped out and discarded. This too is part of your training, learning to kill without emotional weight, to see ending life as no more significant than any other physical action. The other helots are dispatched by other boys. Their bodies are left for the scavengers. They do not merit burial. You return to the Agogi with blood on your hands and a new understanding in your eyes. The Aranes treat you slightly differently now, with a fraction more respect. You have crossed a line that cannot be As you progress through your 3rd, 4th, and 5th years in the Agogi, the training becomes increasingly sophisticated. You learn formation fighting, the complex choreography of the 8 ranks deep, shields locked, spears bristling forward like a bronze hedgehog. You drill endlessly will left, will right, advance, set to receive charge. The formation must move as one organism, each individual component subservient to the whole. You experience your first true phalanx collision during a training exercise. Older boys against younger. The impact is devastating. Shields crash together with a sound like thunder. The pressure from behind drives you forward. Spears seek gaps in the wall of bronze. You can barely breathe in the press of bodies, can see nothing but the helmet of the man in front of you. Someone's spear point finds your thigh, drawing blood, but you cannot fall, cannot even bend to clutch the wound. The phalanx holds you up, even as it crushes you. When the exercise ends, you understand viscerally what you have only known intellectually. In the individual skill matters less than collective discipline. The formation is everything. Break it, and you all die. Hold it, and you are invincible. By your 13th year, your 6th in the Agoge, your body has been completely transformed. You are a lean muscle over bone, not an ounce of fat anywhere. Your hands are weapons calloused, scarred, capable of crushing a windpipe, or wielding a spear for hours, without cramping. Your feet are tough as leather from years of running barefoot over stone and thorn. Cold that would kill a soft city dweller barely registers to you, but the physical transformation is nothing compared to the psychological. You think differently now, process the world through a filter of tactical assessment. When you enter a space, you automatically note exits, defensive positions, potential weapons. You evaluate every person you meet as a potential threat or asset. You have learned to show nothing on your face, regardless of what you feel insidious. Indeed, you feel anything at all anymore. The bonds between you and your mates have evolved from desperate alliances of survival to something deeper. You would die for Alexios, for Nicomedes, for Brasidas, not out of love, but out of something harder to define, a recognition that you are parts of the same machine, that their survival ensures yours, that together you are more than the sum of your parts. This is not friendship as other Greeks understand it. It is something forged in shared trauma, tempered in common purpose. The sexual element of your training begins around your 14th year. Older youths, those in their late teens, select younger boys as their particular charges. The relationship, called Irasis and Ero, is meant to be educational. The older boy, teaching the younger, not just martial skills, but proper Spartan behavior and values. These relationships often become physical, though this is neither mandated nor forbidden. It is simply another aspect of the complete submission of the individual to the needs of the state. Your Iras is a 17-year-old named Demeritas, scarred and silent, who teaches through example more than words. Under his guidance, you refine your spear technique, learn to read the battlefield, understand the subtle politics of the Agoge hierarchy. The physical aspect of your relationship is rough, functional, without tenderness. Like everything in Sparta, it serves a purpose beyond pleasure. You learn to endure this too, to find strength, even in submission. Some boys resist these relationships, clinging to some last vestige of personal autonomy. They are broken systematically. A boy named Hyperion refuses his assigned arrests, and is subjected to a campaign of isolation and punishment that leaves him He eventually submits, but something in his eyes never quite focuses again. You learn. In Sparta, the individual will must always yield to institutional demands. The cryptia looms in your future, the secret service, where the most promising Agogi students are sent to terrorize the Helot population. You know, older boys who've returned from their service changed, something dark and permanent in their expressions. They do not speak of what they did, but rumors circulate. Helots murdered in their beds, families destroyed to prevent organization, random terror inflicted to maintain the climate of fear. You understand now that everything you have endured has been preparation for this role. You are not just learning to be a warrior, but an instrument of state terror, a guardian against the constant threat of Helot uprising. The skills you have acquired moving silently, killing without hesitation, surviving independently are perfectly suited for this dark work. As you approach your 15th year, you participate in your first flogging at the altar of Artemis or Thea. You have watched for years, and now it is your turn to bleed for the goddess. You stand naked before the altar, gripping the stone with both hands, as the first lash falls across your back. The pain is extraordinary, worse than you imagined, liquid fire that spreads across your skin, but you make no sound. The crowd, watch, citizens, women, even foreign visitors come to see this famous Spartan ritual. Your mother is there, though you do not look at her. To acknowledge her would be to acknowledge weakness. The lashes continue 5, 10, 15. Your back is wet with blood. Your legs shake. Your vision begins to narrow to a tunnel, but you remain silent, thinking of all the boys who have stood here before you, all who will stand hereafter. You are a link in an unbroken chain, stretching back to the founding of Sparta. Your blood mingles with centuries of blood on this altar. 20 lashes, 25. Your legs give out, but you hold yourself up with your arms, refusing to fall. 30 lashes and the priest finally stops. You are carried away, more dead than alive, but you have not cried out. The crowd approves with quiet murmurs. You have proven yourself worthy of being Spartan. The scars on your back will never fully fade. A permanent reminder of this moment, when you chose honor over the release of screaming. Recovery is slow and agonizing. The wounds are treated with wine to prevent infection, the burning almost worse than the flogging itself. You lie on your stomach for days, unable to move without tearing open the partially healed cuts. But even in this extremity, training continues. You recite laws and poetry, practice weapon grips, maintain what physical conditioning you can. When you finally return to full training, you are different. The other boys look at you with new respect. You have bled on the altar and remained silent. You are no longer just boy, you have begun to earn back your name. The Aranes use it occasionally now. Like Orgas, demonstrate the thrust. It is the sweetest sound you have heard in 8 years. Your 16th year marks a fundamental shift in your existence within the Ago. You are no longer a child being broken down, but a young man being built into a weapon. The training becomes less about endurance, and more about perfection. Every movement must be precise, every action considered, every decision tactical. You are learning not just to fight, but to think like a Spartan warrior too. See the world through the lens of perpetual warfare. The weapons training intensifies to a level that would seem impossible to an outsider. You spend entire days practicing a single spear thrust, repeating the motion thousands of times until your muscles burn and fail, then continuing with your other arm. The Dori spear becomes so familiar that you feel incomplete without it. You learn to gauge distance instinctively, to know exactly how far your spear point can reach, to thrust through gaps barely wide enough for the blade. Your shield work evolves from simple defense to complex integration with your unit. You practice the atismos, the great push where the phalanx drives forward using shields as battering rams. The pressure is immense, 7 ranks of men behind you, all pushing forward, while you maintain your footing and keep your spear point level. Boys are injured constantly in these exercises, crushed ribs, dislocated shoulders, trampled when they fall, but the formation never stops for the fallen. You learn to step over writhing bodies without looking down. Sword training begins in earnest now. The Zephos, the short sword that serves as a secondary weapon when spears break, requires different skills. It is intimate warfare, close enough to see your enemy's eyes, to smell his breath, to feel his blood spray across your face. You practice with bronze blades, not quite sharp enough to kill easily, but certainly sharp enough to maim. The scars multiply across your body, a map of your education written in damaged flesh. Alexandros, your old companion from those first days, loses an eye during sword practice, when a thrust slips past his guard. The blade catches him just above the cheekbone, destroying the eye and leaving a wound that will scar horribly. He does not scream, does not even fall. He finishes the bout with blood streaming down his face, defeats his opponent, and only then allows the wound to be treated. The destroyed eye is removed without ceremony, the socket cleaned and bound. Within a week, he is training again, learning to compensate for his altered depth perception. In Sparta, even permanent maiming is not an excuse to stop fighting. The psychological warfare training becomes more sophisticated. You learn not just to endure psychological pressure, but to inflict it. You practice the war cries that Spartan armies used to terrify enemies before battle deep, rhythmic shouts that build in intensity until they become a wall of sound. You'll learn to advance in perfect silence, which can be even more unnerving than noise. You master the Spartan habit of laconic speech brief, cutting responses that demonstrate contempt for verbose enemies. An Athenian diplomat visits Sparta and watches your training. He asks lengthy, flowery questions about Spartan military philosophy. Your group's leader, an 18-year-old named Cleom, responds to a particularly long-winded inquiry about Spartan courage with a single word. If the Athenian, confused, asks for elaboration, Cleombrotus simply repeats, if. The message is clear: Spartan courage needs no explanation, and Athenian questions deserve no respect. You learn that words, like spears, are weapons to be used sparingly, but effectively. The education in warfare extends beyond personal combat to tactics and strategy. You study the great battles of Spartan history, but not as stories, as lessons. The Battle of Thermopylae, still in your future but already legendary from previous last stands, is analyzed for its tactical brilliance. How a small force can hold a narrow pass. How terrain can multiply fighting effectiveness. How death itself can be a tactical victory if it achieves strategic goals. You'll learn about the Battle of Sapea, where Spartans defeated Argos through deception, and the Battle of Tanagra, where Spartan discipline overcame Athenian innovation. Each battle teaches principles. Exploit enemy weaknesses. Maintain formation regardless of casualties. Never retreat unless ordered by command. The lessons are carved into your memory through repetition and reinforced through practical exercises that recreate historical scenarios. But it is the training for the Cryptia that truly demonstrates how far you have traveled from the frightened 7-year-old who entered the At 16, the most promising students are selected for preliminary training in this secret police force. You are chosen, along with Alexios Nikomedes and a handful of others. It is an honor that feels like a curse. The training takes place at night. Always. You learn to move through darkness as if it were day, to navigate by star and instinct. You practice approaching sleeping targets silently, standing over straw dummies that represent helots, learning where to strike for instant, silent death. The neck, severed windpipe, preventing screams. The kidney, causing shock and rapid blood loss. The heart, if you can reach it between ribs. But practice on dummies is deemed insufficient. You are taken to the helot villages at night to observe, to learn their patterns. You watch families through windows, memorizing faces, studying routines. Who raises first? Who checks on the animals at night? Where do they hide their few valuables? You are not yet authorized to kill, only to watch, but the helots know you are there. They see shadows that should not exist, hear sounds that have no source. The terror you will eventually inflict is preceded by this psychological campaign. During one such reconnaissance, you observe a helot family sharing a meager meal. The father tells his young son a story, not a Spartan tale of glory, but an older story, from before the conquest, when his people were free. It is sedition, punishable by death, but in the supposed privacy of their home, they dare to remember. You could report them, should report them, but something stays your hand. Perhaps it is the way the boy looks at his father, with the same mixture of fear and love you once felt for your own father. You say nothing, but you remember the family's faces. One day, you may have to kill them, but not today. The moral complexity of your role begins to weigh on you in ways the physical training never did. You are being trained to maintain a system of terror against people whose only crime was being conquered centuries ago. The helots work the land, provide the food that sustains Sparta, yet they must be kept in constant fear. You understand the logic: they outnumber Spartans dramatically, and only fear keeps them from uprising Buta. Understanding and acceptance are different things. These doubts must be hidden, of course. To question the system is to mark yourself as weak, potentially traitorous. You see what happens to boys who cannot fully embrace their role? Hyperion, who resisted too long, is now a broken shell who follows orders mechanically, but seems dead inside. Another boy, Leotychides, actually attempts to flee the agoge, making it as far as the border before being caught. He is executed publicly, slowly, his death serving as education for the rest of you. The execution is performed by his former tentmates, forced to stone him to death in the agoge. You are made to participate, to throw stones at a boy you have trained beside for years. Each stone thrown is a choice to value the system over the individual, Sparta over mercy. Leonidas dies badly, crying for his mother, and his tears earn him no sympathy. If anything, they confirm the justice of his execution. A true Spartan would die silently. As you approach 17, your body reaches its near-final form. You stand just under 6 feet tall for a Greek with shoulders broadened by years of spear work. Your body fat is essentially zero, every muscle visible beneath skin marked by countless scars. Your hands can snap a man's neck or delicately adjust a spear grip by millimeters. You can run for hours without tiring, swim across the erodas in full armor, climb sheer cliffs that would defeat most men. But the most profound change is mental. Your mind has been reformatted to process everything through a martial lens. When you see a hill, you immediately assess its tactical value. Good defensive position, vulnerable to flanking from the east. When you meet someone, you automatically catalog their physical capabilities, weight, reach, apparent training, potential weaknesses. Even in sleep you maintain partial alertness, ready to spring into action at the slightest unusual sound. The emotional dampening is nearly complete. You feel things: hunger, fatigue, even traces of satisfaction when you perform well, but these feelings are distant, muffled, like sounds heard through water. The terror of your early years has been replaced by a cold functionality. You do what must be done without internal debate. A task is assigned, you complete it. Pain is inflicted, you endure. Italiano. Pain must be inflicted, you inflict it. Yet sometimes, in the quiet moments before dawn, memories surface unbidden. Your mother's face, though you can no longer quite remember its details. The taste of honey cakes she made for your 6th birthday. The feeling of your father's hand on your shoulder. These memories are dangerous, weakening, but you cannot quite eliminate them. They surface and submerge like bodies in dark water, never quite gone, never quite present. Your relationship with Demoritus, your Erases, evolves as you near the age when you will become an Erases yourself. He speaks more now, sharing hard-won wisdom. The agoge breaks you down to nothing. He tells you one night, after a particularly brutal training session, but it cannot build you back up. That, you must do yourself. You must choose what kind of weapon you become: a simple blade that cuts whatever it is pointed at, or something with more purpose. You are not sure you understand his meaning, but you sense something important in his words. Choice seems like an illusion in Sparta, where every action is prescribed, every moment regulated. But perhaps there is choice in how you embrace your role, in what you preserve of yourself, even as you become what Sparta demands. The younger boys now look at you with the same fear and awe you once directed at older students. You have become the thing that terrified youth: a harsh instructor, the dispenser of necessary cruelty, the model of Spartan perfection they must aspire to. When you strike them for failures, you feel nothing. When they bleed, you critique their endurance. You have become the machine that creates machines. Your 17th year culminates in the most intensive combat training yet. You face actual warriors, now Doragaj graduates, who return to test the upcoming class. These are not boys pulling their strikes, but men trying to hurt you, to test your limits. The battles are savage. Bones break regularly. A boy named Dorias is killed when a spear thrust meant to wound pierces his heart instead. His death is hardly remarked upon. He died in training for war. An honorable end. You face a Spartiate named Archidamus, 25 years old, veteran of real battles. He is faster than you, stronger, more experienced. He defeats you easily the first time, his spear but striking your temple, dropping you to the dirt. But you learn from defeat. The next time you face him, you last longer. The third time, you actually score a touch, your spear point finding his thigh. He nods approval, even as blood runs down his leg. You are becoming dangerous. The preparation for your 18th year, when you will undertake your final trial before the Cryptia, involves increasingly complex scenarios. You are dropped in the mountains with minimal equipment and must survive while being hunted by recent graduates. You raid mock enemy camps, stealing supplies, and eliminating sentries, other students playing roles. You practice interrogation techniques on captured enemies, learning to extract information through fear and pain without causing permanent damage. One exercise particularly marks you. You are assigned to lead a small group in a night raid on a fortified position defended by older students. The approach requires crossing a river, scaling a cliff, and penetrating multiple defensive lines. You spend days observing, planning, identifying weaknesses. When you finally strike, your group moves like shadows. You personally eliminate 3 sentries, your blade finding their throats in darkness. The raid succeeds perfectly, and for the first time, you taste the intoxicating drug of command, of holding other lives in your hands and wielding them effectively. But success brings new challenges. You are marked now as exceptional, which in Sparta means you will be tested more severely. The Aranas singled you out for special attention, harder tasks, harsher punishments for any failure, constant pressure to prove your worthiness. A lesser spirit would break under this focused cruelty, but you have been shaped for this. Each new trial is met with cold determination. Your relationship with your H-mates evolves into something approaching what outsiders might call friendship, though it lacks any softness. Alexios one-eyed, now, but more dangerous for it, becomes your most trusted companion, not someone you confide. In Spartans do not confide but someone whose competence you respect, whose presence in a fight reassures you. Nicomedes develops into a brilliant tactician, able to see patterns and opportunities others miss. Brasidas becomes a force of nature in combat, his strength and aggression barely contained even by Spartan discipline. Together, you form an informal unit within your age class, each member's strengths compensating for others' weaknesses. This is not planned or officially sanctioned, but the instructors do not discourage it. Learning to form effective battle groups is part of your education. You will need these bonds when you face real enemies. As winter approaches in your 17th year, you receive news from the outside world of rare occurrence in the Agogi's isolated environment. Your father has been killed in a border skirmish with Argos. The messenger delivers this information without emotion, and you receive it the same way. You are expected to show no grief, no disruption in your training. Death in battle is the highest honor for a Spartiate. You should celebrate his glorious end. That night, however, you lie awake, thinking of the man who gave you the bronze figurine, now worn smooth in your hidden possession. You realize you never really knew him, never would have known him even if he lived. Spartan fathers and sons are strangers by design, their bonds sacrificed to the greater bond with Sparta itself. Yet his death creates an absence you hadn't expected to feel, a hollow space, where something barely acknowledged once existed. Your mother you have not seen in 10 years, though you know she still lives. Spartan women are long-lived, their lives less harsh than their men's, though hardly easy. You wonder if she thinks of you, if she would recognize the scarred weapon you have become as the child she once held. These thoughts are weakness, you know, but in the darkness before dawn, weakness sometimes creeps in, despite all training. The culmination of your 17th year is your first participation in the Cryptia proper, though in a limited capacity. You are part of a group sent to deal with a specific threat, a charismatic helot named Drymakos, who has been organizing other helots, spreading dangerous ideas about resistance. Such organization cannot be tolerated. The cancer must be cut out before it spreads. You track Drymakos for 3 days, learning his patterns, identifying his supporters. On the 3rd night, you strike. He is sleeping in a barn, believing himself safe. You enter silently, your blade ready, but when you stand over him, you hesitate for a fraction of a second. He is perhaps 35, weathered by hard labor, his face marked by years of oppression. In sleep, he looks peaceful, almost content. The hesitation passes, your blade finds his throat, cutting deep to prevent any cry. His eyes open as he dies, meeting yours with a mixture of surprise and something else, resignation, perhaps, or even relief. His blood is warm on your hands, and you feel that familiar hollowing, another piece of yourself, carved away and discarded. You are 17 years old, and you have now killed multiple human beings in service to Sparta. The other conspirators are dealt with by your companions. By dawn, the nascent rebellion is crushed, its leaders dead or fled. You return to the Agoj with blood under your fingernails that will not wash clean for days. The Arenas praise your efficiency, your lack of hesitation. They did not see that momentary pause. You are becoming what they intended, a perfect instrument of state violence. Your 20th year arrives like a distant mountain, suddenly revealing itself to be a cliff facing, imposing and impossible to avoid. For 13 years, the Agoj has been your entire world, its brutal rhythm the only life you have known since childhood. Now, you face the final trials that will determine whether you graduate as a full Spartiate or fail at this last crucial moment, rendering all your suffering meaningless. The tests begin without warning. You wake one morning to find your barracks empty, except for you and the 11 others of your original group who have survived this far. Alexios is here, his missing eye now covered by a leather patch that makes him look even more dangerous. Nicomedes stands, ready, compact, and lethal. Brasidas flexes his massive shoulders, eager for whatever comes. 8 others wait with the same mixture of anticipation and carefully hidden anxiety. Cleomenes enters, older now, his hair completely white but his bearing still terrifying in its rigid authority. "Today begins your final evaluation," he announces. "For 13 years, we have shaped you, broken you, rebuilt you. Now we see if our work has been successful. You will face 3 trials over the coming month. Fail any of them, and you will never be called Spartiate. You will live, but as periuesi, free but forever marked by your failure. Success means full citizenship, membership in SSCA, the right to call yourself Spartan. Begin. The first trial is solitary survival in the depths of winter. You are stripped naked, given a knife and nothing else, and sent into the Tagatos Mountains, not together each. Man alone. You must survive for 10 days, then return precisely at dawn on the 11th day. Too early or too late means failure. Death, obviously, means failure, but most challenging. You must return with proof of a significant kill bear, boar, or wolf. The mountains in Winter Harbor, all 3, along with cold that kills more surely than any predator. You enter the mountains as snow begins to fall, your naked skin immediately prickling with cold that will soon become deadly. The first priority is sheltered. Without it, you will be dead by morning. You find a shallow cave, more a depression in the rock, really, but it breaks the wind. Pine boughs, cut with your knife, provide minimal insulation. You huddle through that first night, generating heat through constant small movements, never allowing yourself to fall fully asleep lest you never wake. Fire is essential but dangerous. The smoke could attract bandits or other desperate men, but without it, you will certainly die. You make the choice, using the friction method learned years ago, to generate enough heat to ignite dried moss. The fire is small, carefully concealed, but it means survival. You tend it obsessively, gathering deadwood whenever you dare venture from your shelter. Food is scarce in winter. You set snares for rabbits, using sinew from the first one you manage to catch with a thrown rock, a lucky strike that saves your life. You eat everything organs, even cracking bones from marrow. Pine needles provide some nutrition when chewed, though they leave your mouth raw. You discover a hibernating snake and eat it raw, unable to risk a larger fire for cooking. But the requirement for a significant kill looms. On the 5th day, weakened by hunger and cold, you find wolf tracks in fresh snow. A lone wolf, separated from its pack, or perhaps aged and cast out. You follow the tracks for 2 days, learning its patterns. It is hunting too, as desperate as you in this frozen wilderness. The confrontation comes at a frozen stream where the wolf has come to drink from a small opening in the ice. You approach downwind, knife ready, knowing you will have one chance. If it flees, you lack the strength to pursue. If it attacks and you fail to kill it quickly, it will tear you apart in your weakened state. The wolf senses you at the last moment, turning with yellow eyes that hold ancient wildness. For a heartbeat, you regard each other, 2 predators, both desperate, both deadly. Then you lunge. The wolf leaps to meet you, its jaws seeking your throat. You get your left arm up, sacrificing it to those terrible teeth, while your right hand drives the knife into the wolf's chest, seeking its heart. The wolf's teeth tear through muscle, scraping bone. Pain explodes through your arm, but you twist the knife, feeling for the vital organ. Hot blood pours over your hand. The wolf's grip loosens, its eyes clouding. It dies with your arm still in its mouth, and you have to pry the jaws open to free yourself. Your arm is mangled, bleeding heavily. You pack the wounds with snow and wrap them with strips of wolf hide. But infection is inevitable without proper treatment. You skin the wolf with shaking hands, keeping the pelt as proof. The Mitu Devara, gaining strength from your defeated enemy. The remaining days blur together in a haze of fever and determination. Your arm swells, leaks pus, radiates heat, even in the freezing cold. You lose time, sometimes finding yourself walking with no memory of starting, but the years of training hold. Your body continues. When your mind fragments, you navigate by instinct, following paths worn into your memory by countless mountain exercises. You arrive at the designated meeting point precisely at dawn on the 11th day, more dead than alive. Others are already there, Alexios with bear claws as proof, Nicomedes with boar tusks. Some are in better condition than you, others worse. To never return at all, their bodies somewhere in the mountains, food for the creatures they failed to kill. The medical treatment for your arm is minimal wine to clean it. Burning too close, the worst tears, rough stitches for the rest. The scars will be dramatic, a permanent reminder of your trial. But you passed. The wolf pelt is accepted as proof. 1 trial down, 2 remaining. The second trial tests your ability to command. You are given temporary authority over a group of younger Agoj students boys in their 5th year. Old enough to be dangerous, young enough to be rebellious. Your task: lead them in a mock battle against another group led by The battle will be observed by the ephors themselves, the 5 elected magistrates who govern Sparta alongside the kings. Your force is deliberately inferior, fewer boys, younger on average, equipped with training weapons, while Brasidas' force has near real armament. The test is not whether you win but how you lead, how you maximize your force's potential, how you adapt to disadvantage. You spend 3 days preparing your boys. You'll learn their names temporarily permitted for this exercise, their strengths and weaknesses. There is a runner named Procles, who can cover ground faster than anyone. A small but vicious fighter named Damaratos, who aims for eyes and throats. A thinker named Bristadamos, who sees patterns others miss. You drill them relentlessly, but differently than normal Agoj training. You encourage them to think, to contribute ideas. This is borderline heretical in the Agoj, but you sense that rigid orthodoxy will lead to certain defeat against Brasidas' superior force. You need innovation within discipline. The battle takes place in a valley with varied terrain, woods, open ground, a small river. Brasidas does exactly what you expect: forms a traditional phalanx and advances across the open ground, confident in his superior numbers and equipment. It is the Spartan way, direct and overwhelming. But you do not meet him there. Instead, you divide your force risky, against doctrine, but necessary. Half your boys under Atastadamos create a defensive position in the woods, making noise, appearing to be your entire force. Meanwhile, you lead the others, including your runner, in a wide flanking maneuver through difficult terrain Brasidas has dismissed as impassable. When Brasidas' phalanx engages what he thinks is your main force, you strike from behind. The surprise is total. Your inferior weapons matter less when striking from unexpected angles. Procles races between enemy positions, creating chaos, making your small force seem larger. Damaratos leads a squad that targets Brasidas himself. Not to defeat him, he is too strong, but to force him to defend personally rather than command. The battle is brutal. Training weapons are not. Bones break, blood flows. But your strategy works. Brasidas' superior force, confused and surrounded, breaks formation. In phalanx warfare, broken formation means defeat. The ephors call the battle victory to your force. But there is no celebration. The ephors' expressions are unreadable as they evaluate your unorthodox tactics. Innovation is dangerous in Sparta. Even successful innovation. Perhaps especially successful innovation. You stand at attention as they confer, wondering if you have won the battle but failed the trial. Finally, the eldest ephor speaks. You violated traditional tactics. You divided your force. You avoided direct confrontation. Each statement sounds like an accusation. Then, you also won against superior forces through adaptation and intelligent command. A Spartan must know when to be orthodox and when to be flexible. Jupas. The relief is overwhelming, though you show nothing on your face. The third and final trial is the most challenging: integration into a Sicilia, the military mess that will become your true family, if accepted. Every Spartiate belongs to a Sicilia, dining there every night, forming bonds stronger than blood. But acceptance requires unanimous approval from current members. A single vote against you means failure and exclusion from full citizenship. You are assigned to present yourself to the Sicilia of the Europantids, named after one of Sparta's royal houses. It consists of 15 members, ages ranging from recent graduates to scarred veterans of 40 years service. They have the right to question you on anything: your training, your beliefs, your commitment to Sparta. You enter their dining hall at the appointed time, standing before men who have earned through blood and sacrifice the right to judge you. The eldest, a man named Theopompus, whose body is more scar tissue than skin, speaks first. Why should we accept you? We are complete without you. You bring youth but also inexperience. Speak if prepared for this moment. But faced with these men who have lived what you have only trained for, words seem insufficient. Finally, you speak simply. I offer no great words or promises. I am what 13 years of the Agoj have made me. Judge the product, not the advertisement. They appreciate the brevity. Spartans value laconic speech. But the questioning continues for hours. They ask about your kills in the Cryptia. You describe them without emotion or justification. They ask about your wolf kill. You show your mangled arm. They ask about your father's death. You express pride in his honorable end. Then Theopompus asks something unexpected. Do you ever doubt? Do you ever question whether our way is right? It is a trap, surely. Express doubt and show weakness, but claim no doubt and reveal yourself as unthinking. You consider, then answer, I doubt my own strength daily. I question whether I am worthy of being Spartan. But Sparta itself, Sparta has stood for centuries while other cities rise and fall. Results do not require faith. The old warrior nods slowly. A man who claims no doubt is a liar or a fool. Doubt and overcome it, that is strength. The meal that follows is your first taste of the black broth as a potential equal rather than a subordinate. It tastes the same terrible but somehow more significant. You sit among these men, saying little, observing the dynamics, the relationships built over years of shared meals and battles. At evening's end, they vote. Each man drops a piece of bread into a covered basket. A plain piece means acceptance. A piece squeezed flat means rejection. The basket is opened. 15 plain pieces. You are accepted unanimously. Welcome, Lycurgus of the Eurypontids, Theopompus says, using your full name for the first time in 13 years. You are now a peer, a homoios, an equal among Spartans. The word equal is relative, of course. You are the youngest, lowest-ranking member of your city. You will serve the older members. Learn from them, earn your place over years. But you are a full citizen now, with the right to vote in the assembly, to own your kleros, inherited from your father, to marry and produce new Spartans. Your Agog education is complete, but your real education is just beginning. Now you must take everything you have learned in training and apply it to actual warfare. The techniques are mastered, but the reality of battle, the chaos, the terror, the smell of open bowels, and the sound of dying men calling for their mothers, all this awaits. You are given your full panoply, the armor and weapons of a Spartan hoplite, the bronze breastplate and greaves, polished to mere brightness, the iconic helmet with its horsehair crest, designed to make you appear taller, more intimidating, the Aspis shield, faced with bronze, and bearing the lambda of Lacid, the Dori spear, now real, sharp, deadly, the Xephos sword as backup. Together, it weighs nearly 70 pounds, but you have trained your entire life to bear this weight. Your kleros, the landholding that provides your income, consists of several hectares in the Eurotas Valley, worked by Helot families who have been tied to this land for generations. You visit it once, seeing the fearful faces of the Helots who must support you. They know what you are, what you have been trained to do. The overseer, an older Helot named Sthenelaus, bows deeply and assures you of good harvests. You say nothing, there is nothing to say. This is the system. You are now part of it, and everyone plays their role. Living arrangements change as well. You no longer sleep in barracks but have a small house in Sparta, inherited from your father. It is sparse, as all Spartan homes are, but it is yours. You are expected to marry soon, to produce children who will enter the Agog in their turn, but that is for the future. For now, you must prove yourself in actual combat. The opportunity comes sooner than expected. Argos, Sparta's perpetual enemy, has been raiding border territories. The ephors declare war, and the full Spartan army is mobilized. You will march with your sassicia, your place in the phalanx, already determined third rank, right side, where you can protect the man to your left while being protected by Alexios to your right. The night before the army marches, you attend your sassicia for what might be your last meal. The older warriors share advice. In your first battle, you will want to close your eyes when the phalanxes meet. Don't. You need to see the spear points coming. Empty your bowels before battle. Nothing shameful about it. Every man does it. If you are wounded, keep fighting if you can. Die standing. If you must fall, fall forward. Remember your training. Trust your brothers. Kill without hesitation. Theopompus speaks last. You have been trained to die for Sparta. That is, easier, moment of pain, then nothing. Living for Sparta. Battle after battle. That is Karder. Try to live, but if you must die, make it count. You sleep little that night, checking and rechecking your equipment, running through combat sequences in your mind. The bronze figurine your father gave you, worn smooth now, hidden for 13 years, you place in a small niche in your house. It has served its purpose. You need no comfort now, only purpose. At dawn, the army assembled nearly 8,000 Spartiates in full armor, a bronze forest of spears and shields. The helots, who serve as support troops, number 3 times that. The kings both march with this campaign, perform the sacrifices, reading the omens and goat, and the signs are favorable. The gods approve of this war. You march out of Sparta to the sound of flutes playing the war songs you have known since childhood. Women line the streets, mothers, wives, sisters. They do not weep or wave. They watch in stern approval as their men march to possible death. Your mother is among them, aged but still straight-backed. Your eyes meet for a moment. She nods, onse. The first acknowledgement she has given you in 13 years. Ish, enochok. The ceremony takes place at dawn in the temple of Athena Chalkiokas, Athena of the Bronze House, where generations of Spartan warriors have received their penance. The bronze-plated walls reflect the early morning light, creating an otherworldly glow that makes the temple's interior seem like the forge of Hephaestus himself. You stand with 11 other new Spartiates, all fresh from the Agugia, all about to receive the arms that will define the remainder of your lives. The priest, ancient and bent, but with eyes that still burn with fanatical devotion, begins the ritual that has been performed unchanged for centuries. You come here as men, he intones, his voice echoing off the bronze walls. But you leave us, living weapons of Lacedaemon. These arms are not tools you will use, they are extensions of your body, your soul, your purpose. The armor is brought forth by senior Spartiates, carried with more reverence than you have seen, given to anything except the gods themselves. Your panoply has been crafted specifically for you over the past month, fitted to your exact measurements. This is not issued equipment, but your personal war gear, which you will maintain, modify, and eventually die wearing. First comes the linothorax, though some warriors prefer bronze. Yours is bronze-muscled cuirass that fits your torso perfectly, articulated to allow movement while providing maximum protection. The metal is cold against your skin as they strap it on. Heavy, but not unbearably so, after years of training with weighted equipment. The bronze has been polished to a mere finish not for vanity, but for psychological warfare. Enemies will see themselves reflected in your chest, distorted and multiplied, as you advance to kill them. The terrages come next. Strips of leather and bronze that hang from your waist and shoulders, protecting your groin and upper arms, while allowing mobility. Each strip ends in a small bronze weight that will add momentum to your movements, making your strikes fractionally but significantly more powerful. The greaves slide onto your shins, bronze-shaped to match your leg muscles, secured with leather straps behind. They will protect against the low strikes that cripple warriors, the desperate slashes of dying enemies trying to bring you down with them. Your thighs remain largely unprotected. Speed and mobility are deemed more important than complete coverage, but it is the helmet that transforms you from man to monument. The Corinthian style, it covers your entire head except for a T-shaped opening for eyes and mouth. The moment it settles onto your head, the world changes. Your peripheral vision vanishes, your hearing becomes muffled, your breath echoes in your ears. You are isolated, encased in bronze, cut off from the world except for the narrow slice directly ahead, exactly where your enemies will be. The horsehair crest, dyed red, adds a full foot to your height. You understand immediately its psychological purpose. En masse, a phalanx of crested warriors appears as a wave of blood-topped bronze, inhuman and unstoppable. The crest also serves a practical purpose in the dust and chaos of battle. You can identify your position in the line by the crests around you. Now comes the aspis, the shield that is the heart of hoplite warfare. It weighs nearly 20 pounds, wood covered in bronze, with a grip that allows it to be held firmly against your left forearm. The face bears the lambda of Lacedaemon, but more importantly, the interior has a shallow bowl shape that allows it to rest on your shoulder, distributing its considerable weight. The priest speaks as you receive it. This shield is not yours alone. It protects the man to your left. To lose your spear is to lose a weapon. To lose your sword is to lose a tool. To lose your shield is to betray your brothers. You may return without your spear. You may return without your sword, but you will return with your shield or upon it. The words hang in the air like a death sentence and a benediction simultaneously. The dori comes next, the 9-foot spear that is your primary killing instrument. The ashwood shaft has been selected for its straightness and strength. The leaf-shaped bronze points sharpen to pierce armor and flesh with equal ease. The butt spike serves as both counterweight and backup weapon. If the point breaks, you can reverse the spear and continue fighting. You grip it, feeling its perfect balance, the weight distributed so precisely that it feels like an extension of your arm. The Xephos completes your panoply, the short sword, barely 2 feet long, leaf-shaped and brutal. This is your last resort, your intimate killer for when the phalanx collapses into individual combat. The blade has been designed for thrusting rather than slashing, optimized for finding gaps between armor plates. Its shortness is deliberate. In the press of battle, you need a weapon that can kill in tight quarters, where longer swords would be useless. Now fully armed, you stand with your fellow new warriors, transformed. The combined weight of armor, shield, and weapons is tremendous, but you have carried heavier during training. What strikes you most powerfully is the psychological transformation. Looking at your reflection in the polished bronze of the temple walls, you no longer see Lycurgus the man. You see a Spartan hoplite, identical to the warriors who have stood in this temple for 300 years, who will stand here for 300 more. You are no longer an individual, but a component of something eternal. The priest performs the final blessing, sacrificing a black ram to Ares, the god of war. The blood runs across the altar stones, and each new warrior must step through it, literally walking in blood before they walk to battle. The symbolism is obvious but no less powerful for being so. You are born now in blood, just as you were tested in blood, just as you will die in blood. Theopompus, your Sacetia leader, approaches and inspects your panoply with critical eyes. He adjusts a strap here, tests the fit of your helmet there, checks the edge of your spear point. Finally satisfied, he speaks, "Good. Now comes the hard part, learning to fight in these." Training armor is lighter, more forgiving. This is real bronze, real weight. You will drill until moving in full panoply is as natural as breathing. Until then, you are more danger to yourself than any enemy. The drilling begins immediately. You practice the basic stance: left foot forward, shield raised to cover from chin to knee, spear held overhand, ready to thrust downward over the shield rim. The position must be maintained for hours, until your legs shake and your shield arm burns. Any wavering earns correction from the veteran warriors who supervise. You learn to march in formation while fully armed. The phalanx moves as one organism, maintaining precise spacing even over rough ground. Too close, and you interfere with your neighbor's weapon work. Too far apart, and gaps open that enemies can exploit. The distance must be exact, close enough that shields overlap, far enough that spears can thrust freely. The weight of the equipment becomes apparent during long march. What felt manageable in the temple grows increasingly burdensome as hours pass. Your shoulders ache from the bronze. Your shield arm trembles. Sweat pours down inside your helmet where you cannot wipe it away. But complaining is unthinkable. You are Spartan. You endure. Water discipline is critical. You are allowed to drink only at designated times, teaching you to function through thirst. In battle, you may spend hours in full sun, enclosed in bronze that becomes an oven, unable to drink until victory or death releases you. Your body must learn to conserve its resources, to continue fighting even as dehydration clouds your mind. The shield work becomes second nature through endless repetition. You learn to use its rim as a weapon, slamming it into enemies' faces, crushing throats, breaking bones. You practiced a shield bash, driving forward with your entire body weight behind the bronze face, creating the isthmus push that breaks enemy formations. Your left arm develops massive strength from hours of holding the 20-pound shield in position. Spear technique evolves from basic thrusts to more sophisticated applications. You learn to feint, drawing enemy shields out of position before striking at the exposed areas. You practice striking at different levels: high to the throat, middle to the chest, low to the groin and thighs. You learn to withdraw your spear quickly after a kill, as a stuck weapon leaves you vulnerable. The philosophy of hoplite warfare is drilled into you alongside the physical techniques. The phalanx is supreme. Theopompus lectures during one session. Individual heroics are for Homeric myths. We do not seek personal glory, but collective victory. The man who breaks formation to pursue an enemy, even successfully, weakens the line and endangers his brothers. Discipline overcomes courage. Unity defeats strength. The phalanx holds, or we all die. You participate in full-scale practice battles against other units. Phalanx against phalanx, shields crashing together with tremendous force. The impact when two formations meet is stunning: a wall of bronze slamming into another wall of bronze. The sound like thunder, the pressure from behind driving you forward even as the enemy pushes back. Men fall and are trampled, their screams lost in the roar of combat. These are practice battles, but injuries are common and deaths not unknown. Your first significant wound in training comes during one such exercise. An opponent's spear finds a gap in your armor, sliding between breastplate and teruge to pierce deep into your side. The pain is extraordinary, but you cannot fall, cannot retreat. The phalanx pushes forward and you with it, fighting with a spear lodged in your flesh until the exercise ends. The wound is treated, matter-of-factly you survive. You will fight again. Nothing more need be said. As weeks turn to months, your body adapts to the constant wear of armor and weapons. Your left shoulder develops differently from your right, made massive by shield work. Your right arm and chest grow from spear thrusts. Your legs become pillars capable of supporting the full panoply for hours without wavering. You no longer think about your equipment, it has become part of you, inseparable from your identity. The bond with your panoply deepens into something almost spiritual. You oil the leather straps daily, polish the bronze until it gleams, sharpen the spear point and sword edge to perfection. Every night, you lay out your equipment in precise order, ready to be donned at a moment's notice. Warriors have been executed for negligent maintenance of their arms. Your weapons are more important than you are. They will outlive you, be passed to another warrior when you fall. The summons comes 6 months after you receive your panoply. Argos has declared war, raiding the border territories, killing Spartan citizens. The Ephors vote for full mobilization. You will march with your Sacesia, part of a force of 8,000 Spartiates and 20,000 Helot auxiliaries. This will be your first true battle, the moment when all your training either proves sufficient or fatally inadequate. The night before the army marches to Sacesia gathers for what tradition calls the meal before death. The black broth tastes no different than usual, still terrible, but everything else has changed. The jokes are darker, the silence is longer. Men check and recheck equipment, write brief messages to be delivered if they fall, make offerings to the gods. Theopompus speaks. Some of you will not return. This is certain. War is the great sword. It reveals the strong and eliminates the weak. But how you die matters more than death itself. Die facing the enemy. Die with your shield in hand. Die without crying out. Give your brothers a death they can speak of with pride rather than shame. You sleep poorly, your mind racing through formations and techniques, imagining the coming battle in 1,000 variations. Will you hold when the phalanxes meet? Will you kill your first man in actual combat? Will your training overcome the primal terror of watching thousands of armed men rushing toward you with murder in their eyes? Dawn comes too quickly. You don your panoply with practiced efficiency bronze, leather, horsehair, each piece settling into its familiar place. The weight no longer registers as burdensome but as reassuring, the armor a bronze womb that protects and defines you. Your spear feels alive in your hand, eager for the work it was forged to perform. The army assembles in the pre-dawn darkness. 8,000 bronze statues arrayed in perfect ranks, shields creating a wall of lambda symbols, spears a forest of death. The Helot auxiliaries light troops, servants, supply carriers swirl around the main force, like a river around rocks. They will fight if necessary, but their primary role is support. The killing will be done by Spartiates. The kings perform the sacrifices, reading omens in the entrails of goats. The signs of mixed victory will come, but at great cost. This is acceptable. Sparta does not measure success by casualties avoided, but by objectives achieved. Dead Spartans are martyrs. Defeated Spartans are failures. The choice is clear. You march south toward Argos, following roads your ancestors have marched 100 times, in the eternal conflict between these cities. The distance is roughly 30 miles, but in full armor in summer heat, it becomes an ordeal. Men begin to fall from heat exhaustion before the first day ends. They are left with minimal support. Army cannot slow for the weak. At night, you camp in formation, shields creating defensive walls, sentries posted in all directions. Sleep is difficult in armor, but you dare not remove its surprise. Attacks are not uncommon. You drift in and out of consciousness. The sounds of 30,000 men breathing, coughing, praying, creating a constant backdrop. The enemy is sighted on the third day. Argive scouts watch from distant hills as the Spartan army advances. Their main force is gathering at Sapea, near the border, choosing defensive ground with hills at their back and a river protecting one flank. The position is strong attacking uphill, against a prepared enemy, will be costly. The Spartan commanders, including both kings and the senior polemarchs, assess the situation. They could try to outflank, to force the Argives out of their position. But that would take time, and allow other cities to potentially join the Argive coalition. No, Sparta will attack directly, accepting the tactical disadvantage because Spartan discipline and training should overcome mere terrain. The night before battle, your Sacesia huddles together, not for warmth but for the comfort of proximity. These men have become your family more truly than your birth family ever was. You would die for them, kill for him, endure any torture rather than let them down. Alexios, Beside you, his one eye glinting in the firelight, speaks quietly. Tomorrow, we learn if 13 years of suffering has meaning, or was merely suffering. You do not sleep at all that final night. How can you, knowing that dawn brings your test, your validation, or destruction? You check your equipment for the 100th time. You pray to Ares and Apollo, asking not for survival but for courage, for the strength to die well. If die you must. Dawn breaks gray and cold, despite the summer season. Mist rises from the river, shrouding the battlefield in ghostly white. The Argive army is visible as a dark mass on the hills above, their bronze catching the early light. You estimate their numbers as similar to yours, perhaps slightly larger. This will be a true test, no overwhelming advantage. Just Spartan against Argive, the two greatest warrior cultures of the Peloponnese. The formation assembles with practiced efficiency. Iosicisa forms part of the Pitanitlakos, one of 5 territorial regiments that comprise the army. You find your place in the 3rd rank. Alexios to your right, Nicomedes to your left, Brasidas directly behind you. Your position has been calculated, precisely experienced enough to hold the line, young enough to still have the strength to push when exhaustion claims the older warriors. The army advances in complete silence, except for the sound of feet on earth and the breathing of 30,000 men. No war cries, yet that comes later. Now is the time for cold determination, for the iron discipline that makes Sparta unconquerable. The formation moves as one organism, maintaining perfect alignment, even ascending the gradual slope toward the Argive position. At 200 yards, the Argive army begins their war. Cry a rising roar meant to terrify and intimidate. It is impressive, the sound of thousands of voices raised in defiance. But you feel no fear, only a cold anticipation. They are noise. You are silence. They are emotion. You are purpose. At 100 yards, the Spartan formation halts. The ritual begins. The flutes play the paean, the hymn to Apollo that you have sung 1,000 times. Your voice joins thousands of others in perfect harmony, the music rising clear and pure in the morning air. You sing not from fear or rage, but from devotion, each note an offering to the god who protects Sparta. The paean ends. The war cry begins. It starts low in your chest, building in intensity, synchronized across the entire army. The sound is inhuman, a roar like an earthquake, the collective voice of Sparta declaring its intention to kill everything before it. Your voice merges with all others, losing individuality in the oceanic roar of collective violence. The advance resumes, faster now. The phalanx picking up speed while maintaining formation, a nearly impossible feat that only endless drilling makes possible. Faster still, approaching a run, the last 50 yards covered at full speed. The Argive line braces for impact, shields raised, spears leveled. The collision, when it comes, is beyond anything training prepared you for. The sound is catastrophic, thousands of bronze shields crashing together simultaneously, spear points shrieking against armor, men screaming as blades find flesh. The impact throws you backward, but the ranks behind press forward, pushing you back into the press of bodies and bronze. You cannot see more than a few feet in any direction. Your world contracts to the narrow slot of vision. Your helmet allows enemy shields, spear points, the helmet of the man in front of you. The noise is overwhelming, screaming, the crash of bronze on bronze, the wet sounds of blades entering flesh, men crying for gods or mothers, or simply crying in wordless agony. Your training takes over. Thrust, with thrust, with thrust again. Your spear finds resistance shield, armor, flesh. You cannot tell, cannot see the result of your strikes. You simply thrust mechanically, exactly as trained, trusting that some percentage of your strikes find targets. An enemy spear scrapes along your shield, the point seeking your face through the helmet opening. You tilt your head, the point missing by inches, and thrust in return. The press of bodies is crushing. You can barely breathe. The man in front of you driven back against your shield, the man behind pressing you forward. This is the atismos, the great push, where the rear ranks drive forward, adding their weight to the front, trying to physically drive the enemy back through sheer mass and will. Your shield arm is going numb from the constant impacts. Enemy weapons rain against the bronze, face spears, swords, even fists and rocks. The shield is dented, scarred, but holds. Your life depends on it holding. The life of Nicomedes, to your left, depends on it holding. You lock your shield against Alexiasis, to your right, creating an unbroken wall. Time loses meaning, seconds stretch into hours, or perhaps hours compress into seconds. There is only the immediate next thrust, the next shield bash, The next breath of air in the stifling heat inside your bronze helmet. Sweat pours into your eyes. You cannot wipe it away. Blood yours. Or others. You cannot tell makes your hands slippery on spear and shield. The man in front of you falls, an Argive spear finding his throat through a gap in his armor. He drops without sound. And suddenly you are in the front rank, face to face with the enemy. An Argive hoplite stares at you through his helmet, his eyes wide with fear or rage. You thrust, he parries. He thrusts. You catch it on your shield, you thrust again, and this time your spear point finds flesh, sliding under his shield to puncture his thigh. He screams a sound of pure agony that cuts through the battle. Noizan falls backward, but there is no time to confirm the kill. Another warrior takes his place immediately, and the mechanical dance of thrust and parry resumes. Your arms are burning, your lungs gasping for air in the suffocating heat, but you continue. To stop is to die, to retreat is to break the formation and kill your brothers. Beside you, Nicomedes takes a spear to the face. You see it happen in peripheral vision to point, entering through the helmet's eye slot, emerging from the back in a spray of blood and brain matter. He drops instantly, dead before he hits the ground. But you cannot mourn, cannot even acknowledge his death. You adjust your position to cover the gap, shield overlapping with the next man in line, maintaining the integrity of the formation. The phalanx grinds forward, step by agonizing step. The Argives are giving ground slowly, fighting hard, but Spartan discipline is prevailing. Your formation never wavers, while there shows small gaps, hesitations, individual warriors breaking and being replaced. These small advantages accumulate. The enemy line begins to bow backward. Your spear shaft cracks, split by an enemy blade. The head is gone, leaving you with a useless stick. Without thought trading, replacing conscious decisio, drop the broken spear, draw your Xephos, and continue fighting. The short sword is perfect for this close work, stabbing through gaps in armor, finding the vulnerable areas at neck and armpit and groin. Your kila mantroli, certainly kill him, driving your blood up, under his breastplate, into his belly. His eyes meet yours, only inches away, as life leaves them. He is young, perhaps your age, his beard still sparse. In another life, you might have been friends, might have competed in athletic games, might have shared wine and conversation. In this life, he has met your blade, has spoiled. The ethismos intensifies. The rear ranks are pushing forward with all their strength, trying to break the enemy line completely. You are crushed between the man in front and Brasidas behind you. The pressure is so intense you can barely inflate your lungs. Your ribs creak. Your vision starts to narrow to a tunnel. But you push back, adding your strength to the collective force, and slowly, impossibly, the Argive line begins to crack. The break, when it comes, is sudden. The Argive formation simply collapses, cohesion failing, individual warriors turning to flee. The Spartan phalanx surges forward into the gap. An organized battle becomes slaughter. Fleeing men are cut down from behind, the most shameful death possible. They die with wounds in their backs, proof of their cowardice carved into their flesh. The pursuit lasts for hours. The Spartan line breaks into smaller groups, hunting down fleeing Argives, killing them in ones and twos and tens. You participate mechanically, your sword rising and falling, ending lives with surgical precision. These are not glorious kills, these are men running for their lives, throwing away shields and weapons, begging for mercy that will not be granted. By noon, it is over. The field is carpeted with bodies, Argive mostly, but Spartan too. The ground is mud, though no rain has fallen. It is blood that has turned earth to sludge. The smell is overwhelming, opened bowels, spilled blood, voided bladders, the coppery stench of death and summer heat. You stand in the carnage, breathing hard, your entire body shaking with exhaustion and spent adrenaline. Your panoply is covered in blood. Some of it Yerzu have wounds you did not notice in the battle, as heat, a deep cut on your arm, a puncture in your thigh, various scrapes and bruises that will reveal themselves later. But you are alive. You fought in the phalanx, and survived. Around you, warriors count their dead. Your Cecilia has lost 4 men, including Nick, the young thinker who saw Pata as others missed, now lies in the mud, with half his face destroyed. You should feel something, grief, anger, something, but you feel only hollow, drained, as if the battle has emptied you of everything except exhaustion. The Helot auxiliaries move through the field, stripping the dead of armor and valuables. Enemy corpses are left where they fell. Their Argives can retrieve them if they wish, paying ransom for the privilege. Spartan dead are gathered with reverence, their shields and spears placed beside them, their bodies prepared for honorable burial. That night, the army camps on the battlefield. You cannot eat, though food is distributed. The smell of death permeates everything, makes consumption impossible. You try to clean your equipment but give up. The blood is too thick, too widespread. You will deal with it tomorrow. Tonight, you can only sit and stare at nothing, your mind replaying moments from the battle in random order. Alexios sits beside you, his single eye reflecting firelight. "We survived," he says simply. "We survived," you repeat. But you are not sure what has survived. The boy who entered the Aghosh at 7. He died years ago. The young man who received his panoply, died today, killed by his first real battle. What remains is something else, a weapon that happens to look like a man. An instrument of state violence, wrapped in human skin. Theopompus makes his rounds, checking on his Sycesia members. He stops before you, studies you for a moment, then speaks. Your first battle is behind you. You did not break. You held the line. Men died beside you, and you continued fighting. This is what we are, survivors who step over the fallen and keep killing. Welcome to your life, Spartiate. He moves on, and you understand his meaning. This is your life now, for however long it lasts. Battle after battle, year after year. Killing and surviving, watching friends die, and replacing them with new friends who will die in their turn. This is the beautiful horror of being Spartan. You are simultaneously the most powerful warrior culture in Greece, and the most trapped, unable to imagine any existence beyond war. At 30 years old, you stand at the threshold of a new phase in your existence. Spartan law dictates that only at this age may a warrior live full-time with his wife, though you have been married for 5 years to a woman named Gorga, named like many Spartan women, after the legendary Queen Gorga, wife of Leonidas. Until now, you have spent your nights at the Sycesia, stealing brief hours with your wife, when duties permitted. But 30 marks your full maturity, and you are finally permitted to establish a true household. The house your father left you has stood empty, except for occasional visits, maintained by your Claros Hel. It is small, austere 2 rooms, a hearth, packed earth floors. By Athenian standards, it is pobert. By Spartan standards, it is exactly what it should be, shelter, and nothing more. Excessive comfort weakens the warrior spirit. Gorgo is waiting when you arrive with your few possessions: armor, weapons, a spare cloak, nothing else. She is 30 as well, though Spartan women age differently than women in other cities, where Athenian women are sequestered and sheltered. Spartan women exercise, train, participate in public life. Gorgo is lean and strong, her arms muscled from wrestling and javelin throwing, her face weathered by sun and wind. She is beautiful in the Spartan wahard, competent, unadorned. She does not embrace you, nor you, her. Spartans do not show emotion publicly. Instead, she nods formally. "Husband, your house is ready." "Wife," you respond, equally formal. "I come, as the law permits." The awkwardness of this domestic arrangement immediately becomes apparent. You have spent 23 years in military environments, first the Aghosh, then barracks life, then constant campaigns. Your entire existence has been structured around warfare, masculine violence, the rigid hierarchy of military discipline. Now you are supposed to be a husband, a partner in household management, eventually a father. These roles feel alien, uncomfortable, like armor that does not quite fit. That first night, you sit across from Gorgo at the simple wooden table, sharing the evening meal she has prepared. The food is basic barley bread, olives, cheese, water. Luxuries are forbidden in Sparta, but even if they were not, neither of you would know what to do with them. You have been trained to need nothing beyond necessities. "You were at Mantinea," she says, referencing your most recent campaign. It is not a question but a statement. Spartan women know where their men are, which battles they fight. "Yes." The report said 200 Spartiates fell. 187, you correct. Precision matters. Each of those deaths has meaning, each name carved into stone. She nods, asks no more. She knows you will not speak of it, cannot speak of it. The things you have done, the men you have killed, the friends who have died beside you, these are not subjects for domestic conversation. A vast silence exists between what you experience and what can be spoken. The physical relationship between husband and wife in Sparta is as practical and unemotional as everything else. There is no romance, no seduction. You couple efficiently, mechanically, performing a duty to the state. The purpose is production of children who will enter the agoge and continue Sparta's dominance. Pleasure, if it occurs, is incidental. Yet over time something unexpected develops. not love. Exactly, Spartans are not trained for love, but a kind of partnership, a mutual respect between two people equally dedicated to Sparta's survival. Gorgo manages the household, oversees the helots, maintains the property. You provide protection and your military pay. Together, you form a functional unit, each part serving its purpose. Gorgo herself is a product of Spartan education at the Agoj, which is only for boys, but its equivalent for girls. She was trained from childhood in wrestling, running, javelin, throwing, preparing her body to produce strong children. But more than physical training, she received the same ideological indoctrination. Sparta, above all. Duty over comfort, death before dishonor. One evening, perhaps 3 months into your domestic life, she speaks more openly than usual. Do you ever wonder what it would be like to live as they do in Athens or Corinth? To have luxury, comfort, choice? The question is dangerous, borderline treasonous. To question the Spartan way is to question everything. But you consider carefully before answering. I wonder. But wondering and wanting are different. We are what we are. To wish otherwise is to wish ourselves out of existence. She nods slowly. I gave birth to a son while you were at Ment. He failed the inspection. They took him to a patatai. The words hit like a physical blow. You have a son, had a son who died before you even knew he existed. The rejection must have happened months ago, but only now does she mention it. Your first impulse is rage. Why did she not tell you? Your second is understanding. What could you have done? The law is absolute. A malformed child cannot become a Spartan warrior, therefore cannot live. What was wrong with him, you ask, keeping your voice level despite the turmoil inside. His foot twisted inward. The Jerusya said he could never hold phalanx formation. Her voice is completely flat, emotionless, but you see her hands trembling slightly as they grip the table edge. I held him for 2 hours before they came. Then I gave him up. You should say something, offer comfort, but you have no words. How do you comfort someone when the system that destroyed her child is the same system you both serve, believe in, enforce? The logic is inescapable. Sparta needs perfect warriors. Imperfection cannot be tolerated, therefore the child had to die. Understanding this, intellectually, does not prevent the hollow ache in your chest, the sense that something precious has been destroyed that cannot be recovered. We will try again, you finally say. The next child will pass. Yes, she agrees. The next child will pass, te muspas. We will make them pass. Her words carry a fierce determination that borders on desperation. This is what Sparta does to its people: takes the most natural human desire, to protect one's children, and twists it into determination to produce children strong enough to survive the system that will abuse them. Life settles into a routine. You wake before dawn, don training armor, and spend the morning drilling with your sister. The phalanx must practice consenti formation work, weaponry, maintaining the reflexes that keep you alive in battle. You return home midday for the main meal, then spend afternoons on household business, managing the kleros, dealing with helots, maintaining equipment. Evenings belong to the Sacicia. You cannot escape this. Even living at home, every Spartiate must dine at his mess, sharing food, maintaining bonds. Your absence would mark you as separate, weakening the unit cohesion that makes the phalanx invincible. So you leave Gorgo each evening, walking to the common hall, where your 15 brothers wait. The Sacicia meals are strange affairs, communal eating of deliberately terrible food designed to remind you that comfort is weakness. The black broth still tastes like liquid misery, but you force it down while discussing tactics, telling war stories, preparing mentally for the next campaign. These men are your true family, bound by shared violence and suffering that no domestic relationship can match. It is during one such meal that word comes. Persia is invading. Xerxes, the great king, has assembled an army of unprecedented size. Reports suggest hundreds of thousands, though this seems impossible. They have crossed the Hellespont, descended through Thrace and Macedonia, and are approaching Thermopylae, the narrow pass that guards the route to southern Greece. The ephors call an emergency assembly. All Spartiates gather in the theater to hear the news and vote on response. The situation is dire. Most of Greece is celebrating the Olympic Games, making military action technically forbidden by sacred law. But if Persia has not stopped at Thermopylae, they will pour into central Greece, destroying Athens, Thebes, Corinth, eventually reaching Sparta itself. King Leonidas, descended from Heracles, addresses the assembly. He is in his 50s, scarred and grizzled, respected by all for his tactical genius and personal courage. The law forbids war during the Olympics, he says, his voice carrying clearly through the theater. But the Persians do not honor Greek law. If we wait for the games to end, we wait too long. I propose we send a force to Thermopylae, immediately not the full army, which would violate sacred law, but an advance guard. 300 men, just 300, to buy time until the main force can march. The debate is brief. Everyone understands the stakes. If Thermopylae falls quickly, Persia rolls south unopposed. If it can be held even briefly, the rest of Greece gains time to mobilize. The vote is unanimous. Send the 300. Leonidas begins selecting his force. He does not call for volunteers, he chooses. His criteria are specific. Only Spartiates with living sons. If these men die, when these men die, one understands this is a death mission, their lines will continue. Spartan bloodlines must be preserved even as Spartan warriors are You watch the selection process with mixed emotions. Part of you wants to be chosen. This will be the most important battle of the age, a chance for glory that transcends individual survival. But another part, the part that has begun to value domestic life with Gorgo, hopes to be passed over. This new feeling disturbs you. Have you grown soft? Has living with a woman weakened your commitment? Leonidas approaches, his eyes meeting yours. Xerxes, you have a son? No. Sir, your son died at Apathata, never named, never truly alive in Spartan eyes. Leonidas pauses, considering, technically, you should be excluded by his own criteria, but he nods slowly. Your wife is pregnant again? Yes, sir. You did not know this consciously, but as soon as he asks, you realize it is true. The signs have been there. Then you have a potential son. That is sufficient. You are selected. Report tomorrow at dawn with full panoply and rations for 3 days. He moves on before you can respond. You have been chosen. You will march to Thermopylae with the 300. The odds of survival are essentially 0. But this matters less than the purpose. Greece must be defended. Sparta must show its worth. Your individual life is a small price for such grand purposes. That night, you return home to tell Gorgo. She receives the news without visible emotion, though her hand moves unconsciously to her belly, protecting the life growing there. When do you leave? Dawn, she nods. I will prepare your things. You watch her move through the small house, gathering your equipment, checking each piece with practiced efficiency. She knows every strap and buckle, every dent in your armor, every chip in your shield. She has cleaned blood from this bronze, mended these leather straps, sharpened this sword. Your panoply is as familiar to her as her own body. When everything is ready, laid out with military precision, she finally speaks again. The stories say all 300 will die. That Thermopylae is a death trap. That Leonidas is leading you to certain destruction. The stories are probably true. Do you want to die? She asks. And for the first time, you hear something in her voice, not quite emotion, but a crack in the stoic facade. A hint that beneath the Spartan conditioning, there might still be a human being capable of caring. You consider the question seriously. Do you want to die? The answer is complex. You have been trained your entire life that death in battle is the highest honor, that to fall facing the enemy is beautiful and glorious. You believe this, have internalized it completely. But sitting here in your small house, looking at your wife who carries your potential son, some small part of you, a part you have tried to kill, but which stubbornly survives once to live, to see your child, to experience whatever future might exist beyond tomorrow's dawn. I want to die well, you finally answer, to serve Sparta faithfully. If that means death at Thermopylae, then that death will have more meaning than years of survival. She walks to the wall where your shield hangs and takes it down. The bronze is polished to mere brightness, the lambda of Lacedaemon, clear and proud. She hands it to you, her eyes meeting yours, and speaks the legendary words every Spartan wife says to her warrior, either with it or on it. Return carrying your shield in victory, or return carried dead upon it. There is no third option, no surrender, no retreat, no abandonment of your shield. You stand at the threshold of your small house, fully armed, the weight of your panoply familiar and reassuring. Gorgo hands you your shield, her fingers lingering for just a moment on the bronze rim. Her eyes meet yours, and in that brief connection, you see everything that cannot be spoken: fear, pride, resignation, love perhaps, though neither of you has ever used that word. She says, either with it or on it. You nod once, turn, and walk away. You do not look back. To look back would be to acknowledge doubt, to suggest that something here could be more important than what awaits. The house, the woman, the unborn child these, fragments of a life that never quite felt real anyway. Your true life, your only life, has always been war. The 300 assemble at dawn in the Ag. You know, most of these men have trained beside them, fought beside them, shared the black broth at countless Sicesha meals. Alexios is here, his single eye glinting with fierce anticipation. Brasidas stands like a granite pillar, eager for this final test. Theopompus, your Sicesha leader, now graying but still formidable, nods as you take your place in formation. King Leonidas addresses the assembled warriors. He is 55 years old, his body a map of scars, his face carved by decades of command. When he speaks, every word carries the weight of certainty. We march to Thermopylae. The pass is narrow, perhaps 50 feet at its tightest point. There, we will hold a Persian army. They number in the hundreds of thousands. We are 300 Spartiates, plus 700 Thespians, and 400 Thebans, who will fight beside us. The odds are unfavorable. A ripple of grim laughter moves through the formation. Spartans appreciate understatement. Leonidas continues. The Ephors have forbidden sending the full army during the Olympic Games, so we are the advance guard, buying time until the main force can march. We will hold the pass for as long as possible. Days, if the gods favor us. Long enough for the rest of Greece to mobilize, to prepare, to survive what comes after we fall. After we fall, not if. The king speaks it plainly, and you appreciate his honesty. This is not a mission with some possibility of survival. This is a calculated sacrifice. 300 lives exchanged for the preservation of Greek civilization. The math is simple, brutal, and entirely Spartan. But though we will fall, Leonidas's voice rises, carrying across the silent assembly. We will fall in such a way that our names will be remembered for all time. We will show the Persians what free men can do when they refuse to kneel. We will teach them that Greek Spartans do not surrender, do not retreat, do not beg for mercy. We go to the hot gates to write a lesson in blood that the world will never forget. The 300 roar approval, spears striking shields in rhythmic thunder. You join the cry, your voice merging with your brothers, becoming part of something larger than individual sound. This is why you exist, not for domestic peace or personal happiness, but for this moment of collective purpose, where death becomes meaningful because it serves something eternal. The march to Thermopylae takes 3 days. You travel light, each man carries his panoply, 3 days' rations, and nothing else. The Helot auxiliaries follow with additional supplies, but you know these will not last long. This battle will be decided in days, perhaps hours. Either you hold the pass, or you do not. Either you die gloriously, or fail shamefully. There is no middle ground. The landscape changes as you march north. The familiar hills of Laconia give way to the broader plains of Arcadia, then the rougher terrain of Phocis. You pass through villages where citizens watch in silence, understanding what your march means. Some leave offerings by the roadside: wine, bread, flowers. You ignore these. Offerings are for the dead, and you are not dead yet. On the second day, you pass Marathon, where 10 years earlier the Athenians defeated a Persian invasion force. The battlefield is still visible. Small monuments mark where the Athenian and Plataean dead fell, their graves honored, their names carved in stone. You wonder if there will be monuments at Thermopylae, or if the Persian numbers will be so overwhelming that your bodies will simply be lost beneath their dead, unmarked and The third day brings you to Thermopylae, itself the hot gates, named for the thermal springs that bubble up through the rocks, filling the air with sulfurous steam. The pass is exactly as described, a narrow corridor between the mountains and the sea, bounded on one side by sheer cliffs and on the other by treacherous waters. At its narrowest point, the pass is barely wide enough for 2 carts to pass. It is perfect defensive terrain. The allies are already here: 700 Thespians under their commander Dimophion, 400 Thebans, whose loyalty is questionable, and scattered contingents from other cities, bringing the total force to perhaps 7,000. They have begun building a defensive wall across the narrowest point, using stones from an ancient fortification that once stood here. You help with the construction, peeling stones, fitting them together, creating the wall behind which you will make your stand. The work is hard but satisfying. Each stone is a minute bought, a Persian delayed, a small contribution to the larger purpose. Brasidas works beside you, his massive strength allowing him to lift stones that require to normal men. He grins as he works, actually grins, and you understand. After years of training, of waiting, of imagining, the moment has finally come. You are about to face the ultimate test. That night, The 300 gather separately from the other contingents. This is your last night as living men, and there are rituals to observe, traditions to honor. You comb your hair. Long hair is the Spartan way, a mark of free men, of warriors who fear nothing. You oil your bodies, preparing them for battle or funeral, whichever comes first. You sharpen your weapons one final time. The rhythmic scrape of bronze on stone, a meditation, a prayer. Theopompus produces a small amphora of wine, real wine, not the watered mixture usually permitted. He pours libations to the gods: Zeus the king, Ares, the war god, Apollo the protector of Sparta. Then, breaking with tradition, he pours wine into the dust for each man present, speaking their names, honoring them while they still live to hear it. When he speaks your name, Lycurgus, son of Lycurgus, who survived the Agoj, who held the line at Sapea, and Mantinia, who never broke faith with Sparta, you feel something crack inside your chest, some last barrier between yourself and full acceptance of what comes. You are going to die here. In a day, perhaps two, your body will be cooling meat on this ground, your blood soaking into foreign soil. And this is good. TC's right. This is the purpose for which you were created. Sleep, when it comes, is surprisingly peaceful. You dream of your mother, whom you have not seen in 23 years. In their dream, she is young again, as she was when you were 7, and she sings to you not war songs, but something else, something soft and old that you do not remember hearing but somehow know. You wake with tears on your face, which you quickly wipe away before anyone can see. Even now, at the end, weakness must be hidden. The Persians arrive at noon on the 4th day after your arrival at Thermopylae. You see them first as a dust cloud on the horizon, so vast it seems to swallow the sky. Then the sound reaches you, not quite thunder, not quite earthquake, but something between, a rolling rumble that makes the ground vibrate beneath your feet. Then, finally, you see them. The number is incomprehensible. The Persian army stretches from the foothills to the sea, rank upon rank upon rank of men, extending beyond sight. Later, after you are dead, historians will debate the actual numbers. Herodotus will claim over 2 million, which is surely impossible, but even conservative estimates suggest at least 100,000 fighting men, against your 7,000, against your 300 Spartiates. You watch them establish camp, a process that takes hours. So vast is their army. Tents spread like a growing stain across the landscape. Smoke from cooking fires dims the sun. The Persians are in no hurry. Why would they be? They have overwhelming numbers, fresh troops, supplies beyond measure. You have 300 warriors, a stone wall, and a certain knowledge of your death. King Leonidas walks among you as the Persians set up camp. He speaks quietly to individuals, squad by squad. When he reaches you, his eyes meet yours with surprising gentleness. You have a wife, he says. Not a question. Yes, my king. Children. One, unborn when I left. He nods. Then your line may continue. This is good. Sparta needs sons, Hippasus then adds. But today, Sparta needs your death more than your life. Can you give it freely? The question is almost philosophical. Can you give your death, as if death were yours to give, rather than an inevitable end? But you understand his meaning. Will you die with purpose, or will you merely be killed freely, my king, and expensively? The Persians will pay in blood for every foot of ground. He smiles, actually smiles, the expression transforming his scarred face into something almost youthful. Well spoken. That is all we ask. Make them pay. On the 5th day, the Persians send a herald. He rides forward alone, stopping just beyond arrow range, and shouts his message. King Xerxes, great king, king of kings, king of Persia and Media, grants you one opportunity to surrender. Lay down your weapons and acknowledge his rule, and you will be permitted to return to your homes unharmed. Refuse, and you will be destroyed utterly. King Leonidas considers this gravely, then shouts back, "Come and take them." The herald rides back, and you can see the ripple of his message moving through the Persian camp. They are not accustomed to defiance. Most cities they approach simply surrender, calculating that survival under Persian rule is preferable to destruction. But Sparta does not calculate such equations. Sparta cannot surrender, because surrender negates everything Sparta is. The first attack comes that afternoon. The Persians sent their median contingent 10,000 men, arrayed in loose formation, armed with bows and light spears. They advanced confidently, perhaps expecting you to flee at the mere sight of their numbers. Instead, you wait behind your stone wall, shields locked, spears ready. The Medes loose arrows as they advance, a cloud of death arcing across the sky. But you, as Spartan, trained to fight in bronze, and the arrows that strike your shields and armor cause minimal damage. A few find gaps, you hear screams as men fall, struck in exposed areas, but the formation holds. When the Medes reach the wall, they encounter something they have never seen before. A professional military formation held by men who have trained their entire lives for exactly this moment. Your spear finds flesh, a median warrior climbing the wall, unarmored except for leather, his face showing shock as your point enters his throat. He falls backward, and another takes his place, and you kill him too. And another, and another. The killing becomes mechanical. Thrust, withdraw, thrust again. Your arm moves with practiced efficiency, the motion so deeply ingrained that conscious thought is unnecessary. Around you, your brothers fight with the same cold competence. The wall becomes slippery with blood, bodies piling before it, creating an additional barrier. The Persians must climb over their own dead. The Medes break, after perhaps an hour, streaming backward in disorder. They have left hundreds dead on the killing ground before the wall, and they have killed perhaps a dozen Greeks. The math is unsustainable at this rate. The Persians could lose their entire army and still not take the pass. But, of course, they have reserves you cannot imagine. That night, you help clear the bodies from before the wall. The work is grim but necessary. Tomorrow, the Persians will come again, and corpses create unstable footing. You drag dead Medes by their arms, throwing them into ravines, over cliffs, anywhere away from the defensive line. Their faces are young, mostly boys conscripted from conquered lands, forced to fight for an empire they have no stake in. You feel nothing for them. They attacked Sparta's position. They died. This is the natural order of things. The second day brings the immortals Xerxes' elite guard, 10,000 strong, so named because their numbers are always maintained at exactly that amount. These are professional warriors, heavily armored, trained to fight as units. They are the finest soldiers Persia can field. But they are not Spartan. The immortals advance in tight formation, their shields locked, attempting to match your own tactics. But there is a critical difference. They have trained for years. You have trained for a lifetime. They fight for pay and honor. You fight because you can do nothing else, because your entire existence has been shaped toward this single purpose. The collision when they reach the wall is tremendous. Bronze crashes against bronze. Spears seek gaps in armor. Men scream in rage and agony. An immortal spear finds your shield, the point punching through the bronze facing to emerge a hand's breadth from your face. You twist, breaking the shaft, and thrust low, finding his leg, driving your point through the meat of his thigh. He falls, and you thrust again, finding his throat this time. The battle at the wall continues for hours. The immortals refuse to break, accepting casualties that would shatter a normal force. They climb over their dead, pressing forward with suicidal determination. But determination alone cannot overcome superior training and position. Slowly, grudgingly, they fall back, leaving the wall stacked high with Persian dead. You are wounded now, a sword cut across your arm, deep and not crippling. The wound is bound roughly with cloth torn from a dead Persian's tunic, and you return to your position. Around you, others bear similar injuries. Alexios has lost several teeth to a glancing blow, his face a mask of blood. Brasidas' left hand is mangled, but he fights on with his spear in his right, using his shield arm despite the damage. Every Spartiate still standing is wounded, but none have fallen, not yet. On the third day, Xerxes tries something different. He sends wave after wave of different contingents, Sakai, Bactrians, Indians, units, from across his vast empire. They come in relays, fresh troops attacking exhausted defenders, trying to break you through sheer attrition. And it works. Slowly. Not because your skill fails, but because human bodies have limits even Spartan training cannot fully overcome. You begin to slow. The spear feels heavier in your hands. Your wounded arm screams with every thrust. Your legs, which have held phalanx stance for days with only brief respites, begin to tremble. Around you, you see the same deterioration in your brothers. The formation still holds, but it is fraying at the edges, gaps appearing that must be quickly filled. And then, near sunset on the third day, a runner brings news that changes everything. A local Greek named Ephialtes has told the Persians about the Montimpatha goat track that winds around the pass, allowing troops to come at you from behind. The Phocians who were guarding this path have been overrun. By tomorrow morning, the Persians will have you surrounded. King Leonidas assembles the commanders in the twilight, away from the troops. You are not present, but word spreads quickly through whispered conversations. The king is releasing the allies. The Thespians, the Thebans, the scattered contingents from other cities, they will be sent home tonight. Their sacrifice is not required, but the 300 Spartiates will remain. This is what you are chosen for. This is why only men with sons were selected. You will hold the pass until every last Spartiate is dead, buying Greece as much time as possible. The Thespians refuse to leave. Their commander, Demophilos, declares that his men will not abandon Sparta in her hour of greatest need. 700 Thespians will die alongside the 300 Spartiates. It is the single greatest act of solidarity in Greek history, and later, their sacrifice will be remembered alongside yours. But in this moment, you feel only grim satisfaction. More men to hold the line. More bodies to feed into the grinding machine of Persian numbers. That night, no one sleeps. You sit with your back against the stone wall. You will die defending tomorrow. Your panoply still in place, your spear across your knees. Around you, your brothers maintain similar vigils. Some pray quietly, others check and recheck their equipment. A few share stories, remembering battles past, speaking of men long dead, as if they might return. Theopompus sits beside you, his presence comfortable after so many years together. He says nothing at first, simply shares the silence. Then, finally, do you have regrets? You consider the question honestly. Do you regret the brutal childhood and the countless beatings, the starvation, the systematic destruction of your humanity? Do you regret the men you have killed, the helots you terrorized, the part you played in maintaining a system built on slavery and violence? Do you regret never really knowing your father, your mother, your wife? Do you regret the son you will never meet? No, you finally answer, and realize it is true. Regret implies you had choices, that you could have lived differently, but you were chosen at birth, shaped by forces beyond your control, molded into exactly this, a weapon for Sparta's use. To regret this is to regret your entire existence. I am what I was made to be. Tomorrow, I will fulfill my purpose. That is enough. Theopompus nods slowly. I have led the Sacetia for 20 years, seen men come and go, some to glorious deaths, some to shameful ones. You are the finest warrior I have commanded. I am honored to die beside you. Words like these are rare from Spartan lips. You feel their weight, their significance. The honor is mine, sir. He grips your shoulder once, then rises and moves on to speak with other men. You are left alone with your thoughts, watching the stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns, unchanged by the small drama of men dying in a narrow pass. Dawn comes gray and cold, mist rising from the sea to shroud the battlefield in ghostly white. You can hear the Persians before you can see them, the tramp of thousands of feet, the jingle of equipment, the low murmur of men preparing for battle. But something is different today. The sounds come from two directions, ahead and behind. The encirclement is complete. King Leonidas assembles the remaining force, 300 Spartiates and 700 Thespians in the small space between the wall and the cliffs. Every face shows the wear of 3 days' continuous combat, bruised, bloodied, exhausted, but every eye burns with purpose. You know these men have fought beside them, and you know they will not break. Today Leonidas speaks simply, wasting no words. We end this. The Persians have surrounded us. There is no retreat, no escape. We will advance from the wall to more open ground where we can fight freely. We will kill as many as possible before we fall. We will show Xerxes and all his host that free men, fighting for their homes and families, are worth 100 slaves fighting for a tyrant. When we fall, and we will fall our bodies, we'll write a message that will echo through history. This far, and no further. He raises his spear, and 300 Spartan spears answer, striking shields in rhythmic thunder. The Thespians join the cry, and for a moment, 1,000 men create a sound that shakes the very cliffs. You advance from the wall, moving into more open ground where the Persian numbers can be brought to bear. This is tactically suicidal, but it no longer matters. You are not fighting to win, you are fighting to make your debts as expensive as possible. Every minute you hold draws more Persian troops into this narrow pass, troops that cannot be deployed against Athens, against Corinth, against the rest of Greece. The Persians attack from all sides simultaneously. Thousands of men surge forward, screaming war cries in a dozen languages. You form a circular formation, shields outward, the classic last stand configuration. You know this formation will eventually collapse. No circle can hold against unlimited pressure, but it will take time to break you, and time is what you are selling with your lives. The battle that follows is like nothing you have experienced in 3 days of constant combat. Before, you held a wall, A defined position with protection at your back. Now you fight in the open, surrounded, with no respite and no hope. The Persians come in waves, crashing against your bronze circle like waves against a rock. They break on your spears, but each wave wears you down a fraction more. Your spear shaft cracks under the strain of constant thrusting. You draw your xiphos, the short sword that serves when the spear fails. The sword is intimate warfare, close enough to smell your enemy's breath, to see the fear in their eyes, to feel their blood spray across your face. You become a machine of death, the sword rising and falling with mechanical precision, ending lives with efficient brutality. Around you, your brothers are falling, not many at first, a man here, another there, but the casualties mount. Each fallen Spartiate weakens the circle, forces the survivors to close ranks, draws the noose tighter. You step over the body of Theopompus, your Sicilian leader, killed by a spear thrust that found the gap between helmet and breastplate. His eyes are still open, staring at nothing, and you hope his death was instant, painless. But there is no time to honor him, no time for grief. You fight on. Your shield is shattered, split by an axe blow that numbed your entire left arm. You throw aside the wreckage and fight with sword alone, ducking and weaving, using footwork and speed to compensate for lost protection. A spear point grazes your side, another wound to add to the collection. Your bronze breastplate is dented, scored with impact marks, soaked with blood, both Persian and Greek. The circle is shrinking rapidly now. Perhaps 100 men remain on their feet, pressed together in an ever-tighter knot of bronze and defiance. You catch glimpses of other survivors. Alexios, with his one eye, still fighting, his face a mask of blood and determination. Brasidas has lost his helmet, his skull visible where a blow has torn away skin and hair, but he fights on with terrifying strength. King Leonidas falls. You see him go down under a cluster of immortals who recognize his royal panoply and converge on him. He kills 3 before they overwhelm him, his spear thrusting until the moment a sword finds his neck. The king is dead, but the circle holds. It holds because it must, because holding is all you know how to do. Your sword break snaps clean off 6 inches from the hilt. When you parry a particularly vicious blow, you are weaponless, but this to you have trained for. You use the broken sword like a knife, stabbing at close range. You use your fists, your knees, your teeth. A Persian grabs you and you headbutt him, your bronze helmet crushing his face. Another approaches, and you drive the broken sword up under his chin, into his brain. The circle is perhaps 20 men now. You can see all the survivors, can recognize each bloodied, exhausted face. These are the last Spartiates who will ever draw breath. In moments, Sparta's finest generation will be extinct. But you have done what you came to do. The ground is carpeted with Persian death, thousands of them, heaped in walls, slippery with blood. You have made Xerxes pay such a price for this past that the memory will haunt him. An arrow finds your thigh, punching through the gap in your armor. Your leg gives way, and you fall to your knees. This is the beginning of the end. You cannot hold phalanx stance on your knees, cannot dodge or move efficiently. Another arrow strikes your shoulder, the point grating against bone. You slump forward, catching yourself on your hands, blood pooling beneath you. But even on your knees, even dying, you are dangerous. A Persian steps close, thinking you finished, and you lunge upward, driving what remains of your broken sword into his groin. He screams and falls. Another approaches more cautiously, and you grab his leg, yanking him down, your hands finding his throat, crushing his windpipe, even as your strength fails. Your vision is narrowing to a tunnel. You can hear the sounds of battle fading, replaced by a roaring in your ears like the ocean. You are drowning in your own blood, your lungs filling with it, each breath a bubbling, painful struggle. You collapse fully, your face in the dust, and find you cannot rise. Your body, pushed beyond all reasonable limits, has finally stopped obeying your will. You lie there, die in, and your thoughts fragment. You see a mother's face, young and beautiful as in your dream. You see your father, proud and stern, handing you the bronze figurine. You see Gorgo, pregnant with your child, speaking words of farewell. You see the faces of your Sicilian brothers, living and dead, all merged into one continuous stream of bronze and blood and brotherhood. The pain is fading now, replaced by cold. This surprises you. It is summer. The day is hot, but you are freezing, your body temperature dropping as blood loss takes its toll. You try to move, to rise one more time, but your limbs will not respond. You are pinned to the earth like an insect, your life leaking out into foreign soil. Your last thought is not of glory or honor or any grand concept. Your last thought is a simple observation. You kept your shield. Through all the battle, all the chaos, even shattered, you never abandoned it. Your broken body lies atop the wreckage of your aspis, the lambda of Lacedaemon, still visible on the bronze facing, either with it or on it. Your wife sighed. You achieved both. You returned with your shield, because you never left it tanned. You will be carried home on it, dead but undefeated. The world fades. The roar in your ears becomes a whisper, then silence. Your eyes, which have witnessed so much violence, so much death, finally close. Lycurgus, son of Lycurgus, Spartiate, of the Europantids, dies in the dust of Thermopylae, his purpose fulfilled, his sacrifice complete. You are 30 years old. You have been a warrior for 23 of those years, and in this moment, you are free. The battle ends with the death of the last defender. 300 Spartiates lie dead, along with 700 Thespians and the scattered remains of other contingents. The Persians count their dead and find the number almost incomprehensible: 20,000 killed over 4 days in a pass 50 feet wide. Xerxes is so enraged at the cause that he orders Leonidas's body found, beheaded, and crucified, an unprecedented dishonor from a king who usually respects brave enemies. But even this savagery cannot diminish what happened here. The 300 bought time, 3 days of time for the Greek city-states to mobilize. 3 days for Athens to evacuate its citizens. 3 days for the Greek fleet to position itself at Salamis. 3 days that changed history. The Persians marched south, burning Athens, destroying everything in their path. But they are now weary, uncertain. If 300 Spartans could do this, what will thousands do? The psychological damage is irreparable. At Salamis, the Greek fleet destroys the Persian navy. At Plataea the following year, the full Spartan army, the same army that could not march during the Olympic Games, crushes the remaining Persian forces. Greece survives, and the story of the 300 echoes through time. Your name, Lycurgus, carved on the stone monument erected at Thermopylae, alongside the names of your 300 brothers. The inscription reads, "Go tell the Spartans, stranger passing by, that here obedient to their laws we lie. It is Sparta's greatest moment, the purest expression of what your society created, men willing, even eager, to die for a collective purpose. But as centuries pass, as Sparta itself eventually falls to time and conquest, the story takes on new meanings. Some see it as the triumph of freedom over tyranny, of the few against the many, of courage against impossible odds. Others see it as the tragic waste of 300 lives in service to a brutal system. Men sacrificed not for freedom but for the continuation of a society built on slavery and violence. The truth, perhaps, contains both interpretations. You were a weapon forged by a brutal system. You were dehumanized, traumatized, shaped into something barely recognizable as human. The Agorge broke you. The Cryptia darkened you. Constant warfare numbed you. You never had a chance to be anything except what Sparta made you. And yet, when the moment came, when everything you had endured was put to the ultimate test, you held the line. You stood with your brothers against an army that should have crushed you in minutes, and you held for 3 days. You bought time for Greece, for civilization, for the very concept that free men can choose death over subjugation. Your suffering had meaning. Your brutal education produced results. The machine worked exactly as designed. This is the terrible paradox at the heart of Sparta. It created the most effective warriors the world had ever seen by destroying the very humanity that makes warriors worth creating. It preserved Greek freedom through the most unfree society in Greece. It wrote epics of courage through systematic cruelty. It stands as both inspiration and warning proof of what humans can endure and achieve when pushed to absolute limits, and a cautionary tale about the price of such achievement. Your wife, Gorgo, received the news of your death without tears. She was Spartan too, trained like you to suppress emotion, to value duty over feeling. Shiboriasoni passed the inspection, entered the Agorge, survived to become a Spartiate himself. He carried your name and your legacy, dying in his turn in some forgotten border skirmish against Argos. Your line continued for generations, each son entering the Agorge, each one shaped by the same brutal system, until finally Sparta itself fell and the line ended with the city that created it. 2,500 years later, your story is still told. Children learn of Thermopylae in schools across the world. Movies dramatize the 300. Books analyze the tactics, the culture, the meaning of your sacrifice. You have achieved a kind of immortality, your name preserved far longer than the city you died defending. But if you could know this, If some ghost of you could see how your story is remembered, what would you think? Would you feel vindicated, knowing your suffering had purpose? Would you feel regret at a life spent in service to a system so brutal? Would you even recognize the Lycurgus who died at Thermopylae as yourself? Or would he seem like a stranger, a weapon that once wore your face? Perhaps the answer is that you would feel nothing, because feeling was trained out of you, beaten out of you, starved and brutalized out of you, until all that remained was purpose. You were made into a perfect instrument of violence, and perfect instruments do not question, do not regret, do not wonder. They simply fulfill their function, and you fulfilled yours. Beautifully, terribly, completely. The Pass of Thermopylae is peaceful now. The hot gates still flow with their sulphurous water. The narrow space where you fought is wider now, centuries of erosion and sediment having changed the geography. But the monument remains, bearing your name and the names of your brothers. Tourists visit, take photographs, try to imagine what happened here. They cannot imagine it. No one who has not endured what you endured, who has not been broken and rebuilt as you were, who has not stood in the phalanx, and felt the press of bodies, and tasted the copper temps of blood in the air. No one who has not lived your life can truly understand what you did here. But they, and in their trying, in their remembering, you achieved something the architects of Sparta never intended. You become not just a weapon, but a symbol. Not just a soldier, but a story. And stories, unlike weapons, cannot be controlled. They take on lives of their own. Teaching lessons their subjects never meant to teach. Sparta is gone. Its brutal agoge, its subjugated helots, its rigid hierarchical dust now, scattered by the winds of history. But you remain, frozen forever, at 30 years old, bronze helmet gleaming, shield locked with your brothers, standing in the pass against impossible odds. You remain as proof of what humans can do, and as warning of what it costs. This is your legacy, Lycurgus. Son of Lycurgus, Spartiate of the Europe. You lived a life of suffering and discipline. You died a death of glory and purpose. You achieved exactly what you were created to achieve, and in achieving it, you revealed both the heights and the depths of human nature. Capacity for sacrifice and cruelty, our ability to endure and inflict suffering, our need for meaning, even at the cost of humanity. The hot gates, remember. The stones, remember. And as long as humans tell stories of courage and sacrifice, of impossible stands and beautiful deaths, you will be remembered too, not as you were in life, broken and remade, but as you were in death, standing, unflinching, eternal, Tesi Sparta. This was your life. This is how it ended, and how it began, and how it continues still, and the stories we tell about the 300 who stood against the world and refused to kneel. Your odyssey is complete. Rest now, warrior. You have earned it. Welcome, the day is done. It is time now to let the noise of your world fade into silence. Find your most comfortable position, dim your lights, and allow your mind to quiet itself. Tonight, I invite you on a journey not of conquest, but of confinement. We are traveling to the heart of the Middle Kingdom, to a place no commoner could enter for 500 years. We are going to the Forbidden City. For the next few moments, simply relax, breathe, and let your imagination awaken. We are about to step into the golden robes of the Son of Heaven himself. If you enjoy these journeys into the past, I invite you to subscribe to the channel, so you never miss an odyssey. Now, close your eyes. The story is about to begin. It is the largest palace complex in the world, a city of 9,999 rooms, surrounded by a moat and a towering purple wall. For 5 centuries, it was the celestial center of the universe, a place where an empire of 100 million souls was ruled by a single man. This was the Forbidden City. To live here was to be a god on earth. Your every whim a command, your every word law. But to be emperor was also to be the most isolated man in existence, a prisoner in a gilded cage, watched by 10,000 eyes. To understand this paradox, you must live it. You are Juhijan, you are a child about to be named the only emperor. You are the Son of Heaven, and you have just inherited the most glorious prison ever built. Your first memory is not of warmth or comfort, but of silence. A profound, absolute silence, broken only by the whisper of silk against marble floors. You are 3 years old, perhaps 4, and you stand in a courtyard so vast that the walls seem to curve with the horizon itself. The sky above is a perfect square of blue, framed by golden roof tiles that gleam like dragon scales in the sun. You do not run. You do not play. You stand perfectly still, as you have been taught, your small hands folded within the voluminous sleeves of your embroidered robe. The faces around you are a blur of painted masks and rigid expressions. Eunuchs in dark robes bow, so low their foreheads touch the stone. Palace maids kneel with their eyes cast down, never daring to meet your gaze. Your wet nurse, the only person who has ever held you with anything resembling tenderness, keeps a careful distance now, her face composed in an expression of reverent fear. You are a prince of the imperial house, third son of the long-king emperor, and even at this tender age, you understand that you are not like other children. You are not entirely human. The air is thick with incense. Sandalwood and jasmine, myrrh and ambergris. The smoke rises in lazy spirals from bronze censers shaped like mythical beasts. The smell is so constant, so pervasive, that you will carry it with you for the rest of your life. Decades from now, in moments of stress or fear, you will catch a whiff of sandalwood and be transported instantly back to these early years. To this sensation of being watched, always watched, by invisible eyes. Your world is divided into colors and textures rather than places and people. There is the forbidden yellow, the imperial yellow that only you and your father may wear. It is the color of the sun, of the center of the cosmos, and it marks you as separate from all other beings. Your robes are heavy with gold thread, with embroidered dragons that coil and twist across silk, so fine it seems woven from light itself. The weight of these garments is considerable, especially for a child. Your shoulders ache. Your neck grows tired from holding up the elaborate headdress you must wear for formal occasions. But you do not complain. Emperors do not complain. Your tutors begin their work early. You are brought each morning to a hall where ancient scholars, men with long white beards and eyes like polished stones, teach you the basics of written Chinese. The characters swim before your eyes, thousands upon thousands of them, each one a small world of meaning. You practice with a brush that seems too large for your small hand, forming clumsy strokes on paper that costs more than a peasant family would earn in a year. When you make a mistake, the tutor's face remains impassive, but you feel the weight of his disappointment like a physical thing. You are not permitted to be merely adequate. You are the dragon seed, and excellence is your birthright and your burden. You have no companions your own age. The other children in the palace, the sons and daughters of concubines and lesser nobles, are kept strictly away from you. You might contaminate them with your divine essence, or they might contaminate you with their mortality. Instead, your playmates are eunuchs, men who have been castrated to serve in the inner palace. They smile at you with mouths that never quite reach their eyes. They bring you toys, elaborate mechanical birds that sing when wound, miniature armies of jade soldiers, kites painted with phoenixes and tigers. But they handle these toys with such reverence, such careful ritual, that the joy is drained from them before they ever reach your hands. There is one eunuch, Feng Bao, who seems different from the others. A is younger, his face less weathered, and when he looks at you, there is something almost like kindness in his expression. He teaches you small rebellions, tiny moments of humanity in the midst of ritual. He shows you how to sneak an extra sweet cake during meals. He tells you stories, not the approved histories and moral tales of your tutors, but folk stories of fox spirits and brave peasants, tales that make you laugh. For these brief moments, you feel almost like a normal child, but even these moments are calculated. You will learn later. Feng Bao is building loyalty, creating a bond that he will use to advance his position when you come to power. In the Forbidden City, nothing is ever truly given freely. Your mother is a distant figure, more concept than person. She was once a lowly palace maid, but your birth elevated her to the rank of imperial consort. She loves you, you think, in the way that mothers love their sons, but that love is mediated through so many layers of protocol and ritual that it becomes almost abstract. You see her on appointed days, at appointed hours. You kowtow before her, touching your forehead to the ground 3 times, and she smiles down at you from her throne with a smile that seems painted on her face. She asks you questions about your studies, nods approvingly at your answers, and then you are dismissed. You long to climb into her lap, to feel her arms around you, to hear her whisper your name without the weight of titles attached. But this is not permitted. She is the consort. You are the prince. The distance between you is measured not in steps, but in cosmic order. The palace itself is your true parent, your true educator. You learn its rhythms before you learn to read. You wake when the first bronze bell rings, in the darkness before dawn. You hear the shuffle of feet, as thousands of servants begin their day, lighting lanterns, carrying water, preparing the endless meals that will be served throughout the complex. You learn to distinguish the different bells, each with its own tone and meaning. The bell for morning audiences, The bell for sacrificial rituals. The bell that announces the emperor's movement from one hall to another. The entire palace breathes and moves to these sounds. A vast organism with your father at its heart. You catch glimpses of your father, the Long King Emperor, only occasionally. He is a pale, sickly man, addicted to the Taoist elixirs that promised immortality but deliver only mercury poisoning. When you are brought before him for formal inspections, you see the tremor in his hands, the yellow cast to his eyes. He looks at you as though trying to remember who you are, then nods vaguely and waves you away. You are his third son, not the eldest, and there is no reason to believe you will ever be more than a decorative prince, married off to some noble family, living a life of comfortable irrelevance in some distant corner of the palace. Fate, however, has other plans. Your eldest brother, the crown prince, is a weak and sickly child. He coughs through the night, and the palace physicians shake their heads gravely when they emerge from his chambers. Your second brother dies in infancy, a tragedy announced by the wailing of mourning women and the burning of spirit money. Suddenly, terrifyingly, you are the spare that might become the heir. The attention of the court shifts toward you. The lessons intensify. The scrutiny becomes unbearable. Every cough, every sneeze, every moment of childish inattention is noted and reported. Your health becomes a matter of state importance. You are fed special tonics, subjected to endless examinations by physicians who prod and poke at you while discussing your humors and energies as though you are not even present. You begin to understand, in the way that children understand such things without having words for them, that you are not a person but a vessel. You are the container for the imperial bloodline, the carrier of the mandate of heaven. Your body does not belong to you. Your life does not belong to you. You exist for the dynasty, for the empire, for the continuation of a cosmic order that stretches back through 3,000 years of history. This knowledge settles over you like the weight of your robes, constant and inescapable. At night, alone in your bedchamber, surrounded by guards who stand silent vigil outside your door, you sometimes weep. You weep quietly, pressing your face into silk pillows, because even your tears are not truly private. The eunuchs will inspect your pillows in the morning. If they are wet, reports will be made. The court will speculate about your emotional state, your fitness to rule, your strength of character, so you learn to cry without making sound, to grieve without expression, to feel loneliness so profound that it becomes a kind of numb. The forbidden city, you are beginning to realize, is not named for those forbidden to enter. It is named for everything forbidden to those who live within. Forbidden to leave. Forbidden to love freely. Forbidden to show weakness or fear or simple human need. You are 5 years old, and you are learning to be a god. But gods, you are discovering, are terribly, terribly alone. The news comes in the 4th watch of the night, when the world is at its darkest and most still. You are 9 years old, dreaming fitfully of gardens you have never seen and friends you have never had. When Feng Bao shakes you awake. His face is grave in the lamplight, and for once there is no calculation in his eyes, only genuine solemnity. The emperor is dead. Your father has finally succumbed to the poisons he has been ingesting for years. The mercury and lead and arsenic that Taoist alchemists promised would grant immortality, but instead delivered only madness and death. You are now, in the eyes of heaven and earth, the son of heaven himself. You do not feel different. You feel small and cold and confused. You want to ask Feng Bao what this means, what you are supposed to do, whether you can go back to sleep and deal with this in the morning, but his face tells you that childhood, that fleeting and constrained thing you have known, is now completely over. You rise from your bed, and a swarm of eunuchs descends upon you, stripping away your sleeping robes and beginning the long process of transformation. The dressing ceremony takes 4 hours. You stand motionless as layer after layer of clothing is added to your body. First, the innermost robe of white silk, pure and clean. Then the middle robes of increasing formality, each one heavier than the last. Then the outermost robe, the dragon robe, made of silk so precious that a single thread could feed a family for a month. It is deep yellow, the forbidden yellow, and embroidered across every inch of its surface are dragons, 9-clawed dragons that writhe and coil in clouds and waves. The symbolism is explicit. You are the dragon. You are the storm. You are the bringer of rain and the voice of heaven. The robe weighs as much as a small child. Your shoulders sag under the burden, but eunuchs on either side support you, their hands under your elbows, bearing some of the weight. Then comes the headdress, Timion, Guan, a black lacquered hat, from which hang strings of jade beads that fall before your face like a curtain. You can see the world only through this curtain of swaying jade. Everything slightly obscured, slightly unreal. This too is symbolic. The emperor does not look directly upon his subjects, lest his divine gaze be too much for them to bear. You are given a jade tablet to hold, the hu, which you must grip with both hands and hold before your chest throughout the ceremony. Your fingers ache around it. You are told not to drop it, not to let it slip, for it represents your authority and your connection to the ancestors. You nod your understanding, but inside you are screaming. You are 9 years old. You want your mother. You want to run away. You want to wake up from this nightmare and find that it was all some elaborate mistake. But there is no mistake. The doors to your chamber open, and you are led out into the pre-dawn darkness of the Forbidden City. The massive complex has been transformed overnight. Every surface is hung with white, the color of morning. Lanterns glow with pale light, casting long shadows across the courtyards. And the people, thousands upon thousands of people, line the walkways and fill the courtyards, all of them in mourning white, all of them prostrate on the ground. You walk forward, guided by Feng Bao and 2 high-ranking eunuchs, whose names you do not know. You walk through the gate of supreme harmony, under the watchful gaze of guardian lions whose stone eyes seem to follow your progress. You walk across courtyards, so vast they could hold entire villages, and with every step, the people around you press their foreheads to the ground, and intone in a low, rumbling chorus, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. This is your greeting now, your no name. Wansui, the Eternal One, the one who will live forever. The Hall of Supreme Harmony looms before you, the largest wooden structure in China, perhaps in the world. Its roof rises in sweeping curves toward the lightning sky, covered in yellow tiles that seem to capture and hold the first rays of dawn. You climb the marble stairs, each step an effort under the weight of your robes, and enter the hall. The interior is vast and dim, lit by hundreds of red lanterns that cast everything in a warm, hellish glow. At the far end, on a raised platform, sits the dragon throne. It is carved from a single piece of dark wood and inlaid with gold and mother of pearl. It is both magnificent and terrifying, less a piece of furniture than an altar. Grand Secretary Zheng Zhuzhang waits beside the throne. He is a tall man with a severe face and eyes that seem to look through you rather than at you. He is the most powerful man in the empire, the chief minister who has effectively run the government during your father's illness. He bows to you the shallowest bow of respect from superior to inferior, and you understand the message. He acknowledges your divine status, but he is still the master here. You are the symbol. He is the substance. The ceremony begins. Officials file in, arranged by rank and department, each one approaching the throne to perform the 3 kneeling and 9 prostrations required in the presence of the emperor. You sit on the throne, your feet not quite reaching the footrest, your small body dwarfed by the massive chair. The jade beads of your headdress sway and click together with every tiny movement. The jade tablet grows slippery in your sweating hands, and still they come, wave after wave of officials, all in perfect formation, all performing the exact same ritual. Zheng Zhuzhang reads the proclamation in a voice that echoes through the hall. You are declared the Wanli Emperor, the 10th Emperor of the Ming Dynasty, ruler of all under heaven, the Son of Heaven himself, mediator between the celestial realm and the mortal world. The words wash over you without meaning. You understand them intellectually. You have been taught their significance in your studies, but they do not connect to the small, frightened boy sitting on this impossible throne. How can you be the voice of heaven? How can you mediate between gods and men? You still sometimes wet your bed at night. The ceremony continues for hours. There are prayers and declarations, the burning of incense, the presentation of the imperial seals that bear your reign name. You are given your Iran name, Wanli, which means 10,000 calendars, a wish for a long and prosperous reign. You will rule under this name for the next 48 years, the longest reign of any Ming emperor, but you will spend most of those years wishing you had never been born into this golden prison. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, the heat in the hall becomes oppressive. Sweat runs down your back beneath the layers of silk. Your legs cramp from sitting motionless for so long. Your arms shake with the effort of holding the jade tablet, but you do not move. You do not speak. You sit as you have been instructed, projecting an image of divine serenity while inside you are crumbling. This is your first lesson in the true nature of imperial power. It is not about what you feel or what you want. It is about what you project, what you symbolize. You are no longer Zhu Hizhang. You are the Wanli Emperor. And the Wanli emperor does not have feelings. When the ceremony finally ends, and you are led back to your chambers, you collapse. Eunuchs strip away the heavy robes and bathe you in water scented with chrysanthemum. Your mother comes to you, tears streaming down her face. She has been elevated to the rank of Empress Dowager, the most powerful woman in the empire. She holds you, finally, without the barrier of protocol, and you sob into her shoulder like the child you still are. She whispers reassurances, tells you that you will grow into this role, that you will become a great emperor like your ancestors. But you can hear the fear in her voice. She knows, as you are beginning to know, that you have been given a burden no human being should have to carry. That night, you lie awake in the emperor's private quarters, a suite of rooms even more luxurious and more isolating than your previous chambers. The bed is enormous, carved with dragons and phoenixes, hung with curtains of the finest silk, but it feels like a tomb. You are surrounded by guards, by eunuchs sleeping in antechambers, by the weight of 1,000 years of history pressing down on you. You are the most powerful person in the most powerful empire on earth, and you have never felt more powerless, more trapped, more utterly alone. Zhang Zhuzhang comes to you the morning after your coronation, and your real education begins. If your childhood tutors were strict, Zhang is merciless. He is 51 years old, at the height of his intellectual and political powers, and he has a vision for reforming the empire that requires a compliant emperor who will not interfere with his policies. You, a 9-year-old boy, are the perfect tool for his purposes. He intends to shape you, to mold you, to turn you into the kind of ruler he believes China needs. What he does not realize, what he will never understand, is that in controlling you so completely, he is planting the seeds of resentment that will eventually destroy his legacy. Your day now begins at the 4th watch, around 4 in the morning. You are woken by eunuchs, who dress you quickly in study robes, less formal than the full imperial regalia, but still heavy with symbolism. You are brought to the Hall of Literary Profundity, a smaller hall within the palace complex that serves as your classroom. Zhang Zhuzhang waits for you there, along with 2 other tutors, lesser scholars who assist him but never dared to contradict him. You bow to them, they bow to you, and then the performance of mutual respect is over. You are a student, and Zhang is determined to be the strictest teacher in the empire's history. The curriculum is punishing. You study the 4 books and 5 classics, the foundational texts of Confucian philosophy. You memorize passages that run for pages, ancient wisdom about the proper relationships between ruler and subject, father and son, husband and wife. You learn that the emperor is not a tyrant but a moral exemplar, that your primary duty is not to exercise power but to embody virtue. You'll learn that the mandate of heaven is not a blank check for imperial whims, but a conditional grant that can be revoked if you fail in your moral duties. Heaven, Zhang tells you again and again, does not grant power to tyrants. It grants power to the virtuous, and virtue requires discipline, study, and above all, listening to your wise ministers. Zhang's teaching method is relentless questioning. He asks you to interpret passages from the classics, then picks apart your answers with surgical precision. He points out logical flaws, insufficient understanding, failure to grasp deeper meanings. You are 9, then 10, then 11 years old, and you are being held to a standard that would challenge a mature scholar. When you falter, when you cannot answer, Zhang's face grows stern. He does not shout. He does not need to. His disappointment is punishment enough. You learn to dread that look, that slight narrowing of his eyes that tells you that you have failed yet again to meet his impossible standards. But the Confucian classics are only part of your education. Zhang also insists that you understand history, the rise and fall of dynasties, the mistakes of past. You study the Qin dynasty, unified China, and then collapsed, after only 15 years because its emperor was a tyrant who burned books and buried scholars. You study the Tang dynasty, the golden age of Chinese civilization, brought low by imperial weakness and the Enlushan rebellion. You study the Song dynasty, prosperous and cultured but ultimately conquered by foreign invaders because its emperors neglected military affairs. Every lesson is a warning, every historical anecdote a cautionary tale. Do not be cruel like Qin Shi Huang. Do not be weak like the late Tang Emperor. Do not neglect defense like the Song. Be wise, be virtuous, be balanced. In other words, be imposible. Zhang controls every aspect of your life. He sets your schedule, determines your meals, chooses your clothing, even decides when you may visit your mother. He argues that this is necessary, that the young emperor must not be corrupted by the indulgences of palace life, by the flattery of eunuchs and the machinations of palace women. You must remain pure, focused, dedicated to your studies and your duties. In practice, this means you have no freedom whatsoever. You wake when Jung decrees. You study what Jung selects. You eat what Jung approves. You go to sleep when Jung determines the day is over. You are the emperor, but Jung is your jailer. There are brief respites in this grueling routine. Once every 10 days, Jung permits you to have a day of reduced study, what he calls a day of rest, but which is really just a day with slightly fewer hours of lessons. On these days, you are allowed to practice calligraphy for pleasure rather than for instruction, to paint, to compose poetry. You discover that you have some talent for these arts. Your brushwork is elegant. Your poems show sensitivity and depth. For a few hours, you feel almost human, almost yourself. But then the next day dawns, and you are back in the hall of literary profundity, back under Jung's merciless scrutiny. As you grow older, Jung begins to bring you into the actual governance of the empire. You sit in on audiences with high officials. You read memorials from provincial governors, reports of harvests and taxes, petitions for relief from droughts and floods. Jung explains the issues to you, outlines the various positions, then tells you what decision you should make. You announce this decision, and it is implemented immediately. The officials bow and thank you for your wisdom. But you know, and they know, and Jung knows, that these are not your decisions. You are a puppet, mouthing words that Jung has written for you. This arrangement galls you more with each passing year. You are 13, 14, 15 years old. You are approaching manhood. You are the emperor, yet you have less autonomy than a peasant child in the countryside. The peasant child can choose to play or work, can speak freely, can even rebel against his parents. You can do none of these things. Every word you speak is rehearsed. Every action is choreographed. Even your thoughts, you sometimes fear, are not entirely your own. So thoroughly as Jung filled your mind with Confucian precepts and historical examples, you begin to notice the power dynamics more clearly. Jung is not just your teacher. He is the de facto ruler of the empire. He has placed his allies in every important position. He has ruthlessly purged his opponents, sending them into exile or forcing them into retirement. The entire governmental apparatus runs according to his design, and it runs remarkably well, you must admit. Under Jung's leadership, the empire is prosperous. Taxes are collected efficiently. The military is strong. The borders are secure. Public works are completed on time and under budget. Jung is, by any objective measure, a brilliant administrator, but his very competence makes your own irrelevance even more painful. You develop a complicated relationship with this man who controls your life. On one level, you respect him. He is clearly intelligent, clearly dedicated to the empire's welfare. His policies are sound. His reforms are necessary. He works tirelessly, often staying up long past midnight to review documents and draft proposals. He has given his entire life to the service of the state. On another level, you hate him. You hate his control, his condescension, his absolute certainty that he knows better than you about everything. You hate that he treats you as an eternal student rather than as the sovereign. You hate that when he looks at you, he does not see the Son of Heaven but a boy who still needs constant supervision. Your mother, the Empress Dowager, sees your frustration but can do nothing, while Jiang Zhujiang controls the outer court, the world of governance and state affairs. There is another realm of power within the Forbidden City that operates according to different rules. This is the inner court, the residential section of the palace, and it is a world dominated by women and eunuchs. Here, away from the formal audiences and Confucian lectures, a different kind of education is taking place. You are learning the subtle art of palace intrigue, the deadly game of whispered words and hidden daggers. The inner court is a vast warren of courtyards and pavilions, gardens and halls, all arranged according to strict hierarchies. At the very center is the Palace of Heavenly Purity, your primary residence, a place so sacred that even high officials may not enter without your explicit permission. Surrounding this are the quarters of the Empress, your formal wife, and the various consorts and concubines who make up your household. Beyond these are the residences of your mother, the Empress Dowager, and other members of the imperial family. The entire complex is serviced by thousands of palace maids and hundreds of eunuchs, all living in a state of enforced celibacy, all competing for favor and position in this closed world. Your empress is a girl named Wang, selected for you when you were 14 years old, through an elaborate process that involved examining candidates from all the most prominent families in the empire. She is beautiful in the classical manner, with pale skin and delicate features, skilled in music and needlework, and all the arts deemed appropriate for an empress. But there is no warmth between you. Your marriage is a political arrangement, a joining of lineages, and the relationship is conducted with painful formality. You visit her chambers on the prescribed nights, perform your conjugal duties with mechanical precision, and then return to your own quarters. She bows to you. You nod to her. Words are exchanged that mean nothing. You are husband and wife, but you are strangers. The concubines are a different matter. You have dozens of them, young women selected for their beauty and brought into the palace to serve your pleasure. The system is designed to prevent any one woman from gaining too much influence. You are supposed to rotate among them according to a schedule, preventing emotional attachments that might compromise your judgment or lead to favoritism. But you are a young man, not a machine, and despite all the regulations and precautions, you develop preferences. There is one woman who captures your heart, almost from the first moment you see her. Her name is Zhang, and she is different from the others. She is intelligent, quick-witted, skilled in conversation, as well as in the more intimate arts. When you visit her chambers, you find yourself staying longer than protocol dictates, talking with her about things you can discuss with no one else. She listens to your frustrations about Zhang, your resentment at being controlled, your dreams of ruling independently. She does not lecture you or correct you. She simply listens, and occasionally offers observations that are surprisingly astute. In her presence, you feel like a person rather than an imperial symbol. Your mother, the Empress Dowager, watches your growing attachment to Lady Zhang with concern. She understands the dangers of imperial favoritism, how a beloved concubine can become a power center, manipulating the emperor and interfering in state affairs. Chinese history is full of such cautionary tales, emperors brought low by their love for unsuitable women. She tries to counsel you toward moderation, toward treating all your women with equal regard. But you are young and in love, perhaps the only real love you will ever experience in your constrained life, and you reject her advice. You begin spending more and more time in Lady Zhang's quarters, neglecting your other consorts, even neglecting your empress. The palace women form factions around this rivalry. Some align with the empress, supporting the legitimate wife and the principle of proper hierarchy. Others align with Lady Zhang, seeing her as the rising power. These factions compete through 1,000 small acts of sabotage and advancement. A word dropped in the right ear. A gift presented at the opportune moment. A rumor carefully cultivated. The eunuchs, who serve as intermediaries between the women's quarters and the outside world, play both sides, profiting from the conflict. The eunuchs themselves are a fascinating and disturbing presence in your life. They are men who have been castrated, usually as boys, in order to serve in the inner court without posing any threat to the imperial bloodline. The operation is brutal and dangerous. Many boys die from infection or blood loss, but for those who survive and are accepted into palace service, it offers opportunities that would otherwise be unimaginable for someone of their low social class. A clever eunuch can rise to positions of tremendous power, controlling access to the emperor, managing imperial finances, even leading military campaigns. Fang Gua, who has been with you since childhood, is now one of the most powerful men in the empire. As director of ceremonial, he oversees all the eunuchs in the palace, a position that gives him enormous influence. He controls your daily schedule, decides who gets an audience, manages the flow of information to and from you. He is also fabulously wealthy, having accumulated a fortune through gifts, bribes, and various corrupt schemes. Zhang Zhuzhang despises him but tolerates him because Feng Bao is useful. The eunuch supports Zhang's policies, helps implement his reforms, and most importantly, keeps you manageable. But there are other eunuchs who resent Feng Bao as Tamanan-san, who see, in your growing resentment of Zhang Zhuzhang, an opportunity to advance their own positions. They whisper to you about Feng Bao's corruption, his disrespect, his secret mockery of imperial authority. They offer themselves as more loyal servants, more dedicated to your true interests. You listen to these whispers with growing interest. You are beginning to understand that power in the Forbidden City is not just about formal authority, but about controlling the flow of information, about having loyal servants in key positions, about building networks of obligation and favor. This is a kind of power that Zhang Zhuzhang, for all his brilliance, does not fully appreciate because it operates outside the Confucian system of merit and virtue. Your days in the inner court follow their own rhythm, distinct from the rigid schedule of study and audiences that Zhang imposes on you. You awake latte, by his standards, at the 5th watch, around 6 in the morning. After breakfast, on days when you are not required to attend audiences or study sessions, you have a few hours of relative freedom. You might practice calligraphy in your private studio, grinding ink and forming characters on silk or paper. This is one of the few activities that gives you genuine pleasure. There is something meditative about the process. The focus required to form each stroke correctly, the way a well-executed character seems to capture something essential about meaning and form. You have been trained in several calligraphic styles, from the austere clerical script to the flowing cursive hand. Your work is quite good. Some say excellent, though you never know whether people are being honest or simply flattering the emperor. Sometimes you walk in the imperial gardens. Though even this simple pleasure is constrained by protocol, you cannot simply stroll wherever you please. Eunuchs scout the path ahead, ensuring that no unauthorized person is present. Guards follow, at a discreet distance. Servants carry portable chairs in case you wish to rest. The spontaneity is drained from the experience. Still, the gardens are beautiful. Carefully designed landscapes of rocks and water, pavilions and bridges, ancient trees and flowering shrubs. In spring, the gardens explode with color, plum blossoms and peonies, cherry blossoms and magnolias. In autumn, the leaves turn gold and red, and the air carries the scent of chrysanthemums. These moments of natural beauty are among the few times you feel something approaching peace. The afternoons are often devoted to religious observances. Despite the Confucian emphasis of your official education, the inner court is deeply influenced by Taoism and Buddhism. There are temples and shrines scattered throughout the complex, places where incense is burned and prayers offered to various deities and ancestors. Your mother is particularly devout, and she encourages you to make regular offerings and to consult with Taoist priests about auspicious dates for important decisions. You find these rituals somewhat tedious, but you recognize their political importance. The common people believe that the emperor is the intermediary between heaven and earth, and maintaining proper religious observances is part of your job. There are also the entertainments, carefully curated diversions designed to occupy your time without allowing you to develop any dangerous opera performances in the palace theater, with elaborately costumed actors performing classical dramas, acrobats, and jugglers, and magicians who perform feats of skill and illusion, musicians playing ancient instruments, the haunting sounds of the guqin and the peep. You watch these performances from a private box, separated from the performers by screens and distance. Sometimes Lady Zhang joins you, and you hold hands in the darkness. This small intimacy, one of the few genuine human connections in your life. The evenings are for reading, though not the kind of reading Zhong Zhuzheng prescribes. In your private chambers, away from your tutors, you read histories and poetry, travel accounts, and even some fiction. Though novels are considered vulgar by Confucian standards, you are particularly fascinated by accounts of the wider world, of foreign lands beyond China's borders. You read about the tribute missions from Korea and Vietnam, from the kingdoms of Southeast Asia. You read Marco Polo's description of China, translated into Chinese and full of amusing exaggerations. You read Jesuit missionary reports about Europe, about the kingdoms and cities there, about their strange customs and technologies. These accounts make you aware of how large the world is and how small your own world has become. At night, you visit your empress or one of your concubines, usually Lady Zheng. These visits are not entirely private. Eunuchs wait outside the chamber, noting the time of your arrival and departure. If you spend the night, they record this as well. If a woman becomes pregnant, these records will be consulted to confirm the child's legitimacy. Even your most intimate moments are observed, recorded, made part of the historical record. Future generations will read about your sexual habits, will analyze patterns to draw conclusions about your character and governance. Nothing is truly private. Nothing is truly yours alone. The inner court has its own justice system, its own hierarchy of rewards and punishments. A palace maid who displeases a consort might be beaten or sent to work in the laundries, a far harsher assignment than serving in the residential quarters. A eunuch who steals might be executed, or if his crime is minor, merely demoted and reassigned to less prestigious duties. You hear about these matters only in the most general terms. The daily administration of the inner court is handled by the senior eunuchs and palace ladies, creating a bureaucracy within a bureaucracy. You are the nominal head of this world, but much of it functions without your knowledge or consent. There are darker undercurrents to life in the inner court, whispers of things that disturb your sleep. Stories of palace maids who have been found dead, officially declared suicides, but rumored to have been murdered by jealous rivals. Tales of eunuchs who have disappeared, victims of internal power struggles, accounts of babies who died in infancy. Their deaths perhaps not as natural as officially reported. The inner court is a world of women and castrated men, people who have no outlet for ambition except through manipulation and intrigue. The stakes are incredibly high. A woman who bears the emperor a son might see her child become the next emperor, elevating her to the pinnacle of power. A eunuch who gains the emperor's trust might accumulate wealth and influence beyond measure. These possibilities drive people to desperate acts. You try not to think too much about these darker aspects of palace life. You tell yourself that these are exceptions, that most of the people serving you are loyal and honest. But you cannot entirely ignore the reality. You are surrounded by people who have been forced into this life through poverty or desperation. People who have given up their families and their futures for a chance at advancement. They smile at you and bow to you and call you by your divine titles. But what do they really think? Do they hate you? Do they pity you? Do they see you as a god or as just another prisoner of this system, albeit a prisoner in golden chains? Your mother tries to shield you from the worst of the palace intrigues, but she is also part of this system. As Empress Dowager, she wields considerable power, particularly in matters concerning the inner court. She makes decisions about which women should be promoted to higher ranks, which eunuchs should be given positions of authority, how the imperial household budget. The news reaches you on a gray morning in the 6th month of the 10th year of your reign. You are 20 years old, reviewing memorials in your study when Feng Bo enters with an expression you have never seen on his face before. It is a mixture of genuine sorrow and poorly concealed excitement. Zheng Zhuzheng is dead. The Grand Secretary, the man who has controlled your life since you were 9 years old, has finally succumbed to the illness that has been consuming him for months. He died at his home, surrounded by his family, after suffering a massive seizure. He was 58 years old. You sit very still when you hear this news. You should feel something, you think. Grief. Perhaps, for the man who educated you and guided the empire so ably. Relief. Certainly, that you are finally free from his control. But what you feel is a strange numbness, as though some essential part of you has been held in suspension for so long that it cannot immediately resume normal function. You dismiss Feng Bo and sit alone in your study, staring at nothing, trying to understand what this moment means. The official mourning is elaborate and sincere. Zheng was respected, even revered, by many in the government. His economic reforms have filled the treasury. His military policies have secured the borders. His administrative innovations have made the bureaucracy more efficient. Memorials pour in from across the empire, praising his wisdom and dedication. The court goes into mourning. You issue a decree honoring his service, granting his family wealth and titles, ensuring that his legacy will be remembered forever. You say all the right things, perform all the expected rituals, and beneath this official performance, you begin to plan your revenge. It starts slowly, almost officials who were closest to Zheng began to find themselves reassigned to distant posts. Men who opposed Zheng's policies are suddenly recalled from retirement and given important positions. You begin to ask questions about Zheng's administration, probing inquiries about how certain decisions were made, about the sources of his family's wealth. What you discover, or what you allow yourself to believe you have discovered, is evidence of corruption on a massive scale. Zheng Zhuzheng, it turned out, was not the selfless servant he appeared to be. He accumulated enormous wealth during his years in power. He accepted gifts from officials seeking advancement. He placed his sons in lucrative positions. He built a mansion in his home province that rivals some imperial palaces in its splendor. His family lives in luxury that seems inappropriate for even the highest skill. All of this was overlooked during his lifetime because of his competence and your own powerlessness. But now he is dead, and you are emperor in fact, as well as name, and old sins can be revisited. The eunuchs, particularly Feng Bao, feed your growing anger. They bring you reports of Zheng's arrogance, how he dismissed imperial authority, how he treated you as a child who needed constant supervision. They remind you of every humiliation, every moment when Zheng corrected you, or overruled you, or made it clear that he, not you, was the real power in the empire. They tell you that the officials still loyal to Zheng's faction are plotting against you, planning to constrain your authority just as Zheng did. These reports may be true, or they may be exaggerations designed to manipulate you, but they confirm what you want to believe, that Zheng was not a loyal minister, but a usurper who stole your authority. 18 months after Zheng's death, you make your move. You issue a decree stripping Zheng Zhuzheng of all his honors and titles. You declare that he was corrupt, that he abused his position, that he disrespected imperial authority. You order his family's property confiscated, his sons arrested and interrogated. The eldest son, unable to bear the disgrace, commits suicide. The rest of the family is impoverished and exiled. Officials who protest this treatment are dismissed or punished. Within weeks, Zheng's carefully built political network is dismantled, and his legacy is in ruins. The scholar official class is shocked by your actions. Zheng was one of their own, a brilliant examination candidate who rose through merit to the highest position in the government. The attack on his legacy seems like an attack on the entire system of Confucian governance. Memorials flood in, hundreds of them, arguing that you are being unjust, that you are being influenced by eunuchs and palace women rather than by virtuous principle. They remind you that sage emperors listen to criticism and correct their errors. They quote the classics at you, passages Zheng himself taught you about the importance of honoring worthy ministers. You ignore them. For the first time in your life, you exercise absolute power, and it is intoxicating. These officials who presume to lecture you, to constrain you with their endless moral sermons and historical precedents, now bow before your anger. You have discovered something that Zheng's Confucian education tried to hide from you. You are not bound by tradition or moral principle or the opinion of scholars. You are the son of heaven. Your will is law, and if they do not like it, they can suffer the same fate as Zheng's family. But there is a cost to this assertion of power, though you do not fully recognize it yet. The relationship between emperor and bureaucracy is based on a delicate balance. The emperor needs the officials to actually govern the empire. He cannot read every memorial, make every decision, oversee every province himself. The officials, in turn, need the emperor to legitimize their authority and give direction to policy. When this relationship works well, as it did under Zheng's administration, the empire prospers. When it breaks down, when emperor and bureaucracy are at odds, everything becomes more difficult. By destroying Zheng's legacy, you signal to the bureaucracy that loyalty and competence are not enough. You can be the most capable minister in the empire. You can dedicate your entire life to the state. And still, you might end up disgraced and your family ruined if you displease the emperor. This creates fear, and fear creates caution. Officials begin to hesitate before offering honest advice. They become more concerned with pleasing you than with good governance. The culture of the court begins to shift, becoming less about merit and more about favoritism. You also empower the eunuchs by destroying Zheng. Feng Bo and his faction have demonstrated their usefulness to you. They supported your attack on Zheng, provided the information you needed, helped you bypass the normal bureaucratic channels. In return, you give them more power, more access, more opportunities for enrichment. The eunuchs have always been present in Chinese courts, but traditionally, they have been kept subordinate to the Now you are elevating them, using them as a counterweight to the bureaucracy. For the next decade, you rule with energy and attention. The first flush of absolute power has not yet faded into boredom or resentment. You are young, vigorous, determined to prove that you can be a great emperor without Zheng Zhujiang controlling your every move, and for a time, it seems that you will succeed. These are the glory years of your reign, the years when the Wanli era looks like it might become one of the great periods of Chinese history. You begin attending morning audiences regularly, rising before dawn to meet with your ministers in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. These sessions are still highly officials presenting memorials and recommendations in formal language. You responding with carefully considered pronouncements. But there is a difference now. The decisions are yours. You read the memorials yourself, question the officials, debate policy options. You are not brilliant like Zheng was, but you are competent and conscientious. You take your duties seriously. The empire in these years is prosperous and stable. The population is growing, reaching perhaps 150 million people, making China by far the most populous country in the world. Agriculture is productive, benefiting from Zheng's earlier reforms, even if you will not acknowledge his contribution. New crops from the Americas, corn and sweet potatoes, and peanuts, are being adopted and helping to feed the growing population. Trade is flourishing, both internal commerce along the Grand Canal and external trade with Southeast Asia, and even, through intermediaries, with Europe. The treasury is full, swollen with tax revenues from this prosperous economy. You use this wealth to fund a number of ambitious projects. You repair and extend the Great Wall in the north, strengthening defenses against Mongol raiders. You rebuild portions of the Grand Canal, ensuring the smooth flow of grain from the south to Beijing. You renovate temples and palaces, including extensive work on the Forbidden City itself. You commission magnificent works of art, porcelain and jade, paintings and calligraphy, adding to the imperial collection. The Wanli reign becomes synonymous with luxury and refinement, and you take pride in this cultural flowering. Your armies achieve significant victories on the frontiers. When Japanese forces invade Korea, your tributary state, you dispatch a massive expeditionary force to push them back. The war drags on for years and costs a fortune. But ultimately you are successful. The Japanese withdraw. Korea remains in the Chinese sphere of influence, and you are hailed as a defender of the tributary system. You also conduct successful campaigns in the southwest, suppressing rebellions and extending Chinese control over previously autonomous regions. These military successes enhance your prestige and seem to confirm the mandate of heaven. The court in these years is a magnificent spectacle. You host elaborate banquets for the highest officials and visiting dignitaries, feasts that feature dozens of courses and last for hours. Entertainments are provided, opera and dance, acrobatics and music. You wear your most magnificent robes for these occasions, dragon robes encrusted with gold thread and pearls, so heavy that you can barely move. You sit on the dragon throne, elevated above your guests, a living symbol of power and majesty. Foreign envoys bow before you, presenting tribute from their kingdoms. Everyone agrees that you are a great emperor, that the empire is fortunate to have such a wise and capable ruler. You expand your personal household during this period, taking more concubines and fathering numerous children. Lady Zheng remains your favorite, and she bears you 3 sons, including one, Zhu Chen, who becomes the center of your affections. He is a bright, charming boy, and you love him more than you ever thought possible. When you hold him, when you play with him in the palace gardens, you feel something you have rarely felt in your constrained life. Pure, uncomplicated joy. You begin to imagine him as your heir, the next emperor, despite the fact that you already have a son by your empress, Zhu Chenglue, who by law and tradition should be the crown prince. Your Empress Wang has given you a son, but you feel no warmth toward either mother or child. The boy, Kang Luo, is a quiet, awkward child who seems to disappoint you without doing anything particularly wrong. Perhaps it is unfair, but you cannot help comparing him to Lady Zheng's son, Changshun, who is lively and clever. You begin to spend less and less time with your empress, and more time in Lady Zheng's quarters. The palace divides into factions supporting the 2 women and their sons, and a tension builds that will eventually tear the court apart. But in these early years, you do not see the danger. You are the emperor. Surely you can decide who your heir will be. The relationship with your mother during this period is complex. She is proud of your accomplishments, pleased to see you ruling actively and competently. But she is also concerned about your growing attachment to Lady Zheng and your apparent determination to bypass the legitimate heir. She tries to counsel you toward propriety, reminding you of the importance of following established succession practices. But you are less willing to listen to her advice now than you were as a child. You have tasted power, and you have discovered that you enjoy it. You do not want to be constrained, not by Confucian principles, not by tradition, not even by your mother's well-meaning guidance. Feng Bo and the other senior eunuchs prosper greatly during these years. You reward them for their loyalty during the conflict with Zhang Jujian's faction, giving them positions of authority and opportunities to enrich themselves. Feng Bo becomes fabulously wealthy, rivaling the richest nobles in the empire. He builds mansions, collects art, lives a life of luxury that would have been unimaginable for a castrated servant boy decades earlier. You tell yourself that this is fine, that these men deserve to be rewarded for their service. But their growing wealth and power creates resentment among the who see the eunuchs as corrupt parasites undermining Confucian governance. You also begin to indulge your own tastes for luxury and collecting. You commission the construction of new palace buildings, structures of. You wake before dawn, as you have every day for years now, to the sound of eunuchs moving softly in the outer chamber. They do not speak, not yet. Even their footsteps are carefully muted, soft slippers on marble floors. The darkness is absolute. No light penetrates the thick curtains of your bed, and you lie there for a moment, suspended between sleep and waking, trying to hold on to whatever dream was fading from your mind. But there is no reprieve. The day has begun, and you are the emperor, and the machinery of ritual must turn. The curtains part. A eunuch bows his face, barely visible, in the light of the single candle he carries. He murmurs the morning greeting, the same words every morning, informing you of the hour and the weather and the schedule of rituals to come. You rise from the bed, your body stiff from sleep, and stand naked while other eunuchs enter with basins of warm water. They wash you with silk cloths, carefully, thoroughly, attending to every part of your body with an intimacy that should be embarrassing but has long since become merely routine. They wash your face and neck, your arms and chest, your legs and feet. They trim your fingernails and toenails, collect the clippings in a jade box that will be examined later for signs of illness. Nothing that comes from your body is waste. Everything is a potential omen, a clue about your health, and thus about the health of the empire itself. The dressing ceremony begins. You stand with your arms outstretched, while layer after layer of clothing is added. First, the innermost garments, white silk against your skin. Then the middle robes, progressively more elaborate. Then the outer robe, chosen from dozens of options depending on the day's ceremonies. Today, it is a dragon robe of imperial yele, embroidered with 9 5-clawed dragons, the symbol of your absolute authority. The robe weighs perhaps 20 pounds. Your shoulders already ache from its weight, and the day has barely begun. The headdress comes next, a formal mianguan with its curtain of jade beads. The beads click softly as the eunuchs secure it to your hair, which has been carefully oiled and arranged. You can see the world only through this curtain of jade. Everything slightly obscured, slightly unreal. You have worn this headdress hundreds of times, but it always takes a moment to adjust to the altered perception. The way it isolates you, even as you stand among dozens of people. You are given the jade tablet to hold, the symbol of imperial authority, and then you are ready. The eunuchs bow and withdraw, walking backwards so as not to turn their backs on you. You follow them out of your private chamber, through the palace of heavenly purity, into the cold morning air of the courtyard. It is still dark, the sky just beginning to lighten in the east. Stars are visible overhead, though the layout of the Forbidden City is such that you can see only a square of sky, framed by roof tiles. You have lived here for 30 years, and you have never seen the horizon. The procession to the Hall of Supreme Harmony takes 15 minutes. You walk slowly, partly because of the weight of your robes, and partly because imperial dignity requires measured movement. Eunuchs walk ahead of you, calling out your approach so that everyone in your path can prostrate themselves before you arrive. You pass through gate after gate, courtyard after courtyard, each one exactly like the last, an endless repetition of marble and red pillars and golden roof tiles. By the time you reach the Hall of Supreme Harmony, your feet ache and sweat runs down your back beneath the silk. The morning audience is the central ritual of imperial governance, and it has been conducted in essentially the same way for centuries. You ascend to the dragon throne, a long climb up marble stairs, and take your seat. The throne is hard and uncomfortable, designed for symbolic power rather than physical ease. Below you, arranged in precise formations, stand hundreds of officials, organized by rank and department. They wear formal robes and hats, their faces masks of proper decorum. The hall is silent, except for the soft sound of breathing and the occasional rustle of silk. The master of ceremonies calls the audience to order. The officials perform the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, a ritual that takes several minutes. You sit motionless, watching jade beads sway before your face, while hundreds of men touch their foreheads to the floor to honor you. When Te Rai said the presentations begin, officials approach one by one, presenting memorials that have been approved in advance. They recite formal requests and recommendations, their voices echoing in the vast hall. You respond with carefully prepared statements, words drafted by secretaries and approved by ministers, pronouncements that carry the weight of imperial authority. A governor requests permission to construct a new granary. You grant it. A minister recommends the appointment of a new magistrate. You approve it. A military commander reports on border conditions. You praise his vigilance. The content matters less than the form. What is important is that these rituals are performed, that the proper relationship between emperor and bureaucracy is enacted and reaffirmed. This is not governance but theater, and you are the lead actor in a play that has been running for centuries. The audience lasts 3 hours. You sit without moving, your body growing numb, your mind wandering. You think about Lady Zheng, about her smile and her laugh. You think about your children, wondering what they are doing right now. You think about nothing at all, falling into a kind of trance where time seems to stop. Finally, the last official makes his presentation, performs his obeisance, and withdraws. The master of ceremonies announces the end of the audience. You rise from the throne, your legs stiff, and begin the long walk back to your quarters. Breakfast is waiting when you return to the palace of heavenly purity. The meal has been prepared by the imperial kitchen, a vast operation employing hundreds of cooks and assistants. The food is laid out on multiple tables, dozens of dishes arranged with perfect symmetry. There are soups and stews, dumplings and pancakes, rice and noodles, vegetables and meats, fruits and sweets. Each dish is a work of art, garnished and presented to delight the eye as well as the palate. Each dish has been tested for poison by designated eunuchs who stand nearby, ready to confirm that the food is safe. You sit at the table and select a few items, taking small bites of this and that. The food is excellent, prepared by master chefs using the finest ingredients in the empire, but you taste very little of it. The flavors seem muted, perhaps because you know that pleasure itself is just another ritual, another performance. You eat what is expected, consume what is proper, and then the tables are cleared. 90% of the food is taken away, distributed to servants, or thrown to dogs, or simply discarded. The waste is astronomical, but this too is part of the imperial mystique. An emperor's stable must always overflow. After breakfast, you retire to your study to review memorials. This is the real work of governance, reading the reports and petitions that arrive daily from every corner of the empire. Governors describe local conditions, military commanders request supplies, magistrates report on criminal cases, scholars offer unsolicited advice on policy matters. The memorials are written in highly formal language, full of allusions to classical texts and historical precedents. Reading them requires intense concentration and considerable learning. You spend 4 or 5 hours on this task every day, sitting at a desk while eunuch secretaries stand ready to retrieve documents or prepare replies. Your hand cramps from holding the brush, forming characters in the red ink reserved for imperial comments. Most memorials receive only a brief notation, approval or denial, or a request for more information, but some require detailed responses, explanations of policy or corrections of misunderstandings. You are conscientious about this work, at least in these early years of independent rule. You believe that this is what an emperor should do, carefully supervising the administration, making informed decisions based on thorough knowledge of conditions throughout the empire. But the volume is overwhelming. There are never enough hours to read everything thoroughly. Some memorials you skim, catching the main points and making quick decisions. Other memorials you delegate to ministers, trusting them to handle the details. Gradually, imperceptibly, you are losing touch with the actual functioning of the government. The reports you read are filtered, shaped by officials to tell you what they think you want to hear or what they want you to know. The decisions you make are based on incomplete information, influenced by advisors who have their own agendas. You are working harder than ever, spending more hours on governance than most emperors in history, but you are becoming less effective, more isolated, more dependent on intermediaries. Lunch is another elaborate meal, another display of imperial abundance. You eat a little, then put down your chopsticks. The afternoon stretches before you. More memorials to read, more audiences to attend, more rituals to perform. There is a ceremony at one of the palace temples, offerings to ancestors. You must be present, dressed in ceremonial robes, standing for hours while priests chant and incense burns. Your role is simply to be there, to embody the connection between the living and the dead, between the dynasty and its celestial mandate. After the religious ceremony, there is a brief period of rest. You return to your chambers and remove the heavy outer robes. You sit in a more comfortable chair, drink tea, try to relax. But even this rest is not truly private. Eunuchs hover nearby, ready to respond to any need. If you cough, they rush forward with medicine. If you look tired, they suggest a nap. If you express any desire, they immediately work to fulfill it. This constant attention is smothering. You sometimes wish you could be alone, truly alone, for just an hour. But solitude is impossible for an emperor. You are never alone. You will never be alone again. The evening meal is smaller than breakfast or lunch, but still elaborate by any normal standard. You eat with Lady Zheng tonight, a rare pleasure. She sits at a separate table, as is proper, but close enough that you can talk with her. She tells you about your son Changshun, how clever he is, how everyone admires him. You smile, feeling genuine warmth. This is one of the few authentic emotions you are permitted. Love for your children, at least for some of your children, is acceptable and even encouraged. After dinner, you might play Wakey, the strategy game known in the West as Go, Wheat Continue, one of your eunuchs. The game is complex and absorbing, requiring deep concentration and forward planning. For a brief time, you lose yourself in the patterns on the board, in the elegant logic of territory and influence. But even this simple pleasure is constrained. The eunuch must be careful not to win too decisively, not to make you look foolish. So the game is calibrated, manipulated to provide challenge without humiliation. Nothing in your life is allowed to be natural or spontaneous. As night falls, you prepare for bed. The eunuchs return to undress you, reversing the morning ceremony. Layer after layer is removed, folded carefully, stored for the next day, or sent for cleaning. You're washed again, your face and hands cleaned, your teeth scrubbed with salt and herbal powder. You are given sleeping robes, light silk garments that provide some relief after the weight of the day's formal clothing. You climb into bed, and the curtains are drawn, enclosing you in darkness. But sleep does not come easily. You lie awake, your mind churning. The day has been exactly like yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. Tomorrow will be the same, and the day after that, and the day after that. This is your life now. An endless repetition of rituals, Each one performed exactly as it has been performed for centuries. You are the most powerful man in the world, and you have no power at all. You cannot choose your own schedule. You cannot eat what you want or when you want. You cannot go where you please. You cannot speak freely. You cannot have genuine friends or honest conversations. Every moment is choreographed, every action prescribed. You are not a person. You are a function, a role, a symbol. The weight of this realization settles over you like a physical burden. You have worked so hard to escape Zhang Jujing's control, to rule in your own right. But now that you are ruling, you discover that nothing has really changed. You have exchanged one form of constraint for another. Zhang's control was personal and direct, but the ritual system's control is even more complete because it is impersonal and eternal. Zhang could die. The rituals cannot die. They will outlive you, outlive your children, outlive the dynasty itself. You think about your father, the Long King Emperor, who escaped this cage through mercury poisoning and death. You think about your ancestors, dozens of emperors stretching back through centuries, each one trapped in this same system, each one performing these same rituals. Some of them were great men, wise and capable. Others were mediocre or incompetent or actively harmful. But it almost didn't matter, because the system ran on its own momentum, grinding forward regardless of the emperor's abilities or desires. You are beginning to understand that the emperor is not the master of the system. He is its prisoner, its most valuable prisoner, kept in luxury, but kept nonetheless. This understanding fills you with a kind of despair. If you cannot control your own life, if every moment is predetermined by protocol and ritual, then what is the point? Why work so hard to govern well, if you are just a cog in a machine? Why read endless memorials, if the decisions are predetermined by precedent? Why attend ceremonies, if they are empty performances? Form without content. The meaninglessness of it all threatens to overwhelm you. You begin to notice things you overlooked before. The way the eunuchs watch you constantly, noting everything you do, everything you say. They are compiling records, keeping track of your movements and decisions and moods. These records will be consulted by historians, used to judge your reign, analyzed by future generations to determine whether you were a good emperor or a bad one. Your life is not your own. It belongs to history, to the dynasty, to the empire. Even your most private moments, your intimacies with your wives and concubines, are noted and recorded. The officials, too, are watching and judging. Every decision you make is scrutinized for adherence to Confucian principles. Every appointment is analyzed for signs of favoritism or corruption. Every policy is debated in memorials that challenge your wisdom and question your judgment. The scholar bureaucrats see themselves as the guardians of proper governance, and they do not hesitate to lecture the emperor when they believe he is straying from virtue. These lectures are couched in respectful language, but the message is clear. They know better than you. They are the true masters of the empire. You are just the symbol they use to legitimize their authority. Your mother notices your growing melancholy. She tries to counsel you, reminding you of your duties and responsibilities. But her words sound hollow now. Duty to whom? Responsibility for what? You are 32 years old, and you have spent your entire life in service to abstractions. The dynasty, the empire, the mandate of heaven, the cosmic order. These grand concepts have consumed your existence, leaving nothing for yourself, for your own happiness, for your own meaning. You are sacrificing everything for a system that does not care about you as an individual, that would replace you without a second thought if you died tomorrow. The succession crisis makes everything worse. You want to name your beloved son Changshun as heir, but the officials insist that tradition demands the eldest son of the empress to be chosen. They send memorial after memorial, hundreds of them, all making the same argument. You are the emperor. You should be able to make this one decision, to choose your own heir. But the system says no. Tradition says no. The officials say no. And you begin to realize that you do not have the power to override them. Not really. You can issue decrees. But if the officials refuse to implement them, if they drag their feet and obstruct and delay, then your decrees are meaningless. This is the moment when something breaks inside you. You have tried to be a good emperor, to follow the Confucian model of virtuous rulership that Zhang drilled into you. You have worked diligently, attended audiences, read memorials, performed rituals, and what has it gotten you? You are still constrained, still controlled, still powerless in the ways that matter most. The officials will not let you choose your heir. The rituals will not let you live your own life. The system will not acknowledge that you are a human being with desires and dreams and needs. You look around at the golden bars of your cage, the magnificent prison that is the Forbidden City, and you make a decision. If you cannot be free, if you cannot rule as you want, If you cannot even choose your own successor, then you will stop playing the game. You will withdraw. You will refuse to participate in the elaborate charade of Confucian governance. The officials want a sage emperor who listens to their advice and implements their policies. They will get nothing. They will get an emperor who simply disappears, who retreats into the inner court, and refuses to come out. Let them see how they like that. This decision does not come all at once. It builds gradually over months and years. You begin to miss audiences, claiming illness or pressing business in the inner court. You take longer to respond to memorials, sometimes letting weeks pass before issuing decisions. You refuse to make appointments, leaving positions vacant rather than choosing between competing candidates. It is a passive rebellion, a strike against the system that has imprisoned you, and it will define the rest of your reign, transforming you from a conscientious ruler into the absent emperor. The ghost in the palace, the man who ruled by refusing to rule. Lady Zheng is the only person in the Forbidden City who makes you feel human. When you are with her, the burden of being emperor lifts, if only briefly. She does not treat you as a divine symbol or a ceremonial function. She treats you as a man, with all the flaws and needs and vulnerabilities that implies. She laughs at your jokes. She listens to your complaints. She holds you when you are troubled and asks nothing in return except your affection. In a world of calculated relationships and ritual interactions, what you have with her feels genuine, and you cling to it desperately. She is not the most beautiful woman in the palace. She is not the most accomplished in the traditional arts of music and needlework, but she is intelligent and perceptive, able to read your moods and respond to them appropriately. When you want conversation, she engages you in discussions about poetry and philosophy. When you want silence, she sits quietly beside you, her presence a comfort without demands. When you want passion, she gives herself to you with an enthusiasm that seems authentic, not performed. Whether this authenticity is real or just a more skillful performance, you choose not to examine too closely. You need to believe that someone in this palace sees you rather than your title. Your first son, by Lady Zheng, is born in the 12th year of your reign. You name him Ju Changshun, and from the moment you hold him, you love him with an intensity that surprises you. He is a beautiful baby, healthy and strong, and as he grows, he proves to be clever and charming. He learns to speak early, and his first words delight you. He learns to read quickly, showing a precocious intelligence. When you visit Lady Zheng's quarters, you spend as much time playing with Changshun as you do with his mother. You commission toys for him, elaborate mechanical devices from the imperial workshops. You personally teach him calligraphy, guiding his small hand as he forms his first characters. You already have a son by your Empress Wangju. Kang Lua was born in the 3rd year of your reign, and by all traditional logic, he should be designated as crown prince and raised as your heir. But you feel no warmth toward this boy. When you look at him, you see only your empress, a woman you married out of political necessity, a woman who has never stirred any genuine emotion in you. Kang Luo is a serious, withdrawn child, awkward in your presence, unable to please you no matter what he does. It is not really his fault, but you cannot help comparing him unfavorably to Changshun, who seems to embody everything you could want in a son and heir. The law is clear on this matter. The succession should go to the eldest son of the empress, the legitimate heir. This principle has been followed in China for thousands of years. It exists precisely to prevent the kind of instability that comes from disputed successions, from competing sons and their mothers' factions fighting for power. But you are the emperor. Surely you should have some say in who succeeds you. Surely your preference should count for something, and so you begin to delay the designation of Changluo as crown prince, hoping to find some way to elevate Changshun instead. The officials notice this delay immediately, and they are alarmed. A clear succession is essential for stability. Uncertainty about the heir creates opportunities for faction and intrigue, weakens the authority of government, invites chaos. They begin submitting memorials urging you to designate Changluo as crown prince without further delay. These memorials are respectful, but insistent. They cite precedent, quote the classics, invoke the wisdom of ancient sage kings. The message is clear. You must follow tradition. You must choose Chang. There is no alternative. You ignore these memorials. You refuse to respond, refuse to make the designation. Months pass, then years. The officials grow more insistent. More and more memorials arrive, some from individual officials, others signed by dozens or even hundreds of bureaucrats. They begin to use stronger language, warning you that your refusal to designate an heir is damaging the empire, creating instability, showing disrespect for ancestral traditions. Some officials even suggest that you are being manipulated by palace women, that Lady Zheng is improperly influencing your judgment. This accusation infuriates you. How dare they suggest that you, the Son of Heaven, are being manipulated by a mere concubine? You are making your own decisions, following your own heart. But their constant pressure, their refusal to accept your preference, drives you to deeper resentment. The succession issue becomes a test of wills, a battle between your authority as emperor and their authority as guardians of Confucian tradition. Neither side will back down. Lady Zheng, for her part, carefully maintains an appearance of propriety. She never directly argues for Changshun's elevation. She never criticizes Changlua or the empress. In public, she is the model of a respectful concubine, deferential and humble. But in private, with you, she subtly reinforces your preference. She talks about Changshun's virtues, his intelligence and charm. She mentions, as if casually, how well loved he is by the palace staff, how everyone who meets him is impressed. She never pushes too hard, never makes demands. She simply plants seeds and lets your own emotions do the rest. The Empress Wang, meanwhile, becomes increasingly isolated and bitter. She sees her position being undermined, her son passed over, all because you prefer another woman. She has done everything required of an empress, performed all the proper rituals, maintained perfect decorum, yet none of it matters because you do not love her. She begins to build alliances with officials who support the legitimate succession, creating a faction devoted to protecting Changluo's rights. The palace divides into camps, those supporting Changshun and those supporting Shang, and the rivalry becomes increasingly bitter. Your mother, the Empress Dowager, tries to mediate this conflict, but even her authority is insufficient. She recognizes the danger of the situation, understands that disputed successions have destroyed dynasties throughout Chinese history. She urges you, repeatedly, to designate Changlua as crown prince and end the uncertainty. She points out that you can still favor Changshun in other ways, grant him titles and wealth, give him a prestigious position, but the succession must follow tradition. You listen to her arguments with growing impatience. Even your own mother, it seems, is against you. The conflict drags on for years, consuming ever more political energy. By the 20th year of your reign, it has become the central issue at court. Every appointment, every policy debate, somehow becomes entangled with the succession question. Officials align themselves with one prince or the other, building networks of support, preparing for the eventual transition of power. The government becomes increasingly paralyzed, unable to address other pressing issues because everything is. The decision does not announce itself with There is no dramatic moment when you declare your intention to withdraw from governance. Instead, it happens gradually, almost imperceptibly, like a tide receding from a shore. One morning, you simply do not attend the dawn audience. You send word that you are indisposed, that the officials should present their memorials through the usual channels and await your written responses. The officials accept this with some concern, but no alarm. Emperors occasionally miss audiences due to illness or pressing business. It is not unprecedented, but you do not return the next day, or the day after that. Weeks pass, then months, and still you do not appear in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The throne sits empty, while officials gather and perform their rituals to no one. At first they continue to submit memorials, expecting that you will resume your duties once you have recovered from whatever is troubling you. But as the absence stretches into years, they begin to understand that something fundamental has changed. The emperor has not fallen ill. He has simply chosen to disappear. Your retreat begins in the 21st year of your reign. You are 43 years old, a middle-aged man who has spent more than 3 decades in the golden cage of the Forbidden City. You have tried to be a good emperor, by your own understanding at least. You attended audiences regularly. You read countless memorials. You made difficult decisions. You waged successful wars. You maintained the empire. And what has it gotten you? Constant criticism from officials who think they know better than you. Endless lectures about Confucian, virtue, and historical precedent. A succession crisis that has poisoned your court and consumed years of political energy. You are exhausted, resentful, and profoundly disillusioned. The inner court becomes your entire world. You move your primary residence to the Palace of Heavenly Purity and rarely venture beyond its immediate surroundings. The world shrinks to a series of familiar courtyards and pavilions, gardens and halls, where you can move without the elaborate ceremonies required for public appearances. You see only a small circle of people, mostly eunuchs, who serve your personal needs, and a few favorite concubines. Lady Zheng remains your constant companion, and your son Changshun visits regularly, though you notice he is growing into a rather spoiled young man, indulged by palace servants, and taught to expect deference rather than to earn respect. The official business of the empire does not stop simply because you have stopped attending to it. Memorials still arrive, hundreds of them each week, piling up in your chambers like drifts of snow. At first, you make some effort to deal with them. You skim the most important ones. Issue brief responses. Delegate decisions to trusted ministers. But gradually, even this minimal engagement becomes too much. The memorials go unread, stacked in corners or stored in chests. Decisions that require imperial approval simply do not get made. Appointments that need your confirmation remain vacant. Policies that await your ratification languish in bureaucratic limbo. The government begins to seize up, like a mechanism deprived of the lubricant that allows its parts to move smoothly. Provincial positions remain unfilled for years because you will not approve appointments. Tax reforms cannot be implemented because you will not issue the necessary decrees. Infrastructure projects cannot begin because you will not authorize the expenditures. The bureaucracy attempts to work around these obstacles, to govern without your active participation, but there are limits to what they can do. The emperor's formal approval is required for countless decisions, and without it, the system grinds to a halt. The officials respond with alarm and frustration. They continue to submit memorials, now pleading with you to resume your duties. They describe the deteriorating situation in the provinces, the growing inefficiency of government, the damage being done to the empire by your absence. Some officials request audiences, desperate to speak with you directly, to understand what is happening and perhaps convince you to change course. You deny these requests. You have nothing to say to these men who have spent years lecturing you and constraining you. Let them experience what it is like when the emperor does not cooperate, when the center of the system simply opts out. Your mother, the Empress Dowager, is perhaps the person most troubled by your withdrawal. She understands better than anyone the psychological burden you carry, having watched you struggle with it since childhood. But she also understands the responsibilities of imperial power, the duty that comes with the mandate of heaven. She comes to your quarters regularly, trying to counsel you, to understand what has driven you to this extreme behavior. You receive her with proper filial respect, but you do not really listen to her arguments. She sounds like all the others, talking about duty and responsibility and the needs of the empire. You have given the empire 30 years. Is that not enough? The eunuchs, particularly those closest to you, thrive in this new arrangement, with the scholar officials marginalized and you sequestered in the inner court. The eunuchs become the primary channel of communication between the emperor and the outside world. They control access to you, determine which memorials you might actually see, deliver your infrequent commands and decisions. This gives them enormous power, and they use it to enrich themselves and their allies. Corruption, always present in the palace, becomes endemic. Positions are sold to the highest bidder. Decisions are influenced by bribes. The eunuchs build personal fortunes while the empire slowly deteriorates. You know about this corruption, at least in general terms. Some part of you recognizes that your withdrawal has unleashed forces that are damaging the empire, but you find it difficult to care. These officials who now complain about eunuch corruption, where were they when you needed support? They spent years opposing you, frustrating your desires, treating you as a ceremonial figurehead who should simply rubber-stamp their decisions. Now, they are experiencing the consequences of an emperor who truly does nothing. And perhaps they are learning that a passive, disengaged emperor is even worse than one who occasionally overrides their recommendations. Your days take on a new rhythm, one determined entirely by your own whims, rather than by ritual or duty. You wake when you feel like it, often late in the morning. You dress in comfortable robes, rather than formal regalia. You eat when hungry, rather than at prescribed times. This freedom should feel liberating, but instead it feels empty. Without structure, without purpose, time becomes a shapeless thing. Days blend into weeks, weeks into months. You fill the hours with diversions, with entertainments that provide momentary distraction but no lasting satisfaction. You develop an obsession with construction projects, particularly with your own tomb. Chinese emperors traditionally began planning their final resting place early in their reign, but you take this to an extreme. You pour enormous resources into creating the most magnificent tomb complex in Ming history, a vast underground palace that will house your remains and those of your emperor. The project takes years and costs a fortune, draining funds that might have been used for more practical purposes. But you find a strange comfort in planning your own death, in creating a monument that will outlast your troubled reign. You also turn to alcohol, drinking more heavily than before. Wine has always been part of palace life, served at banquets and ceremonies, but now you drink for escape rather than for pleasure. The wine dulls the sharp edges of your thoughts, softens the ache of your isolation, makes the empty hours pass more quickly. Your health begins to decline. You gain weight, becoming obese by your late 40s. Your joints ache. You suffer from digestive problems and headaches. The palace physicians prescribe tonics and treatments, but you ignore most of their advice. What does it matter if you are healthy? What are you staying healthy for? Lady Zhang remains your primary companion, but even this relationship becomes strained. She has achieved everything she wanted, secured a position of great influence, and ensured that her son is well provided for, even if he will not become crown prince. But your withdrawal troubles her. She sees you becoming bitter and self-destructive, wasting your remaining years in resentful inactivity. She tries to encourage you to engage more with governance, to find some middle path between the exhausting demands of full participation and the complete abdication you have chosen. But you resist her suggestions. You have made your decision. You will not be controlled anymore. Not by officials, not by tradition, not even by people who claim to love you. The succession issue remains unresolved. Chang Luo, now a young man, waits in limbo, neither confirmed as heir, nor definitively rejected. Chang Shun, your favorite, grows up knowing that his father loves him but cannot give him the throne. The uncertainty damages both young men, leaves them in a state of perpetual anxiety about their futures. But you cannot bring yourself to resolve it. To designate Chang Luo would be to admit defeat, to acknowledge that the officials were right and you were wrong. To designate Chang Shun would provoke a crisis that might threaten the dynasty, so you do nothing. And the limbo continues. Occasionally you emerge from your self-imposed exile to assert your authority in some arbitrary way. You might suddenly dismiss an official who has been too insistent in his memorials. You might order a lavish ceremony or an expensive construction project. You might promote a eunuch to a position of power, overriding the protests of the civil bureaucracy. These interventions are unpredictable and often seem capricious, driven more by mood than by any coherent policy. They keep everyone off balance, uncertain about what you might do next. Perhaps this is the point. If you cannot be a good emperor in the Confucian sense, you can at least be an unpredictable one, someone who refuses to fit into their neat categories and expectations. The years pass in this strange limbo. The 21st year becomes the 30th, then the 40th. You are in your 50s now, an old man by the standards of your time. Nearly 3 decades have passed since you last regularly attended morning audiences. An entire generation of officials has risen through the ranks who have never actually met the emperor, who know you only as an absence, a void at the center of government. The Forbidden City continues its elaborate rituals, but the rituals are increasingly empty, performances conducted for their own sake rather than in service of any larger purpose. The empire, somehow, continues to function. The bureaucracy is resilient, developed over thousands of years to operate even without effective central leadership. Provincial governors manage their territories. Magistrates settle disputes. Tax collectors gather revenue. The military defends the borders, though less effectively than in your earlier years. Life goes on for the 100 million people of China, most of whom have never seen the emperor and who are only vaguely aware that he has stopped governing. But cracks are appearing in the system. Corruption is spreading. Revenues are declining. Problems that could have been addressed are being ignored. The dynasty is slowly rotting from within, and you, sequestered in the inner court, are both cause and symptom of this decay. From behind the walls of the inner court, you watch the empire drift like a ship without a rudder. Reports still reach you, filtered through eunuchs and the few officials you still occasionally consult. And what you hear troubles you on those rare moments when you allow yourself to care. But mostly you have insulated yourself from the consequences of your withdrawal, cocooned in luxury and routine, letting the empire solve its own problems or fail to solve them. The most immediate effect of your long absence is the collapse of effective appointment procedures. The civil service examination system still functions, producing new Jinshi scholars each year, brilliant young men who have devoted their lives to mastering the Confucian classics. But these new graduates cannot receive official positions without imperial approval, and you refuse to conduct the appointment ceremonies. By the 30th year of your reign, there are hundreds of qualified candidates waiting for posts that never materialize. The backlog grows year by year, creating a generation of frustrated scholars who have earned the right to serve but are denied the opportunity. Existing officials fare little better. When someone dies or retires, their position often simply remains vacant because you will not approve a replacement. By some estimates, nearly half the positions in the imperial government are unfilled by the late period of your reign. Provincial administrations struggle to function with skeleton staffs. Central government ministries cannot fulfill their responsibilities. The entire bureaucratic apparatus, once so efficient under Zhang Zhujiang's administration, becomes a shadow of itself, barely maintaining basic functions. This administrative decay has real consequences for ordinary people. In provinces, where governors' positions remain vacant, local strongmen fill the power vacuum, collecting taxes for their own benefit and ignoring imperial directives. In areas where magistrates are absent, disputes go unresolved and criminals operate with impunity. The Grand Canal, that vital artery that brings grain from the south to feed the capital, falls into disrepair because no one has authority to order and fund the necessary maintenance. Flood control systems deteriorate. Roads go unrepaired. The infrastructure that makes empire possible slowly crumbles. The military suffers perhaps most of all. You refuse to conduct the military examinations that qualify officers for promotion. You will not approve new troop levies, even when commanders insist they are necessary. Defense budgets languish unspent because expenditures require your authorization, which you will not give. The armies that once scored victories in Korea and the Southwest become undermanned and underfunded. Discipline declines. Training lapses. Equipment becomes obsolete. The banner armies that guard the northern frontier grow weak precisely at the moment when a new threat is emerging. That threat comes from Manchuria, from tribes beyond the Great Wall that are beginning to unite under capable leaders. The Jakan people, who have been fragmented and relatively powerless for centuries, start to coalesce into a more organized force. They raid Chinese settlements, testing the border defenses and finding them increasingly inadequate. Your generals send urgent memorials warning of this growing danger, requesting resources and authority to strengthen the frontier. These memorials join the thousands of others piled unread in your chambers. You cannot be bothered with distant border problems. Let the generals handle it. That is what they are paid for. The financial situation deteriorates as well. The silver-based monetary system that has brought prosperity to the empire begins to show strain. The flow of silver from European trade starts to fluctuate, creating inflationary pressures. Tax collection becomes less efficient as corrupt officials skim revenues for themselves, knowing that the absent emperor will not scrutinize the accounts. The treasury, once so full during your early reign, gradually depletes. There is still money for your personal expenses, for the palace, for your tomb construction, but there is less for everything else, for the essential functions of government, for defense, for disaster relief. Natural disasters strike with increasing frequency during the later years of your reign, or perhaps they simply seem more frequent because the government responds to them so poorly. Floods along the Yellow River displace hundreds of thousands of people. Droughts in the north cause crop failures and famine. Earthquakes collapse buildings and kill thousands. In the past, the imperial government would have mobilized relief efforts, sent grain from the granaries, dispatched officials to coordinate reconstruction. Now, these disasters are managed haphazardly, if at all. Local communities must fend for themselves. The suffering is immense, and the people begin to wonder whether the mandate of heaven is slipping away from the Ming dynasty. Your eunuchs thrive in this chaos. With you uninterested in governance and the scholar officials marginalized, the eunuchs become the real power in the capital. They form networks and factions, competing with each other for influence and wealth. They sell offices to the highest bidder, pocketing the proceeds. They divert funds meant for government operations into their own accounts. They build mansions and live like princes, castrated servants who have become more powerful than many nobles. The most prominent of these eunuchs amass fortunes that rival the imperial treasury itself. You tolerate this corruption, even enable it, because the eunuchs are useful to you. They shield you from the demands of the officials. They run interference, turning away petitioners and deflecting criticism. They maintain the fiction that you are still governing, still making decisions, when in reality you are doing almost nothing. In return for these services, you allow them to enrich themselves. What do you care if they steal from the treasury? Money means little to you. You have everything you could possibly want in material terms. Let them have their share. The scholar official class watches this corruption with horror and impotent rage. They submit memorial after memorial denouncing the eunuchs, demanding that you rein them in, restore proper governance. A few brave officials even accuse you directly of neglecting your duties, of betraying the trust that heaven has placed in you. These officials are punished when their memorials come to your attention. Some are flogged, others are dismissed from office. A few are imprisoned. You will tolerate criticism up to a point, but there are limits. You are still the emperor, and no matter how much you have withdrawn, you will not allow outright insubordination. The relationship between you and the bureaucracy has completely broken down. What should be a partnership, emperor and officials working together to govern the empire, has become a cold war. They lecture and complain. You ignore and occasionally punish. Neither side trusts the other. Neither side respects the other. The Confucian ideal of virtuous emperor, guided by wise ministers, has devolved into bitter stalemate, and the empire pays the price. Inside the Forbidden City, Life continues in its own strange bubble of luxury and ritual. The palace still employs thousands of servants. The kitchens still prepare elaborate meals. The gardens are still maintained. The ceremonies are still performed, though now to empty halls and absent audiences. You are the eye of a storm, living in artificial calm while everything around you slowly You walk your familiar gardens, practice your calligraphy, drink your wine, and try not to think about what is happening beyond the palace walls. Lady Zheng grows older along with you. Her beauty fades, replaced by the dignity of middle age. Your passion has long since cooled into something more like companionship. Two people who have shared a lifetime in this strange place, who understand each other's compromises and disappointments. She no longer tries to influence your decisions or advocate for her son. She has accepted that Changshun will not be emperor, that Changlua, despite everything, will likely inherit the throne. She focuses now on securing her own future and her son's comfort, accumulating wealth and property, building alliances that will protect them after you are gone. Your mother, the Empress Dowager, is now an old woman, in her 70s, and increasingly frail. She has watched her transformation from diligent young emperor to bitter recluse, with a sorrow that she rarely expresses, but that you can see in her eyes. She still comes to visit you occasionally, though the walk from her quarters to yours is now difficult for her. She sits with you in silence, more often than not, having run out of arguments and advice, simply being present as a reminder of your humanity, of the family bonds that persist even in this isolated place. When said yes, a few years before you do, you feel a profound emptiness. She was the last person who remembered you as a child, the last connection to a time before the weight of the throne crushed you. In the 40th year of your reign, you are 62 years old, ancient by the standards of your time. Your body is failing, ravaged by decades of excessive drinking, overeating, and physical inactivity. You can barely walk without assistance. Your breath comes in labored gasps. Your skin is sallow, your eyes yellowed. The physicians shake their heads and prescribe their useless remedies, herbal tonics and acupuncture, and prayers to various deities. You know you are dying, and you face this prospect with a mixture of relief and regret. Relief because death will finally free you from this golden cage. You have been trapped in the Forbidden City for your entire life, from birth to death. Never truly free, never truly yourself. Death, at least, will be an escape, a release from the burden of being the son of heaven. You will not have to attend any more audiences, read any more memorials, perform any more rituals. You will not have to be the emperor anymore. You can finally just be nothing, dissolve back into the void from which you came. But also regret, because you are leaving behind such a mess. You know, even in your self-imposed ignorance, that the empire is in trouble. The borders are insecure. The bureaucracy is paralyzed. Corruption is rampant. The succession is uncertain. You have ruled for nearly half a century, one of the longest reigns in Chinese history. And you will be remembered not for your early successes, but for your long withdrawal. For the 30 years when you simply gave up. Chang Zhujiang's legacy, which you tried so hard to destroy, looks better with each passing year. At least under his administration, the empire functioned. Under yours, it has slowly come apart. You think about issuing some final decrees, trying to set things right before you die. Perhaps you could formally designate Changluo as heir, ending decades of uncertainty. Perhaps you could dismiss the most corrupt eunuchs, give the skull officials a chance to restore proper governance. Perhaps you could apologize, in some way, for your long absence, for the damage you have done through your stubborn refusal to perform your duties. But you do none of these things. It is too late, and you are too tired, and some part of you is still too angry to give the satisfaction of a deathbed conversion to virtue. Instead, you spend your final days much as you spent the last 30 years, secluded in your chambers, attended by eunuchs, and visited occasionally by Lady Zheng. You drift in and out of consciousness, fever dreams, mixing with memories. You remember your childhood, the confusion and fear of those early years. You remember Zheng Zhujiang, his stern face, and demanding lessons. You remember the brief glory years, when you thought you could be a great emperor. You remember the succession crisis that broke your will to rule. You remember making the decision to withdraw, that moment when something inside you gave up and chose isolation over engagement. Were you wrong? The question haunts your final hours. Should you have accepted the constraints, played the role that was assigned to you, been the Confucian-sage emperor that everyone wanted? Or were you right to rebel, to refuse participation in a system that treated you as a ceremonial object rather than a human being? You genuinely do not know. Both paths seem terrible in retrospect. To submit would have meant erasing yourself completely, becoming nothing but a function of the system. To rebel, as you did, meant abandoning your duties and watching the empire deteriorate. There was no good choice, only different varieties of failure. The inner court in your final decades becomes a place of paranoia and darkness, where reality and rumor blur together in a fog of suspicion and fear. You have cut yourself off from the legitimate channels of government, from the scholar officios who might provide reliable information and honest counsel. Instead, you rely entirely on the eunuchs, and the eunuchs have their own agendas, their own versions of truth that they feed you to serve their interests. The eunuch factions compete viciously for dominance. Some align themselves with Lady Zheng and Prince Sheng, betting that your favoritism might still translate into power after your death. Others quietly support Prince Cheng and the Empress faction, recognizing that legitimacy will probably prevail in the end. Still others play both sides, accumulating wealth and hedging their bets. These factions engage in a constant shadow war of manipulation and sabotage, poisoning each other's influence, spreading rumors, orchestrating scandals. You hear about these machinations only in fragments, distorted accounts filtered through layers of servants and intermediaries. A eunuch reports that Lady Zheng is plotting something, but the details are vague and possibly fabricated. Another claims that officials are conspiring to force you to abdicate in favor of King Luo, a story that may be true or may be designed to inflame your paranoia. You receive reports of supernatural portents, comets, and earthquakes, and strange births, all interpreted to suggest that heaven is displeased with someone, though no two interpreters agree on who has lost the mandate. The palace itself seems to darken in these years. Corridors that once gleamed with polish grow dingy. Gardens that were immaculately maintained become slightly overgrown, the servants cutting corners now that no one is really supervising. Buildings fall into disrepair. The vast complex that was once the most magnificent architectural achievement in the world begins to show its age. Paint peels, tiles, crack, wood rots. It is subtle, the decline of decades rather than years, but it is unmistakable. The Forbidden City is decaying along with its emperor. Strange incidents occur with disturbing frequency. A fire breaks out in one of the palace storehouses, destroying valuable records and treasures. Officials say it was an accident, careless servants with lamps, but rumors suggest arson, someone trying to cover up evidence of corruption. A eunuch is found dead in his quarters, officially a suicide but possibly murdered by rivals. One of the minor princes falls ill with mysterious symptoms that suggest poisoning. Lady Zheng herself becomes sick, and she is convinced that the Emperor's faction is trying to kill her. She survives, but her health is permanently damaged, and her paranoia, matching your own, intensifies. The most disturbing incident is the attack on Prince Konglue in the 43rd year of your reign. A madman armed with a wooden club somehow penetrates the security of the Forbidden City and enters the Crown Prince's quarters, attacking him and his attendants. Chongluo survives, but the incident raises terrifying questions. How did this intruder get past multiple layers of guards? Was he truly mad, or was someone directing him? Who benefits from an attack on the air? The investigation produces no satisfactory answers, only more accusations and conspiracy theories. The Chengshun faction suggests that Chengluo staged the attack to garner sympathy. The Chengluo faction insists it was an assassination attempt ordered by Lady Zheng. You issue decrees demanding the truth, but the truth is unknowable in this environment of lies and manipulation. You become obsessed with security, with protecting yourself from the plots you imagine everywhere. You change sleeping quarters unpredictably, never staying in the same room 2 nights in a row. You have your food tested multiple times, by multiple eunuchs, watching carefully for any sign of hesitation or fear that might indicate poison. You trust no one completely, not even Lady Zheng, though you continue to spend time with her, out of habit, and because loneliness is worse than paranoia. The palace becomes your prison not just figuratively, but literally. You are afraid to leave it, afraid that beyond your immediate chambers lies danger and betrayal. The isolation does terrible things to your mind. You have always been introspective, given to brooding and melancholy, but now your thoughts turn genuinely dark. You imagine plots that probably do not exist. You see significance in random events, patterns and chaos. A eunuch hesitates before responding to a question, and you wonder if he is concealing something. A dish at dinner tastes slightly off, and you refuse to eat it, convinced it is poisoned. You hear noises in the night, footsteps in empty corridors, whispers and shadows, and you do not know whether they are real or phantoms of your deteriorating mind. Sleep becomes difficult. You lie awake for hours, your mind churning through old grievances and new fears. You think about all the people who have tried to control you, from Zhang Zhuzhang to the scalafichels, to your own mother. You think about your sons, and wonder which one will inherit this poisoned throne, which one will have to deal with the mess you are leaving behind. You think about death, which seems to be approaching slowly but inevitably, and you wonder what awaits you in the afterlife. Will you be judged for your failures? Will your ancestors be waiting, disappointed, and angry at how you have squandered your reign? On the rare occasions when you do sleep, you have nightmares. You dream of drowning, of being pulled under dark water while hands reach from above but do not quite grasp yours. You dream of being lost in an endless maze of corridors, all identical, searching for an exit that does not exist. You dream of standing before your ancestors, trying to explain your reign, your words coming out as meaningless sounds while they shake their heads in disapproval. You wake from these dreams gasping and sweating, and the eunuchs rush to your side with lamps and reassurances, but the fear lingers. Lady Zheng, aging and ill herself, tries to comfort you, but there is an edge of desperation to her now. She knows that when you die, her position becomes precarious. Changlua will become emperor, and he has no reason to be kind to the woman who competed with his mother for decades. She will be lucky to escape with her life and some modest pension. More likely, she will spend her remaining years in enforced seclusion, cut off from her son, forgotten, and she clings to you as much for her own security as out of affection, and you both know it. The relationship that once seemed like genuine love has become a transaction to frighten people using each other for comfort and protection. Your conversations with her in these late years are strange and circular. You talk about the past, about the early years of your reign, when everything seemed possible. She tells you that you were right to fight for Changshun, that the officials were wrong to oppose you. You want to believe her, but you are not sure anymore. Maybe they were right. Maybe you should have followed tradition, designated Changluo immediately, avoided the whole succession crisis. Maybe everything that went wrong afterwards stems from that original refusal, that moment when you chose your personal desires over your imperial duties. But it is too late to change anything now. The decisions are made, the consequences are unfolding. All you can do is watch and wait for the end. Strange religious practices begin to occupy more of your time. You have always been somewhat superstitious, like most Chinese of your era, but now you become obsessed with Taoist rituals and Buddhist ceremonies. You invite priests and monks into the palace to perform elaborate rites meant to extend your life, to ward off evil spirits, to secure blessings from the heavens. These ceremonies are expensive and time-consuming, requiring rare ingredients and complex preparations. The priests promise you health and longevity, peace of mind and spiritual protection. You pay them lavishly, knowing even as you do that they are probably charlatans. But what else can you do? You have tried ruling well and failed. You have tried withdrawing and found no peace. Perhaps magic and prayer will succeed where virtue and wisdom have failed. You also become fascinated with your own mortality in morbid ways. You visit your tomb frequently, inspecting the construction, imagining yourself lying in the elaborate coffin that has been prepared. The tomb is magnificent, everything you ordered and more. A vast underground palace with multiple chambers, filled with treasures and artifacts that will accompany you to the afterlife. Your body will be dressed in robes, sewn with gold thread, and placed in a coffin of rare wood. Your two primary consorts, the Empress and Lady Zheng, will eventually join you here, the three of you spending eternity together in death as you never could in life. The tomb is your true legacy. You think sometimes, let the empire crumble, let the dynasty fall. At least this monument will remain testimony that the Wanli Emperor existed, that he commanded resources beyond imagining, even if he could not command himself. The final years blend together in a haze of decline and decay. The empire continues to deteriorate. The Manchu threat grows more serious, but you barely register it. The corruption gets worse, but you do not care. The officials continue to submit their useless memorials, and you continue to ignore them. The succession remains uncertain, and you make no move to resolve it. You are waiting for death, for the final release, and everything else seems increasingly irrelevant. Your world has contracted to almost nothing. You die on the 18th day of the 7th month, in the 48th year of your reign. The year is 1620 by the Western calendar, though you would never use such a measure. You are 68 years old, ancient by any standard, having outlived most of your contemporaries. Death comes not suddenly, but gradually, a slow fading over several days. Your body simply gives out, worn down by decades of excess and inactivity, by the weight you carry and the poisons you have consumed. The physicians cluster around your bed, but they can do nothing. They have known for weeks that you are dying. Now they simply wait for the inevitable, ready to perform the rituals that will mark the passing of an emperor. Lady Zheng is with you at the end, holding your hand as your breathing becomes more labored. Changshun is there too, his face pale with genuine grief, mixed with fear about his own uncertain future. A few senior eunuchs stand nearby, witnesses to history, already mentally composing the reports they will send to the court. You look at these faces, blurred by your failing vision, and you feel almost nothing. A vague sadness, perhaps, a tired acceptance, but not fear. Death is a release, an end to this long imprisonment. You'll close your eyes, and the world fades away. The morning rituals begin immediately. Your body is washed and dressed in your finest robes, the dragon robes you wore at your coronation nearly 50 years ago, now let out to accommodate your much larger frame. Your face is painted to restore some semblance of life. You are placed in the temporary coffin, and the wailing begins. Eunuchs and servants, and palace women, performing elaborate displays of grief. Some of it is genuine, most of it is theater, the expected response to the death of an emperor. The sound of mourning fills the forbidden city, echoing through courtyards and halls. Kang Rui, the son you neglected, is now the Taikang emperor. His reign will last only 1 month before he too dies, in circumstances so suspicious that historians will debate them for centuries. Was he poisoned by the Changshun faction? Did he kill himself? Or did he simply succumb to the stress of finally achieving a position he has waited for his entire life? The truth will never be known with certainty, but the brief, disastrous reign of your eldest son seems like a final curse on the succession crisis you could never resolve. Your funeral is magnificent, as befits the emperor who reigned longer than any other Ming ruler. The ceremony takes days, elaborate rituals performed by hundreds of priests and officials. Your coffin is carried in a massive procession from the Forbidden City to your tomb in the Ming Tombs complex north of Beijing. Thousands of soldiers lined the route. Thousands of mourners performed the required prostrations. The entire empire, officially at least, grieves for its departed sovereign. But what are they grieving? What legacy have you left? The question haunts the eulogies and memorial inscriptions. The official historians, bound by convention, will record your accomplishments. They will note the prosperity of your early reign, the military victories in Korea, the cultural flowering that occurred under your patronage. They will mention the magnificent tomb you built, the porcelain and art you commissioned. These were real achievements, undeniable contributions to Chinese civilization. But they will also have to record the withdrawal, the 30 years of absence that paralyzed the government. They will document the unfilled positions, the ignored memorials, the collapse of effective administration. They will note the rise of eunuch power and the spread of corruption. Most damningly, they will record the succession crisis, the decades of uncertainty that destabilized the court and created factions that will continue to poison politics long after your death. Future historians will debate endlessly whether you were a victim of circumstances or the architect of your own failure. The answer, as is often the case with history, is probably both. The Manchu threat that was growing on your borders will explode into full crisis within a generation. The dynasty you inherited and failed to preserve will collapse in 1644, just 24 years after your death. Your grandson will be the last Ming emperor, hanging himself from a tree as rebel armies storm Beijing. The Forbidden City will fall to invaders for the first time in its history. The Ming dynasty, which seemed so permanent and eternal during your childhood, will prove to be mortal after all. And your long disastrous reign will be seen as a key moment in its decline, the point when effective governance gave way to paralysis and decay. Your personal tragedy was that you possessed everything except what you truly needed: freedom. You were the most powerful person in the world, and yet completely powerless to live your own life, to make your own choices, to be your own person. The gilded cage that was the Forbidden City offered every luxury except the one thing that might have made you happy: genuine human connection and authentic existence. You could have anything you wanted except what you truly wanted, which was to not be the emperor. But that option was never available. You were born to the throne, raised for the throne, locked into a role that you could never escape except through death. And so you spend nearly 50 years trapped in a performance, playing the part of the son of heaven while inside you remained Zhu, a confused boy who wanted love and friendship and meaning. The disconnect between the role and the person eventually broke something inside you, leading to the long withdrawal that defined your reign. The greatest irony is that you possessed absolute power but used it mainly to not use it. You could have commanded armies, enacted sweeping reforms, reshaped the empire according to your vision. Instead, you commanded nothing, enacted nothing, reshaped nothing. You simply stopped participating, choosing absence over engagement, silence over speech. This was your rebellion, your assertion of autonomy. If you could not be free to live as you wished, you would at least be free to not perform your duties. It was a rebellion that hurt no one as much as it hurt yourself and the empire you were supposed to serve. In the end, you were the emperor of nothing. You ruled over the largest, wealthiest, most powerful empire on earth, and yet you ruled over nothing because you chose to rule over nothing. Your withdrawal turned your reign into a void, an absence where there should have been presence, silence where there should have been voice. Future generations will look back on the Wanli era and see squandered potential, opportunities missed, problems ignored, a long, slow decline when there could have been continued glory. Was there another way? Could you have found some middle path between complete submission to the system and total withdrawal from it? Perhaps. But it would have required a wisdom and strength of character that no one could reasonably expect from a child raised in isolation and burdened with divine status. You were, in the end, a human being asked to be more than human. You were expected to be perfectly virtuous, infinitely patient, tireless in duty, selfless in service. These expectations were impossible, and when you failed to meet them, when your humanity asserted itself, the system had no way to accommodate it. Your story is not unique. Throughout history, emperors and kings and absolute rulers have struggled with the burden of power, with the isolation it brings, with the way it dehumanizes and alienates. Some have handled it better than you did. Others have handled it worse, becoming tyrants or You fell somewhere in the middle. Neither hero nor villain, but something more tragic. A man destroyed by the very position that was supposed to make him godlike. The sun sets on the Wanli era, on your long and troubled reign, on your complicated and ultimately sad life. The Forbidden City will continue to stand for centuries more, though it will serve different masters, first Manchu emperors and eventually tourist hordes. The Dragon Throne will seat other men who will face their own challenges and failures. The empire will change and adapt and eventually transform into something entirely different from what it was during your time. But in 1620, as your body is lowered into the magnificent tomb you spent decades preparing, as the stone doors are sealed and the earth is piled above you, as the living world moves on without you, one thing is certain: you were the Son of Heaven, the ruler of all under heaven, the most powerful man in the world. And you were also the loneliest, the most trapped, the most profoundly isolated. You had everything, and you had nothing. You ruled the greatest empire on earth, and you ruled nothing at all. The gilded cage stands empty now, ready for the next prisoner. The rituals continue without you, performed for your successor and his successors. The system grinds on, indifferent to the individuals it consumes. And somewhere in the darkness of your tomb, surrounded by treasure and silence, lies the body of a man who was never allowed to be just a man, who was made into a god and found that godhood was the cruelest prison of all. This was your life as emperor in the Forbidden City. This was what it was really like. Not glorious, not triumphant, just lonely, just constrained, just endlessly, relentlessly crushing. You lived as the Son of Heaven. You died as a prisoner of paradise. And history will remember you not as you wished to be remembered, but as you truly were. A man who had everything and nothing, who ruled everywhere and nowhere, who spent a lifetime being the most important person in the world while slowly disappearing into irrelevance. The emperor is dead. The cage remains, golden and empty, waiting for the next soul to be locked inside. And the lesson, if there is one, is this: power without freedom is slavery. Wealth without choice is poverty. And divinity without humanity is the loneliest fate of all. Welcome. It is time now to let the cares of the day drift away. Find your most comfortable position. Dim your lights ... and allow your mind to quiet itself. Tonight, I invite you on a journey not of this world, but of one that lies buried beneath the sands of time. We are going to ancient Babylon. For the next few moments, simply relax ... breathe ... and let your imagination awaken. We are about to step into the sandals of a brilliant engineer, tasked with the impossible. So, close your eyes. The story is about to begin. Of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, it is the only one whose existence is still debated. A green mountain built in a desert, a paradise suspended in the air. The hanging gardens of Babylon. Was it a myth, a poet's dream? Or was it the greatest engineering feat of its time? A testament to a king's love and a challenge to the gods themselves. To understand how the impossible was made real, you must become the one who dreamt it into existence. Your name is Eden. You are a royal engineer, and your king has just given you an order that will either make you a legend, or see you buried beneath the sands of your own failure. The year is 580 BCE. You are standing on the bank of the Euphrates River, and you are looking at the center of the world. Your name is Aydin Mardukidan, To those who know you well, you are 28 years old, the son of a modest merchant, and through sheer brilliance and relentless study, you have risen to become a royal engineer of Babylon. Not a senior one, not yet. But you are no longer invisible. The sun has barely crested the eastern horizon, painting the glazed bricks of the Ishtar Gate in shades of crimson and gold. Yet the city is already roaring to life. You can hear the clash of bronze tools from the metalworkers' district, the bleating of goats being driven to market, the rhythmic chants of laborers hauling limestone blocks for yet another of King Nebuchadnezzar's grand projects. The air smells of baking, bread, donkey dung, and the peculiar metallic temps of the river when the irrigation channels are opened. You are here because of the canals. Always the canals. Babylon's greatness rests not on its armies alone, though they are mighty. It rests on water. The Euphrates is life. But it is also a temperamental god-flooding in spring, retreating in summer, leaving behind silt and sometimes disaster. The city's intricate network of canals, sluice gates, and irrigation channels is its true circulatory system, and you are one of the physicians who keeps it flowing. This morning, you are inspecting the southern canal that feeds the palace gardens and the residential districts beyond. Your assistant, a nervous young scribe named Nadine, follows 3 paces behind, clutching his clay tablets and stylus, recording every measurement you call out. The silt accumulation is 12 fingers deep at the 3rd gate, you say, kneeling beside the canal. The water flows sluggishly, murky, with suspended sediment. We'll need a crew of 20 men to dredge it before the king's festival next month. Note that. Yes, Master Eden. Nadine mumbles, his stylus scratching frantically. You stand and wipe your hands on your linen kilt. Your skin is already sticky with sweat despite the early hour. Babylon in summer is an oven, and you have learned to move slowly, to conserve energy, to drink constantly from the leather water skin at your hip. As you walk along the canal bank, you pass a work crew reinforcing a retaining wall. They are stripped to the waist, their bronze skin gleaming, singing a work song in time with their hammering. They recognize you and call out greetings. You acknowledge them with a nod. These men know you are fair, that you do not demand the impossible, that you understand the difference between ambition and suicide. Your mentor, old Mushizib, taught you that. A good engineer, he would say, his voice like gravel in a grinding stone, knows the difference between what the king wants and what the gods allow. A great engineer finds a way to give the king what he wants without angering the gods. A dead engineer forgets the difference. Mushizib is 73 years old now, half blind, his hands twisted with joint disease, but his mind remains sharp as Damascus steel. He no longer takes field assignments, but he reviews all major projects from his home near the temple district. You visit him twice a week, bringing him date wine and fresh reports, seeking his counsel. You will need that counsel soon, though you do not know it yet. The canal inspection takes most of the morning. By the time you return to your workshop, a modest building of mud brick near the Royal Engineering Complex, the sun is a white furnace overhead. You duck inside gratefully, letting your eyes adjust to the dimness. The workshop is your sanctuary. Here, the walls are covered with diagrams, sketched in charcoal, bridge designs, irrigation schemas, the complex mathematics of load distribution. Clay models of various structures crowd the shelves, a scaled replica of a siege tower, a working model of a grain silo with a rotating floor to prevent an experimental design for a more efficient water wheel. You pour yourself a cup of weak beer from the clay vessel in the corner, drink deeply, and allow yourself a moment of pride. You have done well. Your designs have improved crop yields in 3 districts. Your reinforcement of the river wall prevented flooding during last year's deluge. The king's chief engineer, Zababa Shumidan, has taken notice of you. Favorable notice. You are on the rise, Idin. You have a future. You have no idea that your entire world is about to be turned upside down. You are sitting at your work table, reviewing calculations for a new granary foundation, when you hear the sound that every engineer dreads, the rapid footsteps of a royal messenger. The door bursts open without ceremony. A palace guard stands there, resplendent in his scale armor and conical helmet, the king's lion emblem gleaming on his chest. His face is expressionless, but his eyes assess you with the cold efficiency of a man who has dragged many people to many appointments they did not want to keep. You are Idin Marduk, son of Nabureshisi. His voice is formal, clipped. Your mouth has gone dry. I am. You are summoned to the palace. The king will see you at sunset. Do not belate. Do not come dirty. Do not come drunk. He recites these instructions as if they are a spell he has repeated 1,000 times. Before you can ask why, he is gone. You stand frozen, the clay tablets slipping from your numb fingers and shattering on the floor. The king, Nebuchadnezzar himself, wants to see you. This is either the greatest opportunity of your life or the last day of it. You need to understand something about King Nebuchadnezzar II Daidin. Before you walk into that palace, he is not like other kings. He is not merely powerful, he is power made flesh. He is the man who broke Egypt, who ground Jerusalem into dust, who carried entire nations into captivity. He is the builder of Babylon's glory, the conqueror who made the known world tremble at the mere mention of his name. When Nebuchadnezzar enters a room, the air itself seems to compress, as if the gods are holding their breath. And yet, for all his terrible grandeur, he is a man who loves his wife. Her name is Amytis, though the common people call her the Mountain Queen, or the Persian Flower. She is the daughter of Xerxes, king of the Medes, given in marriage to Nebuchadnezzar, to seal the alliance that destroyed Assyria. She was 16 when she arrived in Babylon, her caravans stretching 4 miles, loaded with tribute and treasures from the mountainous lands of Media. By all accounts, it was a political marriage. These things always are, but something unexpected happened. Nebuchadnezzar fell in love. Perhaps it was her beauty. She is said to be extraordinary, with dark eyes that hold the depth of mountain lakes and hair like polished ebony. Perhaps it was her grace, or her quick mind, or the way she carried herself with quiet dignity even in a foreign land. Whatever the reason, the conqueror of nations became, in his way, conquered. An Amytis. She does her duty. She is a queen, a daughter of kings, and she knows what is expected of her. She has given Nebuchadnezzar children. She presides over court ceremonies with perfect poise. She never complains, but anyone with eyes can see that she is withering. Babylon is flat, endlessly, oppressively flat. The land stretches in all directions like a scroll unrolled beneath the hammer of the sun. There are no hills to climb, no peaks to glimpse in the distance, no mountain streams cascading over rocks. The wind brings only dust and heat. Amytis comes from the Zagros Mountains, where the peaks pierce the sky and the air is cool and thin. She was raised among cedar forests and alpine meadows, where springs gushed from the rocks and the summer afternoons carry the scent of pine. In Babylon, she is like a mountain eagle caged in a desert palace, kept in luxury but slowly suffocating. She spends hours on the highest terraces of the palace, staring north toward the mountains she can no longer see. She grows pale. She eats little. The court physicians whisper about melancholia, about an imbalance of humors, about homesickness as a disease of the spirit. And Nebuchadnezzar, who can conquer anything, cannot conquer this. He has tried everything. He has brought her musicians from Media, who play the songs of her homeland. He has commissioned elaborate tapestries depicting mountain scenes. He has even had soil brought from the Zagros, so she could plant a small garden of familiar herbs and flowers. None of it works. The Grey King has encountered something his armies cannot defeat, the sorrow of exile, the ache of a displaced soul, and it is driving him to fury. Not at her, never at her, but at himself, at his inability to give her the one thing she wants: home. This is the situation when you are summoned to the palace, Eden. You are walking into the presence of a man who has been made desperate by love, and desperate men, especially men with absolute power, the most dangerous creatures in the world. You do not know any of this yet, of course, not fully, but as you prepare yourself, as you scrub the dust from your skin and dress in your finest linen tunic, as you make your way through the evening streets toward the palace, you can feel it in the air. Something has shifted. Something has changed, and you are about to be caught in the gears of that change. The palace of Nebuchadnezzar is not one building. It is a city within a city, a sprawling complex of courtyards and throne rooms and private apartments, all wrapped in walls thick enough to blunt any siege. The main entrance is through the Ishtar Gate, that blue-glazed wonder adorned with golden lions and oracles, and even after living in Babylon your whole life, walking through it still takes your breath away. But you do not enter through the Ishtar Gate this evening. The guard who escorts you, a different one from the messenger, but cut from the same granite, leads you through a smaller side entrance, a passage reserved for functionaries and servants. You are, after all, merely an engineer, a skilled one, yes, but not nobility, not someone who enters through the grand processional way. This should humble you. Instead, it terrifies you. When the king summons a commoner through the servant's entrance, it usually means he wants something done quickly and quietly. and things done quickly and quietly, for kings often involve people disappearing. Your escort says nothing as you navigate the labyrinth of corridors. The walls here are older, the brick less decorated, but everywhere there are signs of wealth and power. Bronze braziers, burning expensive, imported incense. Guards stationed at every intersection. The distant sound of music and laughter from some courtly entertainment. Finally, you arrive at a small antechamber. Your escort gestures for you to wait, then vanishes through a cedared door banded with bronze. You stand alone. Your heart is hammering against your ribs like a caged bird. Your palms are slick with sweat. You try to steady your breathing, to project calm, but it is useless. You have never felt this level of fear before, and you realize something profound. For all your education, all your skill, you are still just the son of a merchant, standing outside the chamber of a god king who could end your life with a gesture. The door opens. His Majesty will see you now. You step through, into a private audience chamber. It is not the great throne room that would be for public ceremonies. This is intimate, personal, which somehow makes it worse. The room is dominated by a large cedar table covered with maps and reports. Bronze lamps cast flickering light across walls, painted with hunting scenes, lions falling beneath royal arrows. And there, standing with his back to you, looking at a detailed map of Babylon, is Nebut. He is not as tall as you expected. Perhaps that's your first thought. He is a man of average height, his body thick with muscle that has not yet run too fat, despite his 50 years. He wears a robe of deep purple, and his beard, the long, carefully curled beard of Mesopotamian nobilities, threaded with gray. His hands, resting on the table, are scarred and powerful. These are not the soft hands of a man who only rules from a throne. These are the hands of someone who has gripped swords, who has personally directed sieges, who has throttled the life from enemies. Edin Marduk, he says, without turning around. His voice is lower than you expected, resonant, with an edge like bronze on stone. Son of Naburi, graduate of the Scribal Academy at age 16, appointed junior engineer at age 20, responsible for the Southern Canal maintenance, the grain silo improvements, and the flood barrier that saved the Temple District last year. He has just recited your entire career from memory. He turns to face you, and you nearly stagger. His eyes. By all the gods, his eyes. They are dark, almost black, and they bore into you with an intensity that makes you feel transparent. This is a man who has looked into the faces of 1,000 enemies and decided their fates. This is a man who has watched cities burn at his command. Those eyes have seen more death, more glory, more power than you can possibly imagine. You fall to your knees, pressing your forehead to the floor in the full prostration reserved for royalty. Rise, he commands. You do, though your legs feel weak. You are wondering why you are here, Nebuchadnezzar says. It is not a question. You are wondering if you have somehow offended me, if some error in your work has come to my attention, if you are about to be punished. You say nothing. Your throat has closed. You have not offended me, he continues, moving away from the table and beginning to pace. In fact, you have impressed me. Zababa speaks well of you. He says you are creative, that you think beyond the old solutions, that you understand water better than engineers twice your age. This should please you. Instead, it deepens your dread. Praise from a king is often a prelude to an impossible demand. Tell me, Edin, Nebuchadnezzar says, stopping to face you again. What do you know about my queen? The question catches you off guard. Your Majesty, I know that Queen Amytis is the daughter of the Median king, that she graces your court with her presence, that she is beloved of your Majesty. Something flickers across his face, pain, perhaps, or frustration. It vanishes as quickly as it appeared. She is dying, he says flatly. Your eyes widen. Not of disease, he continues. The physicians find nothing wrong with her body, but she is dying nonetheless. She is withering like a flower cut from its roots. He pauses, and when he speaks again, his voice carries an edge of something you never expected to hear from a conqueror. Helplessness. She misses her mountains. Edin, she misses the green peaks, and the cool air and the forests of her homeland. Babylon for all its glorious, a prison to her. And I ... Single quotes he trails off, clenches his fist. I can give her anything. Anything. Wealth, power, luxury beyond measure, but I cannot give her mountain. I cannot drag the Zagros range across 200 miles of desert and plant it at her feet. He looks at you again, and suddenly you understand why you are here, and the understanding makes your blood run cold. or can I? Nebuchadnezzar says softly. Your Majesty, I do not understand. Yes, you do. He moves closer, and you force yourself not to retreat. I cannot move mountains, Eden, but you can build one. Silence. The sound of your heart is so loud you are certain he can hear it. I want you to create a garden for my queen, Nebuchadnezzar says, his voice dropping to something almost intimate, almost pleading, and somehow that is more terrifying than if he were shouting. Not merely a garden. A mountain garden. A paradise that rises into the air in terraces, planted with every tree and flower and plant from our homeland. I want it to be green and lush and full of life. I want water to flow through it, cascading from level to level like mountain streams. I want it to be visible from every corner of Babylon, a wonder that makes even gods pause in amazement. He leans in, closer. I want her to stand at its summit, and, for one moment, forget that she is in exile. I want her to smile again. Idin, do you understand? You cannot speak. You can barely breathe. This is not a request, Nebuchadnezzar continues, his voice hardening. This is a royal commission. You will create this wonder. You will solve whatever problems arise. You will overcome whatever obstacles stand in your way, and you will do it within 2 years, because I fear that if I wait longer, there will be no queen left to enjoy it. He straightens, and his face becomes unreadable. Zababushamidin tells me you are brilliant. Prove Italiano. Give my wife back her mountains. Build me a garden that hangs in the air. Make the impossible real. There is a pause, and then he adds, almost as an afterthought, do not fail me, Idin. I am not a patient man, and I do not tolerate failure in matters concerning my queen. Do you understand what I am saying? You understand perfectly. The unspoken threat hangs in the air like the smell of smoke before a fire. Fail, and you will not merely be dismissed. Fail, and you will suffer. I understand, Your Majesty, you managed to whisper. Good! Nebuchadnezzar waves his hand dismissively. Zababa will provide you with whatever resources you need. Workers, materials, silver. You have your commission. Now go make me a miracle. You bow to deeply, to frantically and stumble backward toward the door. As your hand touches the handle, Nebuchadnezzar speaks once more. Idian, you freeze. I chose you because you are young and hungry and brilliant. But remember this, brilliance without results is just noise. I have had noisy engineers before. Their bones are now part of the foundations of the city walls. Do not become another brick in my empire, boy. Become its glory. You barely remember leaving the chamber. You barely remember walking through the palace corridors, through the servants' gate, out into the evening streets of Babylon. You find yourself standing by the Euphrates, staring at the water, your whole body shaking. The king has given you an order, an impossible order. Build a mountain in a flat land. Make water flow upward. Create a paradise in the desert. Do it in 2 years, or die trying. Actually, no. If you fail, you will not die quickly. You will die slowly, in the king's dungeons. As an example, for the first time in your life, Idin, you understand what true fear feels like, and you have absolutely no idea how you are going to survive this. You do not go home that night. You cannot. The thought of sitting in your small house, staring at the walls, letting the magnitude of what has just happened crush you, it is unbearable. Instead, you walk through the streets of Babylon as the city settles into its evening rhythms. Merchants close their stalls. Priests light the eternal flames in the temple braziers. From somewhere comes the sound of singing, a drinking song in Aramaic. The night watch begins their rounds, their torches bobbing like fireflies in the darkness. You walk to the old bridge that spans the Euphrates in the northern district. The bridge is ancient, built of baked brick and bitumen, older than the current dynasty. You stand in the center, leaning against the stone parapet, watching the black water slide by beneath you. Water. Always water. That is the core of the problem, isn't it? You can build a structure that is the easy part. Stone, brick, timber. You understand these materials intimately. You could design a ziggurat. If they asked, you could engineer a palace that would stand for 1,000 years. But what the king is asking for is not merely a structure. He wants a living garden. And gardens need water. Constant water. Abundant water. And he wants this garden to rise high into the air, visible from every corner of Babylon, he said. Multiple terraces, each one planted with trees and shrubs and flowers. How much water would such a garden require? In this heat, in this desert air, you begin calculating in your head, estimating the surface area, the evaporation rate, the water needs of various plants. Thousands of gallons. Every day, tens of thousands. And all of it would need to be lifted from ground level to the highest terrace, against the fundamental force that governs everything. Gravity. You close your eyes and press your forehead against the cool stone of the parapet. This is impossible. It cannot be done. Not with the technology that exists. Not with the methods you know. You could refuse. You could flee Babylon tonight, disappear into one of the neighboring kingdoms. You have skills. Any king would welcome an engineer of your training. But even as the thought forms, you know it is fantasy. Nebuchadnezzar's reach is long. His memory is longer. And besides, your family is here. Your father, your 2 younger sisters. What would happen to them if you disappeared? No. You cannot run, which means you must find a way. But how? How? The young engineer contemplates the river. A familiar voice says behind you, "This is either the beginning of genius or the beginning of despair." Often, they look the same. You turn sharply. Old Mushazeb is standing there, wrapped in a heavy wool cloak, despite the warmth of the evening. He leans heavily on a walking staff, and his nearly blind eyes are milky in the torchlight, but his smile is knowing. "Master, you breathe. What are you doing here?" "I heard," he says simply. "Word travels fast when a junior engineer is summoned by the king. I thought I might find you here, drowning in impossible thoughts." He shuffles forward and stands beside you. Looking out at the river, he can no longer see clearly. "So," he says, "a hanging garden. A mountain for the queen. Water flowing upward into the sky." He chuckles dryly. Nebuchadnezzar does not dream small dreams, does he? "It cannot be done," you say hoarsely. "Master, he has given me 2 years to accomplish what violates the natural order. Water does not flow upward. I cannot change the laws of nature." "No," Mushazib agrees. "But you can work within them. You can make them serve you." He turns his clouded eyes toward you. "Tell me, what do you see as the core problem?" "Water," you say immediately. "Getting water to the top of the structure. The height alone would require— I cannot even imagine the mechanism. Bucket chains could lift water maybe 20 cubits at most, before the weight becomes impossible. Shadow poles can only lift small amounts. Nothing we have can move the volume of water needed to keep a large garden alive at height." "True," Mushazib says. "With current methods, it is impossible, so you must invent new methods." Just like that, you cannot keep the bitterness from your voice. "Invent something that has never existed?" "In 2 years, while the king waits, with his dungeons ready." Mushazib is silent for a long moment. "Let me tell you a story," he finally says. "When I was your age, gods, that was 50 years ago, I was commissioned to build a bridge across a river in Assyria. The river was wide, the current was strong, and I had no idea how to build piers that would withstand the flood season. I spent weeks despairing, weeks certain I would fail. And then one day, I was watching beavers building a dam. Beavers. Idin. Ignorant animals, and I realized they had solved my problem. They did not fight the current, they redirected it. They used the water's own force to stabilize their structure. I copied their design in stone and timber, and that bridge still stands today." He pokes you with his staff. "Nature has already solved every problem you face. Water does flow upward in the roots of trees, in the morning mist, in the rain that falls from clouds. Your task is not to violate nature, but to observe it, to understand it, and then to bend it to your purpose." "That's easy to say, master." "But of course it is easy to say." Mushazib interrupts, his voice sharp. "Doing it is hard. That is why you are terrified. But let me tell you something else about royal commissions. Something you need to understand if you are going to survive this." He leans closer. "The king has given you an impossible task. He knows it is impossible, but he does not care. He wants you to try anyway, because trying the impossible is how great things are built. And if you fail, yes, he may punish you. But if you do not try, if you come back to him with excuses and reasons and explanations of why it cannot be done, that is when kings become truly dangerous." Mushazib grips your shoulder with surprising strength. "Nebuchadnezzar did not choose you because he thought you would succeed. He didn't. He chose you because he thought you might. And that possibility, that tiny chance, is more valuable to him than all the engineers who would simply tell him no. Do you understand?" You nod slowly. "So here is what you do." Mushazib continues. "Tomorrow, you begin. Not by trying to solve the whole problem, that way lies madness. You begin by breaking the problem into pieces. The structure, the water system, the plants, the soil. One piece at a time. And you work each piece until you find a solution, or you find that there is no solution. But you try. With everything you have, you try. He releases your shoulder and begins shuffling away. One more thing. A cast back. Be careful of Bale. You blink. The engineer who designed the southern palace extension? The same. He is ambitious, and he is bitter that the king passed him over for this commission. He will be watching for you to fail, and he will try to help that failure along. Mushizib vanishes into the night, leaving you alone on the bridge once more. But something has shifted. The fear is still their gods. The fear will be there every day from now on, but beneath it, something else is growing. Determination. You are Aydin Marduk. You are an engineer, and you have just been given the greatest challenge of your life. You do not know if you will succeed. You do not even know if success is possible. But by all the gods, you are going to try. You push away from the parapet and turn toward home. Tomorrow, you will begin. You will assemble the resources. You will study the problem. You will search for solutions. And you will build the impossible. Or you will die knowing you gave everything to the attempt. The walk home takes you past the palace walls. Somewhere beyond those walls, a queen sits in melancholy, yearning for mountains she cannot see. You make a silent promise to her, though she will never hear it. I will give you your garden, my queen. Somehow, I will make the desert bloom. I will make water flow upward. I will build you a mountain in Babylon, or I will die trying. 8 months have passed since that terrible night of your commission. 8 months of backbreaking work, of endless calculations, of nights without sleep, and days without rest. And you have nothing to show for it but failure. The structure itself is rising. That part, at least, is proceeding well. The foundation is laid massive, stone blocks sunk deep into the earth near the palace complex. The first 2 terraces are complete, rising like giant steps toward the sky. You have designed them with internal archways and chambers, creating a hollow mountain of brick and stone that will support the weight of the gardens above. It is an impressive sight. Already, people stop to watch the construction. Some even call it beautiful, this strange stepped pyramid, unlike anything else in Babylon. But beauty means nothing without water, and the water the cursed, essential water refuses to cooperate. Your first attempt was the most obvious, an enhanced shaduf system. Shadufs had been used for millennia, counterweighted pole with a bucket, used to lift water from rivers to irrigation channels. You designed a series of them, connected in stages, each one passing water up to the next level. The demonstration was a disaster. You assembled the system before the chief engineer Zababu Shamidan and a small crowd of officials and curious onlookers. The laborers worked the shadufs in coordinated rhythm, and water did indeed climb from level to level for about 10 minutes. Then, the rope on the 3rd level shaduf snapped under the constant strain. The bucket plummeted, striking the worker below and breaking his arm. Water cascaded down, and in the chaos that followed, 2 more ropes failed. The entire system collapsed in a tangle of wood, rope, and screaming workers. Zababa said nothing. He did not need to. His expression of profound disappointment said everything. But you pressed on. You tried a bucket chin system, an endless loop of containers attached to a rope pulled by donkeys. This worked better for a time, but the rope abraded against the wooden guides, wearing through in days instead of weeks, and the amount of water it could lift, even working perfectly, was perhaps 1/10 of what the gardens would need. You tried variations. You tried innovations. You tried everything you could imagine. Nothing worked. Nothing worked well enough. And then things got worse. Bale emerged from the shadows. He is older than you 43 years, with a face like weathered stone and eyes that calculate constantly. He is a skilled engineer. You give him that. His design for the palace extension is sound, if unimaginative. But he is also deeply political, deeply ambitious, and deeply resentful that a junior engineer was chosen for the most prestigious project of the reign. He began subtly, questions in meetings. Master Sababa, have we seen results from the garden project? How many months has it been now? 6, 7. Gentle reminders to the authorities that resources are being consumed, that time is passing, that perhaps a more experienced hand might be needed. Then he grew bolder. 3 months ago, he approached Sababa formally with the proposal of his own system of bronze pumps based on Egyptian designs, powered by teams of slaves. He presented detailed drawings, cost estimates, even a working model. You attended that presentation. You watched Zababa examine Bell's design with interest. Your stomach churned with acid. It is a sound design, Zababa admitted. Conservative, but functional. More than functional, Bell pressed. It is proven technology, chief engineer. The Egyptians have used similar systems for their canal locks. There is no risk, no experimentation. Juste reliable, traditional engineering. He glanced at you, as he said experimentation, and you knew what he was doing. He was positioning himself as the safe choice, the reliable alternative to the young upstart who kept failing. Zababa, to his credit, was not swayed. The king has chosen his engineer, he said firmly. Eden has time remaining. We will see what he produces. But Bell did not give up. He could not challenge you directly, that would be too obvious. Instead, he began to undermine you in ways both subtle and effective. Supplies would go missing. Shipments of timber would arrive at the wrong location. Workers assigned to your project would be reassigned at the last minute to other tasks. Nothing you could prove was sabotage, but nothing that helped your progress. Worse than the sabotage was the gossip. Whispers began circulating through the engineering guild, through the palace corridors, even through the markets. The young engineer is failing. The king's garden is a fantasy. Nebuchadnezzar's patience is running thin. That last one, you fear, might be true. 2 weeks ago, a messenger arrived at your workshop, not a royal guard this time, just a palace servant. The message was brief and chilling. His Majesty inquires about the progress of the Queen's garden. He expects a report within the month. He sent back technical drawings, optimistic descriptions of the structure's progress, vague assurances about water systems being developed. The response came within days. His Majesty does not require drawings. He requires water flowing and plants growing. You have 14 months remaining. 14 months. Just over a year. And you still do not have a working water system. The pressure is crushing you. You have lost weight. Your hands shake when you try to draft designs. You wake in the night, gasping, from dreams of drowning, of failing, of Nebuchadnezzar's dark eyes watching you sink into darkness. Nadine, your assistant, has started looking at you with concern. Mushizib, when you visit him, says less and less, just watches you with his cloudy eyes, perhaps seeing the desperation that is consuming you. And then, disaster strikes. It is a demonstration day, a formal presentation for a delegation of Median nobles who are visiting Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar wants to show them the garden, to hint at the wonder being built for their princess. It is a diplomatic gesture, and you have been ordered to provide a display of the water system. You choose the bucket chain design. It is your most reliable failure, which is to say, it works, just not well enough. But it works long enough to impress visitors. Usually, the delegation assembles on the first terrace in the late morning. There are perhaps 30 people, Median nobles, in their colorful robes, Babylonian officials, palace administrators, and, God's help you, Bell, who has somehow secured an invitation, and Zababishamidan, watching with his arms crossed. You give the signal. Your workers, 20 of them, positioned along the chain, begin pulling. The buckets begin their journey upward, water sloshing. You explain the system, pointing out the advantages, glossing over the problems. For 5 minutes, it works perfectly. Water cascades from the top bucket into a waiting system. The nobles nod appreciatively. One of them asks a technical question, which you answer with perhaps more confidence than you feel. Then you hear it. A sound like a bowstring snapping. Timine rope, stressed beyond its capacity by the weight and friction, ruptures at the midpoint. 20 buckets, each holding several gallons of water, suddenly drop. But they do not simply fall. The system is interconnected, and the breaking rope causes a cascade failure. Buckets swing wildly. Workers scramble to get clear. And then the water that was being stored in the upper cistern for demonstration purposes, destabilized by the violent shaking, tips forward. 100 gallons of water crash down onto the first terrace, onto the visiting delegation. There is a moment, a single, crystalline moment where everything freezes. You watch the wave of water strike the dignitaries, soaking their fine robes, knocking several of them off their feet. You see Zababa's face transform from concern to horror. You see Bell's expression of barely concealed satisfaction. Then chaos erupts. Shouts of alarm, of outrage. Servants rush to help the drenched nobles. One of the Median envoys is sputtering in what sounds like furious. Median, you do not speak the language, but the tone requires no translation. You stand frozen, your mind utterly blank, watching your career collapse around you. Zababa approaches you, his face dark with anger. My workshop, he says quietly. Now, the walk to Zababa's office is the longest of your life. Workers stop to stare. News of the disaster is already spreading. You can see it in their faces, in the whispers that follow you. Zababa's workshop is Spartan walls lined with scrolls, a large work table, a clay model of the entire palace complex. He dismisses his assistants and closes the door. For a long moment, he says nothing. He just stands at his table, his back to you, breathing slowly. That, he finally says, was a catastrophe. Master Zababa, I quail. His voice is not loud, but it cuts like a knife. I am going to speak, and you are going to listen. You close your mouth. I defended you, Zababa says, turning to face you. When Rimet Bel came with his proposal, I defended you. When others said you were too young, too inexperienced, I defended you. I told the king's chamberlain that you were brilliant, that you simply needed time. He moves closer. Do you know what Rimet Bel is doing right now? He is drafting a formal petition to replace you on this project. And do you know what I can say in response? Nothing. Because you just humiliated the Median delegation in front of the entire court. You just made the engineering guild look like incompetent fools. Your voice is barely a whisper. Master, I am trying. Trying is not enough. Zababa's composure cracks, his voice rising. The king does not care about trying. He cares about results. And in 8 months, you have produced nothing but failures. He takes a breath, visibly controlling himself. I received word from the palace an hour ago, he says, more quietly now. Nebuchadnezzar has summoned both you and Rimet Bel to an audience. 3 days from now. He wants to hear both proposals yours and Rimet Bel's, and then he will decide who will continue with the project. Your blood turns to ice. Master Zababa, I need more time. There is no more time. Zababa moves to his table and picks up a clay tablet. This arrived yesterday. It is a report from the queen's physicians. They say her condition is worsening. They say, A trails off, setting the tablet down. They say she may not survive another summer in Babylon. The king is desperate, Ideen. And desperate men make harsh decisions. He looks at you, and for the first time, you see something like pity in his eyes. Go home. Rest if you can. And prepare your presentation. Because in 3 days, you will either convince the king that you can succeed, or you will be removed from this project. And if you are removed, he does not finish the sentence. He does not need to. You bow and leave, stumbling out into the late afternoon heat. Your mind is racing. 3 days. You have 3 days to come up with a solution that has eluded you for 8 months. 3 days to out-argue Rimet Bel, who has a proven design, ready to implement. 3 days to convince the most powerful man in the world that you deserve another chance. It is impossible. But then again, so is building a mountain in a desert. You begin walking, not toward home, but toward the river. Your feet carry you automatically to the same spot you went 2 months ago, the old bridge where Mushezib found you. The sun is setting, painting the Euphrates in shades of gold and crimson. You lean against the parapet and stare down at the water flowing endlessly past. Water. Always water. The solution must involve water, must work with water, must somehow convince water to defy its nature and flow upward. But how? How? Your mind drifts, exhausted and desperate. You think about everything you have tried. You think about natural systems, Mushezib's advice about observing nature. You think about trees drawing water up through their roots, but that is too slow, too small scale. You think about rain falling upward from the earth. No, that is nonsense. Rain falls down. But where does rain come from? From clouds. And clouds form from water that has somehow risen from the earth. Evaporation. Water turning to vapor and rising. No. Too slow. Too unreliable. You think about whirlpools. About the way water can spiral and create such. Could you harness that? Some kind of spinning mechanism? The thought nags at you. Spinning. Rotation. The endless turning of a potter's wheel, of a millstone, of a mill. Water mills use the flow of water to turn a wheel. But what if you reversed it? What if you used a turning wheel to move water? But how? A wheel cannot scoop water upward. Upward you tried variations of that with the bucket chain. Unless your breath caught you. Unless the wheel is not on the outside. Unless it is inside a tube. A spiral inside a tube. Like, like a snail's shell. If you rotated a spiral inside a sealed tube, the water would be caught in the threads of the spiral and forced upward as it turned. Your hands are shaking. This is different. This is new. This is something you have never seen before. But would it work? You need to test it. You need to build a model. You need an interesting expression, a voice says. I have seen that look before. It is either genius or madness. Sometimes both. You whirl around. Rimet is standing there, leaning casually against the bridge railing, a cup of wine in his hand. Rimet. You keep your voice neutral, though your heart is pounding. How long has he been there? Did you speak your thoughts aloud? Eden. He takes a sip of wine. Rough day. You say nothing. I was there. You know, he continues conversationally, at your demonstration. Quite spectacular. The way everything fell apart. Almost orchestrated, one might think. What do you want, Rimet? He smiles, but it does not reach his eyes. To offer you advice, colleague to colleague. I am sure your advice is invaluable. Withdraw from the project. He says it simply, as if discussing the weather. Go to the king in 3 days and tell him you are wrong. Tell him the task is beyond your abilities. Recommend that he appoints someone more experienced to complete the work. Someone like you. I have a working design, Rimet says, his voice hardening slightly. I can give the king results. You have given him nothing but embarrassment and wasted time. The king chose me, you say. Not you. The king chose poorly. Rimet sets down his wine cup, and he is beginning to realize that you are out of your depth, boy. This project requires more than enthusiasm and clever calculations. It requires experience, judgment, political skill. He leans closer. If you withdraw gracefully, I will ensure you are assigned to other projects, good projects. You can salvage your career and your reputation. But if you insist on this confrontation, if you go before the king and fail again, single quotes, he lets the threat hang in the air. Why are you telling me this? You ask. Because I am not a cruel man, Rimet says. I simply want what is best for Babylon, and for the guild. Your continued failure reflects badly on all of us. He picks up his wine cup and turns to leave, then pauses. 3 days, Eden. Think carefully about what you will say. He walks away, his footsteps echoing on the stone bridge. You stand alone, your earlier moment of inspiration now clouded with doubt. Should you withdraw? Should you accept that you have failed? That Rimet proven design is better than your desperate experimentation? No. The word forms in your mind with crystalline clarity. No, you will not withdraw. You will not quit. Because that moment before Rimet arrived, that flash of insight about the spiral, about rotation, that was real. That was promising. You have 3 days to turn a moment of inspiration into a working design. 3 days to build a model and prove it can work. 3 days to prepare the most important presentation of your life. It is not enough time, but it is the time you have. You push away from the bridge and begin running toward your workshop. There is work to do. Materials to gather, designs to draft, models to build. 3 days. The war against gravity is about to reach its decisive battle, and you intend to win. You do not sleep. Not the first night. Not the second. Your workshop becomes a frenzy of activity. You send Iden running to the markets for materials, copper tubing, wax for sealing, a potter's clay. You draft design after design, crumpling them and throwing them aside, starting again. The concept is clear in your mind. A spiral thread inside a tube, rotating to carry water upward. But the details, the pitch of the spiral, the width of the threads, the sealing mechanism, the power source, these are the details that will determine success or failure. You begin with simple models. A piece of cloth wrapped around a stick, inserted into a clay tube. It does not work. The cloth is too porous. You try leather. Better, but still too much leakage. On the second day, you have a breakthrough. You create a wooden spiral carved carefully from a solid piece of cedar end, fitted inside a copper tube that Nadine somehow procured from a You seal the ends with wax and clay, insert a crank handle, and bring a bucket of water to test it. Your hands are shaking as you lower the tube's end into the bucket. You turn the crank. Nothing happens. You turn faster. The spiral inside the tube rotates. You can feel the resistance, but still no water appears at the top. Despair begins to creep in. Another failure. Another. Wait. You are holding the tube wrong. You have it too vertical. The spiral needs to be at an angle to catch the water properly. You tilt the tube to perhaps 30 degrees from horizontal, and you turn the crank again. For a moment, nothing. Then Gods be praised, a thin stream of water begins trickling from the top of the tube. You nearly drop the device in shock. It works. By all the gods above and below, it works. The stream is thin, barely more than a trickle, but it is water flowing upward through a rotating spiral. You adjust the angle slightly, turn the crank faster, and the flow increases. Nadine, who has been watching with exhausted eyes, suddenly straightens. Master IDDIN, ... Is that ... It is working, you whisper. Then, louder, it is working. You want to laugh. You want to cry. You want to collapse and sleep for a week. But there is no time for any of that. This model proves the concept, but it is far too small. You need something larger, something that can demonstrate a useful volume of water, and you need it ready by tomorrow morning. Nadine, you say, find me a coppersmith. I do not care what it costs. Find me someone who can fabricate a copper tube 4 cubits long and as wide as my forearm. Tell them I need it by midnight. Master, it is almost sunset. The craftsmen will be closing. Tell them I will pay triple. Quadruple, just find someone. Nadine runs. You turn back to your small model, studying it intently. The principle is sound, but scaling it up will require precise calculations. The larger the tube, the more torque required to turn it. You will need some kind of gearing mechanism, or perhaps multiple men turning in shifts. But those are solvable problems. The fundamental question, can water be lifted by a rotating spiral, has been answered. Yes. The night that follows is a blur of frantic work. The Coprasmitha Stoki, Phoenician named Hiram, who agrees to the job only because the price is absurd, delivers the tube around midnight. It is beautiful, gleaming in the lamplight, perfectly cylindrical. Now you must create the spiral that will fit inside it. You work with cedar wood again, but this time you are more careful, more precise. You carve the spiral thread carefully, testing the fit repeatedly. It must be tight enough to seal against the tube walls, but loose enough to rotate freely. Too tight, and it will bind. Too loose in water, will leak back down. The eastern sky is lightning when you finally complete it. Your hands are raw with blisters, your eyes burn. But the device is ready. You pour water into a large vessel, tilt the demonstration tube at the proper angle, and fit the spiral inside. The top end you seal with a clay stopper that has a small spout. Nadine stands ready to catch the water. You grip the improvised crank handle, simply a wooden rod attached to the top of the spiral end, begin to turn. The resistance is significant. The water inside the tube is heavy, and the friction of the wooden spiral against the copper walls is substantial. Your shoulders burn with the effort. You turn faster, establishing a rhythm. And then, bless sight, water begins flowing from the spout at the top. Not a trickle, this time. A steady stream, thick as your thumb, pouring into the bucket Nadine holds. You maintain the cranking for a full minute, and the flow never stops. When you finally pause, exhausted, you have moved perhaps 2 gallons of water upward through 4 cubits of height. It is not much, but it is proof. Nadine, you gasp. How long until the audience with the king? He glances at the window, where dawn is breaking. 3 hours, master. 3 hours. You need to wash, to dress appropriately, to prepare your presentation. And you need to transport this device to the palace without damaging it. Get a cart, you order, and bring my formal robes. We are going to show the king how to defy gravity. The journey to the palace is agonizing. Every bump in the road makes you wince, terrified that the demonstration tube will crack or the seals will break. You ride beside the cart, steadying the device with both hands. You arrive at the palace with an hour to spare. A servant directs you to a waiting room near one of the smaller audience chambers. You carefully set up your demonstration, arranging the water vessel, the tube, checking the seals one final time. And then Rimit Bale arrives. He sweeps in with a small entourage to assistants, carrying scrolls, and a beautiful wooden model of his pump system. He stops when he sees you and your device. Aiden, he says, with false warmth. You look terrible. Did you sleep at all? I was working, you reply. He approaches your demonstration device, examining it with a critical eye. And what is this supposed to be? A tube with a stick inside, a water-lifting screw. You say, rotation inside the tube forces water upward. Ramat Bell laughs. A rotating stick. This is what you spent 8 months developing. This is what you are presenting to the king. It works. I am sure it does. For moving enough water to irrigate a flower pot, perhaps. He shakes his head in mock sympathy. Eden. It is not too late. You can still withdraw with dignity. This, contraption, will only make you look more foolish. Before you can respond, the door to the audience chamber opens. A palace official steps out. The king will see you now. Both of you. Both of you. This is it. The moment that will determine everything. You pick up your demonstration device, your hand steadier than you expected, and walk through the door into the chamber beyond. The room is smaller than the throne room, but no less intimidating. Nebuchadnezzar sits on a cedar chair at the far end, his presence filling the space like a physical force. Zababushamidam stands to his right. A court scribe sits ready with his tablet, and standing near the king, looking frail and ethereal in a white robe, is Queen Leonidas herself. Your breath You have never seen her before. She is beautiful, yes, but more than that, there is a quality of sadness around her, like an aura, a sense of something precious, fading away. This is who you are building the garden for, not for the king's vanity. For her approach, Nebuchadnezzar commands, you and Rimet-Bel, both step forward and prostrate yourselves. Rise. You stand, your demonstration device, held carefully. The king's dark eyes move between you both, lingering on your disheveled appearance, your bloodshot eyes, the copper tube you are clutching. Zababushomidan has informed me of this situation. Nebuchadnezzar says, his voice is controlled, but you can hear the anger underneath. 8 months of work, 8 months of resources, and I am told the water system for my queen's garden remains unfinished. Explain. There is a terrible silence, Your Majesty. Rimet-Bel begins smoothly. If I may, I was speaking to Eden. The king's eyes do not move from you. You swallow hard. Your Majesty, the challenge has been greater than anticipated. The volume of water required, the height it must be lifted, traditional methods are insufficient. I have been developing a new approach. Show me. Your hands are shaking again as you set up the demonstration. You pour water into the vessel, position the tube at the correct angle, and grip the crank handle. This is a water lifting screw, Your Majesty. Inside the tube is a spiral thread. As the spiral rotates, it captures water and forces it upward against gravity. You begin to turn the crank. The resistance is immediate, your shoulders protesting. You force yourself to maintain a steady rhythm. 1 rotation, 2, 3. Come on, you pray silently. Work. Please work. And then the water begins flowing from the spout. It is not impressive, not compared to a waterfall or a fountain, just a steady stream pouring into a collection bowl. But it is water flowing upward. You maintain the crank in for 30 seconds, then stop, panting slightly. Your Majesty, you say, this device can lift water to any height. Multiple screws can be positioned in series, each lifting water to the next level. It requires only rotational power, which can be provided by workers, by animals, or by water wheels powered by the Euphrates itself. Nebuchadnezzar stares at the device, then at you. How much water can this move? This model moves approximately 2 gallons per minute, Your Majesty. But scale it up, make the tube wider, the spiral larger, and a single large screw could move hundreds of gallons per hour. Install multiple screws, and the gardens will have as much water as they need. The king stands and approaches the device. You step back instinctively as he kneels beside it, examining the tube, the spiral mechanism, the way the water flows. It is clever, he finally says, but it is just a model. Can you build this at the scale required? Yes, Your Majesty. I can. How long? You do not hesitate. 6 months to fabricate the screws and install them. 3 months more to test and refine the system. 9 months total. You have exceeded your timeline already, Nebuchadnezzar says, standing. Why should I believe you now? Because now I know it is possible, Your Majesty. Before, I was searching in darkness. Now I have found the path. Rimet-Bel clears his throat. Your Majesty, if I may present an alternative, by all means, Nebuchadnezzar says, turning to him. Rimet-Bel gestures to his assistants, who bring forward the model. It is exquisite. You have to admit, a miniature bronze pump system with multiple chambers and pistons. Your Majesty, I offer proven technology, Rimet-Bel says. This is a pump system based on designs the Egyptians have used for centuries. It is reliable, predictable, and requires no experimentation. I can have it installed and operational within 3 months. Nebuchadnezzar examines the model. How much water can it move? 50 gallons per hour per pump. Your Majesty, I propose installing 20 pumps, working in shifts, providing a steady flow of water to all levels of the garden. The king nods slowly. He looks at Zababa. Chief Engineer, your assessment. Zababa hesitates, choosing his words carefully. Both designs have merit, Your Majesty. Remabale's pump system is indeed proven technology, reliable and well understood. Idin's water screw is innovative, but untested at scale. However, single quotes he pauses. However, Your Majesty, Remabale's system requires constant human labor. 20 pumps means 100 men working in shifts, day and night, forever. Idin's system could potentially be powered by water wheels at the base, making it largely self-sustaining once installed. But his system does not exist yet, Remabale interjects. Mine dos, and the Queen cannot wait for experiments, Your Majesty. She needs relief now. It is a devastating point, and you see the impact in the king's expression. He turns to Queen Leonidas, who has been silent throughout. My love, he says gently. What do you think? Everyone turns to look at her. She has been watching the entire exchange with those sad, dark eyes. When she speaks, her voice is soft, but clear, accented with the lilt of her mountain homeland. I think, she says slowly, that Remabale offers me a machine, and Idin offers me a river. The words hang in the air. She continues. Machines can be stopped. Rivers flow forever. If this garden is to live beyond me, beyond us, it must have a river's heart. Nebuchadnezzar looks at his wife for a long moment. Then he turns back to you. Idin Marduk, he says, his voice formal now, the voice of a king making a royal decree. I am giving you one final chance. You will build your water screws. You will install them and make them work. You have 9 months. He steps closer, and his voice drops to something more dangerous. But understand this. If you fail, if your screws do not work, if my wife does not have her garden flowing with water 9 months from today, then your screams will echo in my dungeons for 1,000 nights. Do you understand? Your mouth is dry, but your voice is steady. I understand, Your Majesty. And Remabale, the king continues, turning to the other engineer, you will assist him. You will provide your expertise, your knowledge, whatever he needs. This is not a competition anymore. This is a royal command. You are both responsible for success, and you will both share in whatever outcome occurs. Remabale's face goes pale. Your Majesty, You offered yourself as an alternative. Nebuchadnezzar says coldly, I am accepting your offer. You want to be part of this project? You are. Now make it work. He waves his hand dismissively. Both of you, get out of my sight, and do not return until you have water flowing upward. You and Remabale bow back out of the chamber. In the corridor outside, you allow yourself one deep breath. You have your chance. You have royal backing. You have 9 months. And you have Remabale chained to your success or failure. The war against gravity has entered its final phase. Now comes the hardest part. Building the impossible. The next 9 months are the most intense of your life. Every day is a battle against time. Physics, politics, and exhaustion. Every night, you collapse into fitful sleep. Your dreams full of spirals and flowing water, and the king's dark, impatient eyes. But you are not alone anymore. The king's decree forcing Remabale to assist you has had an unexpected effect. The entire engineering guild now understands that this is not just your project, but a test of Babylonian engineering itself. The king has made it clear. Failure is not an option. Not for you, not for Remabale, not for anyone. Remabale, for his part, is a study in barely contained fury. He shows up to your workshop every morning with his jaw clenched and his eyes cold. But he is too intelligent, too much a survivor, to actively sabotage the work now. His fate is bound to yours. If we fail, you tell him during the first week, we fail together. I am aware, he says ice, which is why I will make sure we do not fail. I have no intention of dying in a dungeon because of your experimental madness. You establish an uneasy collaboration. Remabale handles the logistics coordinating craftsmen, managing the supply chains, dealing with the endless bureaucracy of palace administration. These are things he is good at, things that would waste your time. You focus on the engineering. The water screws must be perfect. They must be large enough to move substantial water volumes, durable enough to operate continuously for years, and efficient enough that they can be powered by reasonable means. The first challenge is fabrication. Copper tubing, at the scale you need, does not exist. The largest tubes used in Babylon are for ceremonial purposes, and they are nowhere near long enough or wide enough for your requirements. You solve this by working with a master smith named Shan. Together, you develop a new technique, creating tubes from sheets of copper, rolled and riveted together, then sealed with a mixture of bitumen and linen. It is time-consuming and expensive, but it works. The spirals are even more challenging. Carving a perfect spiral thread from a single piece of wood is impossible at the scale. You need the trees are not large enough, and the wood would split along the grain. Instead, you design a composite spiral, a central shaft with angled blades attached, creating the spiral thread through their arrangement. It takes weeks of testing to get the angle right, the spacing correct, the attachment point strong enough. You build and destroy a dozen prototypes before you find a design that works. Throughout this process, Rimabale watches critically. He points out flaws, suggests improvements, occasionally even praises your innovations. Despite yourself, you begin to respect his expertise. He is not the enemy you thought he was. He is simply an engineer who was trained in a different tradition, one that values reliability over innovation. You dream too much, he tells you one evening as you work late in the workshop. You see visions where others see problems. And you dream too little, you reply. You see only what has been done before. He considers this. Perhaps, but your dreams will mean nothing if we cannot make them stand in the real world. Dreams must become stone Eden. That is the engineer's art. It is the first almost friendly thing he has said to you. By the end of the 3rd month, you have completed your first full-scale. It is magnificent. A bronze tube 8 cubits long and as wide as a man's torso, with a perfectly formed spiral inside. The entire assembly is mounted on a wooden frame that allows it to rotate, tilted at the optimal angle. The first test is conducted at dawn on the construction site of the garden itself. A crowd gathers: workers, officials, curious onlookers. Zababa Shamidan is there, his face carefully neutral. You have 4 strong workers ready at the crank handle. The lower end of the screw is submerged in a large cistern filled with water from the Euphrates. Begin, you order, your voice steadier than you feel. The workers grip the handles and begin turning. Slowly at first, establishing their rhythm, then faster. The bronze tube rotates smoothly on its mounting. For 10 seconds, nothing happens. You can feel the crowd's skepticism, can sense Zababa's doubt. Then blessed sight water begins flowing from the top of the screw. Not a trickle, not a hesitant dribble. A strong, steady stream, thick as a man's wrist, pouring into the collection basin you have positioned at the 2nd terrace level. The crowd murmurs in amazement. You watch the water flow, counting in your head, calculating. After 1 minute, you signal the workers to stop. You measure the water in the collection basin, 23 gallons. In 1 minute, you turn to Zababa, unable to suppress your smile. 1,380 gallons per hour. Chief engineer. 1 screw. 4 workers. Zababa steps forward and examines the mechanism closely. He tests the rotation, inspects the seals, measures the flow rate himself. It works, he finally says, and there is wonder in his voice. By the gods, it actually works. Even Ramat Bale looks impressed, though he hides it quickly behind a mask of professional assessment. The flow rate is good, he admits, but 1 screw is not enough. How many will we need? You have already calculated this. The garden will have 5 terraces, each requiring water for irrigation and display fountains. Total water requirement, approximately 8,000 gallons per day. We will need 6 large screws like this one, positioned at different levels, each lifting water to the next terrace. With proper scheduling and a water wheel power system at the base, we can maintain continuous flow. 6 more of these. Rimit Bale's eyes widen. In 6 months? 5.5 months now. You correct? And yes, it can be done. It must be done. What follows is a period of intense, exhausting labor. You establish a production system, multiple teams working in parallel, each fabricating different components of the screws. Shamashariba takes on apprentices to increase bronze working capacity. You hire every competent woodworker in Babylon to craft the spiral blades. The palace complex becomes a massive workshop. The sound of hammering, sawing, and grinding fills the air from dawn to dusk. The smell of hot metal and sawdust becomes your constant companion. You work 18 hours a day, overseeing every aspect of production. You check every weld, test every seal, approve every component. There can be no errors, no shortcuts. These screws must work perfectly, continuously, for years. Rimet Bell proves invaluable during this phase. His organizational skills keep the chaos manageable. He creates schedules, manages the workforce, ensures supplies arrive when needed. He argues with palace bureaucrats about budgets and timelines, freeing you to focus on the engineering. You begin to understand why he was considered for this project in the first place. He may not innovate, but he makes innovation possible. He turns dreams into reality through sheer organizational force. But not everything goes smoothly. In the 4th month, disaster nearly strikes. One of the fabrication teams, working to meet an aggressive deadline, uses lower quality bitumen for sealing a tube. You do not discover this until the completed screw is being tested, and the seals fail catastrophically. Water bursts from multiple points along the tube, and the internal spiral is damaged by the sudden pressure release. You are forced to scrap the entire unit. Weeks of work, an enormous expense, lost. You gather all the fabrication teams and deliver the harshest speech of your life. We are not building monuments, you tell them, your voice cold with controlled fury. We are building machines that must work perfectly. The king has given us a deadline, yes, but he has also given us the resources to meet it properly. If you take shortcuts, if you use inferior materials, if you think speed matters more than quality, then you will not only ruin this project, you will kill it, and you will kill everyone associated with it. You let that sink in. Every component, every seal, every weld must be perfect. I do not care if it takes longer. I do not care if it is harder. Perfect is the only acceptable standard. Do you understand? They understand. After that, the quality improves. It slows production slightly, but you build that into your timeline. Better to finish with time to spare and working equipment than to rush and fail. By the end of the 7th month, you've completed all 6 major water screws. They are installed at various levels of the garden structure, each positioned to lift water from the level below to the level above. The lowest screw draws directly from a canal connected to the Euphrates. The highest delivers water to the cisterns at the summit terrace. But there remains one critical challenge: power. For workers can turn one screw continuously for about an hour before exhaustion sets in. To run 6 screws continuously would require a rotating workforce of perhaps 150 men. It is possible, but barely sustainable. You need a better solution. You return to the principle that has guided you from the beginning. Work with nature, not against it. The Euphrates flows endlessly. What if you could harness that flow to power the screws? You design a water wheel, a massive structure, 20 cubits in diameter, positioned at the canal that feeds the lowest water. The river current turns the wheel, and the wheel's rotation is transferred through a system of wooden gears to the screw's crankshaft. It is a complex mechanism, requiring precision engineering. The gearing ratios must be correct to provide enough torque without making the wheel too slow or too fast. The whole system must be robust enough to operate unattended for days at a time. Rimet Bell contributes significantly to this design. His experience with mechanical systems proves invaluable. Together, you work out the load calculations, the gear ratios, the bearing systems. This is actually elegant, he admits one night as you both pore over the drawings. Using the river to lift the river. Very clever. It is efficient, you reply, and it means the garden will sustain itself. No endless teams of workers, no daily labor costs, just the river, flowing as it has always flowed, giving life to the mountain we are building. The water wheel is completed in the 8th month. Installation is a monumental task. The thing weighs several tons, and must be positioned precisely. But when it is finally in place, and the canal is opened, the wheel begins to turn with stately grace, and the lowest water screw, connected to the wheel through the gear system, begins to rotate. Water flows. You install additional water wheels for the other screws, each one carefully positioned and geared. By the beginning of the 9th month, with only weeks remaining before the king's deadline, all 6 screws are operational, all powered by the endless flow of the Euphrates. The final test takes place on a hot afternoon in the 9th month. The entire water system is activated at once. All 6 screws begin turning, water flowing from level to level, climbing the impossible height from ground to summit. You stand at the highest terrace, beside the cistern that will feed the garden's irrigation channels, watching the spout of the final screw, waiting. And then, water begins flowing. Not just a stream, but a torrent, gallons per minute, cascading into the cistern, with a sound like distant thunder. The system works. From the ground level to the summit, water flows upward through your network of screws. The river defies gravity. The impossible has become real. You sink to your knees, overcome with relief and exhaustion and something like wonder. Rimet Bell approaches and stands beside you, looking down at the flowing water. You did it, he says quietly. You actually did it. We did it. You correct? I could not have done this alone. He looks at you for a long moment, then nods. Perhaps, but it was your dream, Medine. I merely helped make it stand. Below, you can hear the workers cheering. The sound echoes across the construction site, across the palace grounds, perhaps across all of Babylon. You have conquered gravity. You have given the queen her river. Now, all that remains is to make it bloom. With the water system operational, the garden structure can finally be completed. For months, the terraces have been nothing but platforms of stone and brick, impressive in their engineering but lifeless. Now, they must be transformed into spaces that can sustain life. This phase of the work is different from what has come before. You are no longer fighting physics, and time you are preparing to create an ecosystem. The challenge now is not to make water flow upward, but to make the desert bloom. Each terrace must have proper drainage water, cannot simply pool and stagnate. You design a sophisticated system of channels and overflow pipes that allow excess water to cascade down to the next level, creating the appearance of natural waterfalls, while preventing root rot and structural water damage. The waterproofing is critical. You have learned from Babylon's ancient builders, who waterproofed their structures using layers of bitumen, fired brick, and lead sheeting. Each terrace receives this treatment. First, a layer of fired brick laid in bitumen, then a sheet of hammered lead, then more brick, then a thick layer of gravel for drainage, and finally the soil. The soil itself is a major undertaking. You cannot simply pile dirt on stone and expect plants to thrive. You need rich fertile earth and a lot of it. Each terrace will require a soil depth of at least 3 cubits to support large trees. You calculate the total amount needed and the number makes your head spin. Tens of thousands of cubic cubits of soil. It will take hundreds of wagons, weeks of transportation. But the king has given you unlimited resources, and you use them. Soil is brought from the fertile lands along the Euphrates, from the gardens of wealthy estates. Even from the sacred groves of the temples of priests donate earth blessed by the gods themselves. Workers haul it up in baskets, load after load, day after day, spreading it across the waterproof terraces. Slowly, the stone mountain begins to look like earth. During this phase, you receive an unexpected visitor. You're inspecting the soil placement on the 3rd terrace when a palace servant approaches. Master Eden, the queen wishes to see the garden. Your heart leaps into your throat. Queen Amethyst, here. The garden is still unfinished, still bare earth and stone. You are filthy, covered in dirt and sweat. This is not how you imagined presenting your work to her, but you cannot refuse a royal request. I will come immediately, you say, trying unsuccessfully to wipe the dirt from your hands. The servant leads you to the 2nd terrace, where a small canopy has been erected to provide shade. Queen Amethyst stands beneath it, accompanied by 2 attendants and a palace guard. She is wrapped in a light blue robe, her dark hair covered by a veil. You prostrate yourself immediately. Your Majesty, please, rise, she says in that soft, accented voice. I have not come for formalities. I have come to see if it is real. You stand, uncertain what to say. She moves past you, walking to the edge of the terrace, looking out over the structure. From here, you can see all 5 levels that terraces, rising like giant steps, water flowing from level to level through your screw system. It is impressive, even in its unfinished state. Tell me, she says, still looking out, when will there be trees? Soon, Your Majesty. We are preparing the soil now. Within 2 months, we will begin planting. What kinds of trees? You step closer, careful to maintain a respectful distance. Cedar, Your Majesty, and cypress, plane trees, and terebinth, every species that grows in the mountains of Media. We have sent expeditions to collect seeds and saplings. Some are already waiting in our nursery, being prepared for transplanting. She turns to look at you then, and you see tears in her eyes. Cedar, she whispers. There will be cedar. Yes, Your Majesty, tall cedars on the upper terraces, where they can be seen against the sky, just as they grow in the mountains of your homeland. A tear escapes and runs down her cheek. I have not seen a cedar tree in 9 years. The pain in her voice is tangible. You realize, perhaps for the first time, what this garden truly means. It is not just a technical challenge or an architectural wonder. It is medicine for a dying soul. Your Majesty, you say carefully, I make you this promise. When this garden is complete, you will stand among cedars again. You will hear the wind in their branches, You will smell their fragrance, and for as long as they stand, you will have a piece of your mountains here in Babylon. She looks at you with those dark, sad eyes. You believe this is possible? You truly believe you can make the desert remember the mountains? I believe, Your Majesty, that we have already made water flow upward. After that, making the desert bloom seems almost simple. She almost smiles at that. Almost. My husband chose well, she says. He told me he was gambling on a young engineer with impossible ideas. I see now that his gamble was wise. She reaches into her robe and produces a small cloth bundle. She unwraps it carefully, revealing seeds small, dark, precious. These are from my mother's garden in Media, she says. Mountain flowers that bloom in spring. I brought them with me when I came to Babylon, thinking I would plant them. But nothing grows here. The soil is wrong, the air is wrong, everything is wrong. She holds the bundle out to you. Plant them in your garden, Master Iden. Let them grow. Let me see their flowers again before I die. You accept the seeds with trembling hands. Your Majesty, you will not die. This garden will heal you. Perhaps, she says softly, or perhaps it will simply allow me to die happy. She turns and walks away, her attendants following. You stand alone on the terrace, holding the seeds, feeling the weight of what you have undertaken. This is not just engineering anymore. This is resurrection. You're not just building a structure, you're trying to bring someone back to life. The thought terrifies and exhilarates you in equal measure. The next month is devoted to preparing for planting. You establish a nursery at the base of the garden where saplings can be acclimated. Gardeners and agricultural specialists are brought in, men who understand plants, who know the secrets of making things grow. One of them, an old Persian named Idis, who once served in the royal gardens of Ecbatana, becomes invaluable. He knows the trees of Media intimately, which need shade, which need sun, which grow quickly, which grow slowly. The cedar must be planted high, he tells you, walking the terraces with you. It needs good drainage and full sun. The cypress can go lower, it tolerates shade. Here, on the north side of this terrace, you should plant the willows. They love water and shade. They will thrive near your fountains. Together, you create a planting plan. Not just random placement of trees, but a carefully designed ecosystem. Fast-growing trees to provide quick results. Slow-growing trees for long-term grandeur. Flowering shrubs for color. Climbing vines to soften the stone walls. Ground cover plants to prevent erosion. It will not look like a garden immediately. It will look like a forest. Dense and wild. More mountain wilderness than formal palace garden. But that is what the queen wants, not tamed nature, but nature itself, brought to Babylon. The planting begins in the 9th month and continues into the 10th. It is hard, careful work. Each tree is positioned precisely according to Datus's plan. The roots are wrapped in damp cloth during transport, then carefully spread in their prepared holes. Water from your screw system irrigates them immediately. You plant cedars and cypress, plane trees and oaks. You plant the terebinth, that produces fragrant resin. You plant junipers and pines. You plant flowering almond and pomegranate. You plant the seeds the queen gave you in a special bed on the 3rd terrace, where they will receive morning sun and afternoon shade. And slowly, over weeks, the garden begins to transform. The terraces, once bare earth and stone, become green. The saplings, though small, give promise of the forest to come. Vines begin climbing the walls. The ground cover spreads. Water flows continuously through your network of screws, feeding the irrigation channels, cascading from terrace to terrace in artificial streams and waterfalls. The sound of flowing water becomes constant, not the angry roar of a flood, but the peaceful music of a mountain brook. Birds begin to appear. They nest in the young trees, drink from the streams. Butterflies flutter among the first flowers. Life is coming to your mountain. Rimidbel visits one evening as you are inspecting a newly planted terrace. He stands silently, for a long time, looking at the transformation. I did not think it was possible, he finally says. I thought you were mad. I thought this would end in failure and disaster. He turns to you. I was wrong. This is extraordinary. You have not just built a garden Eden, you have performed magic. Not magic, you reply. Engineering, the careful application of knowledge and effort to achieve a specific goal. Call it what you will, Rimidbel says, but when this is complete, when the trees are tall and the queen walks among them, people will call it a wonder. The hanging gardens of Babylon, and they will speak of it for 1,000 years. You want to believe him? But there is still so much that could go wrong. The trees could fail to thrive. The water system could break down. The king could decide it is not enough. But looking at the green terraces, at the flowing water, at the promise of life in this desert city, you allow yourself a moment of hope. Maybe, just maybe, you have actually done it. The impossible has become possible, and the greatest revelation is still to come. The formal demonstration is scheduled for the first day of the 10th month. Exactly 2 years since the king gave you your impossible commission. 2 years. It feels like a lifetime. You are 30 years old now, but you feel ancient. Your hands are scarred from countless small injuries. Your back aches constantly from the physical labor. You have lost weight, lost hair, gained gray at your temples. But the garden stands. The structure is complete, 5 terraces rising, 75 cubits into the air, visible from every corner of Babylon. The water system operates flawlessly, the 6 great screws turning day and night, powered by the river itself. Thousands of trees, shrubs, and plants have been established, their roots digging deep into the carefully prepared soil. It is not yet mature. The trees are still young, the forests not yet dense, but it is unmistakably alive. It is green in a city of brown. It is lush in a land of dust. It is, in every meaningful sense, a mountain growing in the desert. Today, the king and queen will see it for the first time. The entire royal court has been invited, nobles, officials, foreign ambassadors, high priests. 1,000 people will witness either your triumph or your failure. You barely slept last night. You walked the entire garden 3 times before dawn, checking every detail. The water flows properly. The irrigation channels are clear. The cisterns are full. The paths are swept clean. Everything that can be made ready is ready. But will it be enough? The demonstration is scheduled for mid-morning, when the light will be best. You stand at the entrance to the Gardena Grand Archway, at ground level, flanked by carved lions and watch the procession approach. First come the palace guards, resplendent in their armor. Then the nobles and officials, dressed in their finest robes. Then the priests, chanting prayers. Then the ambassadors from a dozen nations, curious to see what Babylon has created. And finally, the royal couple themselves. King Nebuchadnezzar walks with the confidence of a man who has never doubted his power. He wears his ceremonial regalia purple and gold, his crown glinting in the sunlight. His presence is overwhelming, as always, but your eyes are drawn to Queen Amytis. She looks different than when you last saw her. Stronger, perhaps, or simply more present. There is color in her cheeks. Her eyes, while still carrying sadness, also carry something new. Hope. She has not yet seen the garden. The king has forbidden anyone from describing it to her. This will be her first glimpse. You and your team, including Rimet Baal, Zababashimidin, Old Mushizib, who has been carried here on Alita, and dozens of others who contributed to the project, prostrate yourselves as the royal couple approaches. Rise, Nebuchadnezzar commands. You stand. The king looks at you, his dark eyes unreadable. 2 years, Eden. 2 years I have waited. Now show me what you have built. You bow. Your Majesty, if you and the queen will follow me, you lead them through the archway into the garden's first level. There is a collective gasp from the crowd. The entrance opens onto a large plaza, shaded by young plane trees. A fountain occupies the center, water cascading from your hidden water screw system, creating a display of dancing streams. The sound is immediately soothing, a contrast to the harsh clamor of the city beyond. But this is just the beginning. Your Majesties, honored guests, you say, your voice carrying across the plaza. What you see before you is what we call the foundation terrace. From here, we will ascend through 5 levels, each representing a different aspect of the mountain wilderness. The garden is designed to be experienced as a journey from the foothills to the summit, just as one would climb a real mountain. You lead them to a wide stairway, carved into the stone. As they climb, more of the garden reveals itself. The second terrace is planted with fruit trees, pomegranates, figs, dates. This is the productive level, designed to demonstrate that the garden is not merely decorative, but functional. Already, some of the trees are bearing fruit, though they are still young. Water flows through carefully designed channels, feeding each tree. A small stream runs along one edge, cascading down to the level below in a miniature waterfall. The queen stops beside the waterfall, watching the water flow. She extends her hand and lets the water run over her fingers. It is real, she whispers. It is actually real. The third terrace is where the forest truly begins. Here, you have planted the larger tree cedars and cypresses, oaks, and terebinth. They are still young, perhaps 15 cubits tall, but they create a canopy, a sense of enclosure. The temperature here is noticeably cooler than in the plaza below. The sound of flowing water is constant. Birds have already made homes here. As the procession walks through, sparrows and thrushes flutter in the branches. A finch sings from somewhere in the foliage. "Oh," one of the ambassadors asks, "how is there water for all these trees in this desert?" You gesture to one of the water screws, its bronze tube gleaming in the dappled sunlight, its spiral turning steadily inside. "This is a water-lifting screw, Excellency. The river Euphrates turns water wheels at the garden space, and those wheels power these screws, lifting water from level to level. The river waters itself, so to speak. The system operates continuously, requiring no human labor." The ambassador approaches the screw, examining it with fascination. Others join him. You explain the mechanism, demonstrate the flow, answer their technical questions. But the king is not interested in engineering details. He is watching his wife. Queen Amytis has moved deeper into the forest, away from the crowd. She stands among the young cedars, her face tilted up toward the canopy, her eyes closed. She is breathing deeply, savoring the scent. Nebuchadnezzar follows her silently. You see him place a hand gently on her shoulder. She turns and looks at him, and something passes between them, some communication beyond words. You discreetly lead the procession upward, giving them privacy. The fourth terrace is designed as a pleasure garden, not wild, like the forest below, but cultivated. Flowering shrubs line the paths. Beds of flowers, including the seeds the queen gave you, which have sprouted and are beginning to bloom, create splashes of color. Stone benches are positioned to take advantage of views and breezes. This level is more formal, more refined. It demonstrates that the garden can be both wilderness and art. The fifth and highest terrace is the crown jewel. Here, at the summit, you have created an observation platform. The tallest cedars are planted here, framing the space, but not blocking it. From this height 75 cubits above ground level, all of Babylon is visible. You can see the entire city, the ziggurat of Etamananki rising in the temple district, the palace complex spreading to the south, the Euphrates cutting through the city like a silver blade, the mass of walls that circle everything. Beyond the walls, the desert stretches to the horizon in all directions. But here, at the summit of your impossible mountain, there is green. There is the sound of water. There is the scent of cedar and pine trees life. The procession arrives at the summit. People spread out, marveling at the view, at the achievement, at the sheer audacity of what has been created. And then Queen Amytis and King Nebuchadnezzar emerge from the stairway. And then Queen Amytis and King Nebuchadnezzar emerge from the stairway. The queen walks to the edge of the platform, looking north. In the far distance, barely visible through the desert haze, are the peaks of the Zagros mountains, her homeland. She stands there for a long time, silent. The entire court watches her, waiting. Then she turns. There are tears streaming down her face, but she is smiling. Actually, smiling. It transforms her face, makes her look years younger, brings life back into her features. "I can see the mountains," she says, her voice choked with emotion. "From here, I can see home." She looks at you then, really looks at you, and her smile widens. "You kept your promise, Master Edene. You gave me back my mountains." The crowd erupts into applause. Not polite court applause, but genuine, thunderous celebration. People are cheering, crying, embracing each other. The impossible has been achieved, and they have witnessed it. Nebuchadnezzar raises his hand, and silence falls. "Eden Marduk," the king says, his voice carrying across the terrace, "step forward." You approach and kneel. "You have done what I commanded," Nebuchadnezzar says. "You have built my wife a mountain. You have made the desert bloom. You have achieved what wise men said was impossible." He places his hand on your shoulder, an astonishing gesture of royal favor. "For this, you will be rewarded beyond measure. Gold, land, titles these you will receive, but more than that, you will have something that no amount of wealth can buy. You will be remembered. When men speak of Babylon's glories, when they recount the wonders of our age, your name will be spoken alongside the kings and heroes. You have built something eternal, Eden. You have defied gravity and time itself." He helps you to your feet in another unprecedented gesture. "This garden will be called the Hanging Gardens of Babylon," he declares, "and it will stand as a testament to what human will and genius can achieve when properly directed." Let all who see it know. This is what Babylon creates. This is why we rule the world. The crowd erupts again. You are surrounded by congratulations, by people wanting to touch you, to speak with you, to be associated with your triumph. Through the chaos, you see Rimit Baal standing to one side. He meets your eyes and nods once, a gesture of respect, of acknowledgement. The rivalry is over. You have both survived. You see Mushizib on his litter, tears running down his weathered face, his blind eyes somehow finding you across the distance. Yamenta. Vindiceret. You see Zababishamadin, grinning like a proud father, and you see the queen, standing among the cedars, with her face tilted toward the sun, breathing the mountain air, alive again. This moment, this perfect, impossible moment. This is why you became an engineer. Not for the gold or the glory though, those are welcome. But for this, the moment when an idea becomes real, when a dream stands in the world, when the impossible becomes possible. You have fought gravity and won. You have made water flow upward. You have built a mountain in the desert, and you have given a dying queen her life back. Nothing you do for the rest of your life will ever match this achievement. But that is all right, because this is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. After the demonstration, after the triumph, comes the work that no one celebrates: maintenance and refinement. The garden is alive, which means it is also constantly changing, growing, requiring attention. The young trees must be pruned and guided as they grow. The irrigation channels must be cleaned. The water screws require a regular inspection and occasional repair. New plants must be introduced to fill gaps and create the density you envision. This phase of the work is less dramatic than the construction, but in many ways more important. A garden is not built once and then finished. It is an ongoing collaboration between human intention and natural growth. You could step away now. Your commission is complete, your reputation established. The king has rewarded you with a large estate, a permanent position as Master Royal Engineer, and wealth that will sustain your family for generations. But you do not step away. The garden has become personal to you. It is no longer the king's project or even the queen's. It is yours in a way that transcends ownership. You have poured 2 years of your life into this impossible thing. You cannot simply abandon it now. Besides, Queen Amidas comes almost every day, and someone needs to ensure that her mountain remains perfect. She has changed, the queen. That first glimpse seems to have awakened something in her. She walks the garden paths with greater energy, greater purpose. She sits among the cedars reading poetry. She tends some of the flowers herself, though her attendants are horrified by the idea of a queen gardening with her own hands. One afternoon, in the 11th month after completion, you encounter her on the 3rd terrace. She is kneeling beside the bed where you planted her seeds, examining the flowers that have bloomed, their delicate mountain blossoms with purple and white petals. Your Majesty, you say, bowing. She looks up and smiles, something she does more often now. Master Edin, come, look at they say. Do you know what they are called? You kneel beside her. I confess, I do not, Your Majesty. You gave me the seeds, but not their name. In my language, we call them tears of the mountain. They bloom in the high meadows, in spring, after the snow melts. My mother and I would gather them and weave them into crowns. She touches one of the flowers gently. I never thought I would see them again. I certainly never imagined they could grow in Babylon. The garden has created its own climate. Your Majesty, you explain. The constant water, the shade from the trees, the altitude, they all combine to make conditions here different from the rest of the city. Cooler, more humid, more like mountains. She looks at you with those dark eyes. You gave me more than a garden, Master Eden. You gave me back a piece of my soul. Do you understand what that means? You are not sure how to respond to such intimacy from a queen. I am gratified that Your Majesty is pleased, you finally say. She laughs, a sound you have rarely heard from her. Such formal language. You have walked into impossible places. Master Engineer. You have made rivers flow upward. Surely you can speak plainly with me here. In this place you created, emboldened, you speak more honestly. Then I will say this, Your Majesty, I have built many things in my life. Bridges and walls, canals and cities. They all served purposes, solved problems, made life better. But this garden, this is the only thing I have built that brings joy. Pure, uncomplicated joy. And seeing that joy in you, Your Majesty, is worth more than all the gold the king gave me. She regards you thoughtfully, Do you know why my husband chose you for this project? He said I was young and innovative. That is what he told you. But he told me something else. She sits back on her heels. He said he chose you because you were desperate to prove yourself. Because you had something to prove. Some burning need to be more than you were. And desperate men, he said, will attempt the impossible when others will not even try. She picks one of the flowers. He was right. But what he did not anticipate, what I do not think either of us anticipated, is that you would actually succeed. That the impossible would become real. That desperation would transform into genuine genius. She stands, and you stand with her. This garden will outlive us all, she says. Long after my husband's empire has crumbled, long after his palaces have been reclaimed by the desert, this garden will remain. Because it is not just stone and earth, it is living. It is self-sustaining. You have created something that can survive without you. She offers you the flower. Keep this. When you are old, when this is all memory, remember that you built something that gave life, not took it. In a kingdom built on conquest, you built on love. You accept a flower, humbled and overwhelmed. She walks away, her attendants materializing from wherever they have been discreetly waiting, and you are left alone on the terrace, holding a delicate mountain blossom, feeling the weight of what has been achieved. The months pass. The garden grows. The trees put on height and girth, with astonishing speed, the constant water and rich soil, nurturing them in ways that would be impossible in nature. The cedars that were 15 cubits tall at completion reach 25 cubits within a year. Their roots dig deep into the terraces, actually helping to stabilize the structure. The canopy thickens, creating genuine forest. The lower terraces become shaded and cool, while the upper terraces remain bright and sun-drenched. Different microclimates develop at different levels, allowing for even greater botanical diversity. You introduce new species constantly. Vines that cascade from terrace to terrace like green waterfalls. Flowers that bloom in succession throughout the year. Aromatic herbs that fill the air with fragrance. Trees that produce nuts and fruit, attracting even more wildlife. Birds are abundant, not just sparrows and finches, but exotic species that have somehow found this oasis in the desert. Peacocks strut on the paths, their jeweled tails dragging. Parrots' gifts from distant lands chatter in the branches. At dusk, nightingales sing from the cedars. The garden becomes famous. Diplomats and merchants carry tales of it throughout the known world. Artists come to paint it. Poets compose verses about it. Philosophers debate whether it represents humanity's triumph over nature or harmony with it. You train a team of gardeners to maintain it, teaching them the water system, the pruning techniques, the seasonal cycles. The garden employs dozens of people, now workers, who see themselves not as laborers, but as custodians of a living wonder. Ramet Bell, perhaps surprisingly, remains involved. He has found his calling in the systematic documentation of everything you built. He creates detailed plans, maintenance schedules, instruction manuals. His organizational mind ensures that knowledge of the garden's systems will survive even after you are gone. You built it, he tells you one day, as you review his latest set of diagrams. But someone must preserve it. That is my contribution making. Sure, your genius is not lost to time. You have come to value him. This man who was once your rival. His methodical nature balances your innovative impulses. Together, you make improvements to the water system, increasing efficiency, reducing wear on the components. The garden becomes a place of pilgrimage. People come from across Babylon and beyond just to walk its terraces, to experience the impossible made real. Some come for the beauty, some come for the engineering, some come simply to understand what human will can achieve. You often walk the garden in the early morning, before the crowds arrive, checking on your creation. These quiet hours are precious to you, moments when you can experience what you have built without the weight of public attention. One such morning, 3 years after completion, you are on the highest terrace when you see an old man making his slow way up the stairs, leaning heavily on a staff. As he comes closer, you recognize him. Master! You hurry to help him, offering your arm for support. I am not dead yet, boy, he grumbles. But he accepts your help, though these cursed stairs are doing their best to finish me. You guide him to one of the benches on the summit terrace. He sits with a grateful sigh, catching his breath. Why did you not send word? You ask. I would have come to you. You should not have climbed. I needed to see it, Mushazibi interrupts. One last time. I needed to see what my student built. I needed to see it, Mushazibi interrupts. One last time. I needed to see what my student built. His clouded eyes can see very little now, you know, but he turns his face toward the garden, toward the cedars and the sound of flowing water, as if he can perceive it through senses beyond sight. "Tell me what you see," he commands. So you describe it for him. The forest that has grown, the water cascading from level to level, the birds and butterflies, the way the light filters through the cedar branches, the queen walking below among her flowers. Mushizib listens in silence, his weathered face peaceful. "Do you remember?" he finally says, "when you came to me on the bridge? That first night, when the king had given you this impossible task, you were drowning in fear and doubt." "I remember, Mastara. I told you to observe nature, to find your solutions in the way the world already works." He chuckles softly. "I did not really believe you would succeed, you know. I thought you would try, fail honorably, and perhaps survive with your reputation intact. I certainly did not imagine this." He gestures vaguely at the garden around you. "But you did more than solve a technical problem, Eden. You created beauty, you created life. That is the difference between a competent engineer and a great one. Competent engineers solve problems. Great engineers create possibilities." He reaches out and grasps your hand with surprising strength. "I am proud of you, my student, more proud than I can express. You have exceeded everything I could have taught you. You have become something I never was, an artist in stone and water and living wood." His grip loosens, and he leans back against the bench, suddenly looking exhausted. "Master, let me call for a litter. You should rest." "No," he says firmly. "I will rest soon enough. Let me simply sit here, in this impossible place, and listen to the water flow." You sit beside him in silence, your hands still holding his, listening to the eternal song of your water screws. The wind in the cedars, the distant sounds of the city below. Mushezib dies 3 days later, peacefully in his sleep. At his funeral, you speak of his wisdom, his guidance, his role in creating the garden. You ensure he is remembered not just as your mentor but as one of the garden's architects. The years continue to pass. You grow older. Your hair goes completely gray. Your hands, once steady enough to draft the finest calculations, begin to shake slightly, the toll of years of intense labor. But the garden grows stronger. The trees reach mature heights. The forest becomes dense enough that parts of the upper terraces feel truly wild, as if this mountain has always been here, as if it grew naturally from the desert floor. Queen Amytis lives another 15 years after the garden's completion, far longer than her physicians predicted. Whether the garden truly healed her or simply gave her a reason to live, you never know. But she spends nearly every day there, and when she dies at last, it is peaceably, among her cedars, with a smile on her face. Nebuchadnezzar, the great conqueror, is broken by her death. He continues to rule, but something essential has gone out of him. He visits the garden frequently, standing where his wife used to stand, looking north toward the mountains he could never give her. One evening, you find him there alone, unattended, a rare and dangerous breach of protocol, but the guards know better than to question their king's need for solitude. You hesitate, unsure whether to disturb him, but he senses your presence. "Eden," he says, without turning, "come stand with me." You approach and stand beside him, looking out over the city as the sun sets. "She died happy," Nebuchadnezzar says quietly. "That is because of you. Because of this place you built. I could conquer the world, but I could not give her what she needed. You did." He turns to look at you, and his eyes are wet with tears, something you never imagined you would see. "Thank you," he says simply, "for giving me a few more years with her, for making her smile again, for building something that love could live in." It is the only time the great king ever thanks anyone for anything, as far as you know. Nebuchadnezzar dies 7 years after his queen. His son takes the throne. Then his son's son. Dynasties rise and fall. Babylon's power waxes and wanes. The empire that seemed eternal begins to crack. But the garden endures. Through political upheavals, through changes of power, through everything that threatens to tear Babylon apart, the garden remains. It has become greater than any single ruler, greater than the empire itself. It has become a symbol of what humanity can achieve, and no one, no matter how ruthless, no matter how desperate for resources. You train successors, teaching them everything you know. They train their own successors. In turn, the knowledge spreads, becomes institutional. The garden's maintenance becomes a sacred duty, passed from generation to generation. Your water screws continue to turn, powered by the endless Euphrates. The river waters the mountain it could never climb naturally. Gravity is defeated every single day, thousands upon thousands of gallons flowing upward, giving life to an impossible dream. You grow old, you retire from active engineering, spending your final years in comfort, honored and wealthy, but you still visit the garden regularly, walking its paths with slow steps, remembering you are 70 years old now. Your body is failing, your joints ache, your eyesight dims, your breath comes short after even mild exertion, but your mind remains sharp, and your pride in the garden never fades. It has been 42 years since you completed the Hanging Gardens. 2 generations have grown up knowing this wonder as simply part of Babylon, part of the landscape, as permanent as the Euphrates itself. The garden has matured beyond your wildest imaginings. The cedars now tower 70 cubits above the highest terrace, making the entire structure appear to be crowned with a forest. The canopy is so dense that walking the middle terraces is like walking through a mountain wilderness. You can almost forget you are in the heart of a city. The ecosystem has achieved balance. Butterflies and bees pollinate the flowers. Birds control the insects. Fallen leaves decompose into rich humus that replenishes the soil. The garden has become requiring minimal human intervention beyond the water system, maintenance, and occasional pruning. New features have been added over the decades. Later engineers, your students and their students have installed additional fountains, created small pools where fish swim, carved grottos into the walls where ferns grow in perpetual twilight. Each generation adds something while respecting the fundamental design. Your water screws, those revolutionary devices that made everything possible, have been copied. Throughout Babylon, they lift water for rooftop gardens, for public fountains, for industrial purposes. The principle you discovered under desperate pressure has transformed how the city manages water. Some call them Eden screws. You prefer water screws, but you cannot control what people call things. On a warm afternoon in late spring, you make what you suspect will be your final visit to the garden. Your grandson Nabunadina, promising young engineer himself, helps you climb the stairs, supporting you when your legs falter. "Grandfather, we can rest," he says anxiously, as you pause on the 3rd terrace, breathing hard. "No," you gasp. "I need ... to reach the top. I need to see it one more time." So he helps you climb, past the fruit terraces, past the forest levels, up to the summit where this whole impossible thing began, where you stood with the king and queen for decades ago. You collapse onto the same bench where you once sat with Mush. The view spreads before you all of Babylon, glorious and golden in the afternoon light. The Euphrates gleaming, the ziggurats standing eternal, the walls stretching to the horizon, and below you, the garden. Your garden, green and alive and thriving. "Tell me, Nabu," you say when you have caught your breath. "What do the young engineers say about the garden? Do they understand what it is?" Your grandson considers this. "They study it, grandfather. It is in every curriculum. The water screw system is analyzed in detail. The structural engineering is taught as an example of optimal load distribution. Your work is considered the foundation of modern Babylonian hydraulic engineering." "That is not what I asked," you say gently. "I ask if they understand what it is." Nabu looks puzzled. "The garden is not just an engineering achievement," you explain. "It is a story. It is about a man who loved a woman and wanted to give her the impossible. It is about the desperation of exile and the power of home. It is about fear and pressure and the flash of insight that comes when you have no other options." When they teach the water screws, do they teach that story? Some do, Nabu admits. Others focus purely on the technical aspects. You die 6 months after that final visit, peacefully in your sleep, surrounded by family. Babylon mourns you as one of its greatest citizens. Your funeral procession passes through the garden you built, and thousands line the paths to pay their respects. But you are no longer there to see it. You have become memory, story, legend. The garden endures 4 generations after your death. It becomes one of the most famous sites in the ancient world, listed among what later ages will call the 7 wonders. Travelers come from Greece, from Persia, from Egypt, from lands you never knew existed, just to see the impossible garden that hangs in the air. They write about it, they paint Italiano, they describe it in terms of wonder and magic. Some embellish wildly, claiming the garden floats without support, that it is watered by rain clouds that appear from nowhere, that it was built by gods rather than men. You would laugh at these exaggerations. The truth was extraordinary enough. But empires, even the mightiest, do not last forever. Babylon's power declines. New empires rise, Persian, Greek, others. The city changes hands, again and again. Wars and sieges take their toll. The great walls are breached. The palaces are sacked. The ziggurat crumbles. Through it all, the garden survives, maintained by whatever power controls the city, because it is too precious to destroy, too wondrous to abandon. But eventually, inevitably, it falls. Perhaps it is an earthquake that cracks the foundation. Perhaps it is a flood that undermines the structure. Perhaps it is simply neglect during a period of chaos, when no one can spare resources for maintenance. The water screws stop turning. The irrigation fails. The trees die. The terraces collapse. The mountain returns to dust. Centuries pass. Millennia. Babylon itself is abandoned, reclaimed by the desert. Sand covers the ruins. The Euphrates shifts its course. Everything you built vanishes beneath the earth. Future ages will debate whether the Hanging Gardens ever existed at all. Archaeologists will search for evidence and find nothing conclusive. Some will claim it was a myth, a legend, a story that grew in the telling until it bore no relation to reality. They will be wrong, of course. But they cannot know that. What they cannot excavate is the truth that transcends stone and bronze. That once, in a flat desert city, a desperate engineer looked at an impossible challenge and refused to accept that it could not be done. That he invented a new way to lift water, defying gravity through clever application of rotation and force. That he built a mountain where no mountain should be, and made the desert bloom. That he gave a homesick queen her happiness back, if only for a few years. That he proved human ingenuity and determination could overcome any obstacle. That story, Eden survives even when the garden does not. It survives in every engineer who attempts the impossible. It survives in every innovation born from desperation. It survives in every structure that seems to defy nature itself. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon may be lost to time, buried beneath sand and silence, but the spirit that created them, the refusal to accept impossible as an answer, the courage to dream beyond the known, the dedication to turn vision into reality that endures forever. You are gone, Eden. Your garden is gone. Babylon is gone. But what you proved remains eternal. That human beings, when pushed to their limits, when driven by love, or fear, or sheer stubborn determination, can achieve miracles. You made water flow upward. You raised a mountain in a desert. You captured a dream and made it real. They will call it a wonder. They will call it a legend. They will even debate whether it was a myth. But you will know the truth. You will know the fear and the sweat, the sleepless nights, and the moments of blinding insight. You will know the sound of water cascading from your bronze screws, the smell of cedar on mountain breezes, the smile on a queen's face as she stood among her flowers. You will know that it was real, that you made it real, that for one shining moment in history, the impossible became possible because a frightened engineer refused to give up. And that, more than any physical structure, more than any monument of stone, is the true wonder of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The wonder is not what was built. The wonder is that anyone dared to build it at all. Sleep now, Eden. Your work is done. Your legend has just begun. Welcome, the day is done. It is time now to let the noise of your world fade into silence. Find your most comfortable position, and for the next few moments, simply relax. Tonight's Odyssey is about to begin, but be warned. This is not a gentle story. This is Sparta. Tonight, you will not just learn about the most feared warriors of the ancient world, You will become one, from the brutal judgment at birth, through the crucible of the Aguj, to the final, glorious stand at Thermopylae. You will live the life of a Spartan. Whether you are here for a story to captivate your mind, or a grand narrative to accompany you to sleep, your journey starts now. If you enjoy these odysseys, subscribe, and join us every time we travel to the past. Now let us begin. The year is 510 BCE, and you have just taken your first breath in the ancient city-state of Sparta. Nestled in the valley of the Eurotas River, surrounded by the imposing peaks of Mount Tagat. But your life does not begin with celebration or joy. It begins with judgment. You are only hours old, still slick with the waters of birth, when rough hands lift you from your mother's exhausted embrace. She does not protest, she knows. The law knows that this moment was always coming. Her eyes follow you with a mixture of desperate hope and terrible resignation as you are carried from the darkened birthing chamber into the harsh light of day. The men who examine you are members of the Gerousia, the council of elders who govern Sparta alongside the two hereditary kings. These are men whose faces have been carved by decades of war, whose bodies bear the scars of countless battles, whose eyes have witnessed the rise and fall of generations of warriors. They have seen strong infants grow into weak men, and seemingly frail babies become legendary heroes. They trust nothing but what their experienced hands and eyes can verify. You are laid naked upon a cold stone table in the public bathhouse, where the light is best and the judgment most severe. The eldest of the examiners, a man whose white beard flows like a river of snow down his bronze chest, begins his inspection. His fingers, gnarled but surprisingly gentle, probe your tiny limbs, testing for strength, checking for deformity. He examines your spine, running a practiced thumb down each vertebra, searching for any curve or weakness that might manifest in later years. Your skull is measured, your chest expansion observed as you cry. They listen to the quality of your wails, is there strength in them, or the wheeze of weak lungs? Behind these men, your father stands in rigid silence. He is a Spartiate, a full citizen warrior, and his bronze armor gleams in the afternoon sun, streaming through the high windows. His face betrays nothing, but you will learn years later that inside, his heart pounds like a war drum. He has already lost one son to this judgment, a boy whose left foot was twisted inward, deemed unfit for the phalanx. That child was taken to the Apatata, the place of rejection at the foot of Mount Tagatas, and left to die of exposure or be devoured by wild animals. Your father never speaks of him, but sometimes you will catch him staring at the mountain with eyes that seem to see through stone. The examination continues with methodical precision. They test your reflexes, watching how your tiny fists clench, how your legs kick. One elder drops a bronze disc near the table, creating a sharp, ringing sound. You startle and cry, louder good. Your hearing is intact. They pass a torch flame near your eyes, not close enough to harm, but sufficient to test your vision as your pupils contract. Every response is noted, evaluated, weighed against the centuries of Spartan military tradition. Your mother waits in an adjacent room, and though the walls are thick, she can hear your cries. She sits with the other women who have recently given birth, some clutching healthy infants who have already passed judgment, others sitting in hollow-eyed silence, their arms empty, their children condemned. The waning is agony. She knows that if you fail this test, she will never hold you again. There will be no funeral, no burial rites. You will simply cease to exist in the eyes of Sparta, as if you had never drawn breath at all. The eldest examiner now performs the final and most crucial test. He lifts you high above his head, holding you suspended in the air as you wail and flail your limbs. He is checking your spirit, your will to fight, even in distress. A weak child might go limp, might surrender to fear, but you rage against the empty air, your tiny fists beating at nothing, your legs kicking with surprising force. The elder's weathered face cracks into what might almost be called a smile, the first and last time you will see such an expression from a member of the jury. He lowers you carefully and nods to his fellow examiners. They confer in low voices, using words you cannot yet understand but which seal your fate. You have passed. Ju will li. Your father's shoulders relax almost imperceptibly, the only sign of his relief. He steps forward to receive you, wrapping your naked form in his red cloak, the same cloak that has seen him through 20 years of warfare, stained with the blood of Sparta's enemies, and perhaps a few drops of his own. This is your first swaddling, your first embrace by the state you will serve until death. As you are carried back to your mother, you pass another father leaving the bathhouse. His face is a mask of stone, but his eyes are those of a dead man. In his arms is a small, still bundle. He walks toward the mountain path that leads to the Apathatai. No one speaks to him. No one offers comfort. In Sparta, weakness is not mourned, it is eliminated. Your mother receives you with tears. She quickly blinks away. Spartans do not weep, not even in joy. She examines you herself, her hands trembling slightly as she traces the limbs that the elders have approved. She whispers your name for the first time. Lycurgus, after the legendary lawgiver who created the system that has just spared your life. It is a name heavy with expectation, a name that carries the weight of Spartan tradition. But even as she holds you, even as she offers you her breast for your first feeding as an accepted Spartan citizen, she knows the clock has begun ticking. She has 7 years just. 7 years to love you, before the state claims you forever. Every Spartan mother knows this bargain. They trade their children for the security of the state, their maternal love sacrificed on the altar of military supremacy. In other Greek cities, your birth would be celebrated with wine and song, with offerings to the gods for your health and prosperity. Here, there is only quiet acceptance. You have passed the first test, but it is merely the beginning. Every day of your life will be a test. Every moment an opportunity to prove your worth or reveal your weakness. That night, as you sleep in your mother's arms, she sings to you not lullabies of comfort, but the paeans of war, the songs of ancient victories. She tells you stories of Spartan heroes who chose death over dishonor, of the legendaries 300, who would one day hold the pass at Thermopylae. You cannot understand the words, but the days following a judgment pass, in a rhythm as old as Sparta itself. Your mother carries you strapped to her chest as she goes about her duties managing the household slaves, the helots, who outnumber Spartan citizens 5-1. You absorb the hierarchy from your first days. At the top, the Spartiates like your parents, the warriors sit. Below them, the Pariochi, the free non-citizens, who handle trade and crafts. And at the bottom, the helots, the conquered peoples who work the land and live in constant seething resentment. You watch from your swaddling as your mother commands these slaves with a voice like iron. She shows no kindness, no mercy. When a helot woman drops a water jar, your mother has her beaten not out of cruelty, but necessity. The helots must fear the Spartans, must be reminded constantly of their subjugation. If they ever lose that fear, if they ever realize their vast numerical superiority, Sparta would drown in a sea of slave rebellion. This fear, this constant vigilance, this is the dark heart of Spartan power, and you drink it in with your mother's milk. Your father returns from the agora, the public space where the men train and conduct business. His bronze armor bears new scratches. There has been a skirmish with Argos, Sparta's ancient enemy. 3 Spartiates died, he reports matter-of-factly. But they died well, facing the enemy. Their shields locked in formation, their names will be carved on stone, their memory preserved. This is the highest honor a Spartan can achieve, a beautiful death. As you grow from infant to toddler, your world expands from your mother's arms to the confines of your family's the plot of land worked by helots that provides your family's income. It is not a large estate. Spartan law forbids excessive wealth, considering it a corruption that weakens the warrior's spirit. The house itself is simple, almost austere, wooden beams, clay walls, a packed earth floor. The only decorations are your father's weapons and armor, displayed prominently, and a small shrine to Apollo and Artemis, the patron deities of Sparta. Your early childhood is a strange mixture of harsh discipline and surprising freedom. Unlike children in Athens or Corinth, you are not coddled or protected. At 2 years old, you are expected to walk long distances without complaint. At 3, you are deliberately exposed to cold, heat, and hunger to build endurance. Your mother watches you shiver in the winter cold, wearing only a thin tunic, and does not offer warmth. When you cry from hunger between meals, she does not feed you. Love, in Sparta, means preparing you for suffering. Yet there are moments of tenderness, carefully hidden from public view. Late at night, when your father is at a sesisitha, military mess where all Spartan men take their evening meals, your mother sometimes holds you close and whispers stories, not of war, but of the time before, when Greeks were not yet Greeks, when gods walked the earth and heroes were born from the union of mortal and divine. She tells you of Perseus and Heracles, both said to be ancestors of the Spartan royal lines. But always, these stories end with the same lesson. Even half-gods must prove themselves through suffering and struggle. Your father's interactions with you follow a different pattern. He does not play with you as fathers in other cities might. Instead, he teaches. At 4 years old, he begins your informal training. He shows you how to stand, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, the basic stance of a warrior. He places a wooden stick in your hands for a spear and guides you through the basic thrust. Your arms are too weak, your coordination poor, but he nods approval at your effort, not your achievement. He teaches you to swim in the Eurotas River, throwing you into the current and watching from the bank as you struggle. When you panic and swallow water, he does not rescue you. You must save yourself, or drown. This is the Spartan way. You learn to kick, to pull with your arms, to fight the current that would drag you under. When you finally drag yourself onto the bank, gasping and shaking, he simply says, again. The lessons are not merely physical. He teaches you the names of Sparta's enemies: Argos, Athens, Thebes, Corinth. He explains the geography of the Peloponnese, drawing maps in the dirt with a stick, showing you the mountain passes that protect Sparta, the routes armies might take to invade. You are 5 years old, and you are already learning strategy. Your mother, meanwhile, prepares you in different ways. She teaches you songs, not children's rhymes, but the paeans sung before battle, the hymns to Apollo the Protector. She teaches you to read, not from books of poetry or philosophy, but from the lists of Sparta's war dead, the names of heroes carved in stone. Each name has a story, and she makes you memorize them all. but it is the emotional preparation that is perhaps most cruel and necessary. She begins to distance herself from you as your 7th birthday approaches. Her embraces become less frequent, her voice harder. When you run to her with a scraped knee or a bruised arm, she no longer comforts you. Pain is weakness leaving the body, she says, repeating the ancient Spartan maxim. You learn to hide your tears, to swallow your cries, to show nothing on your face, even as your child's heart breaks a little more each day. The other children your age are undergoing the same transformation. You play together in the dusty streets, but your games are rehearsals for war. You form miniature phalanxes, with wooden shields and sticks, charging at each other with shrill war cries. Injuries are common and ignored. A boy named Alexios breaks his arm in one such game. He sets it himself using a straight stick and torn cloth, never crying out, earning nods of approval from watching adults. You begin to understand the concept of shame, that peculiar Spartan emotion that is worse than death. When a boy named Theron cries after falling from a wall, the other children shun him for days. His own mother refuses to speak to him. He learns a lesson. In Sparta, it is better to die than to show weakness, better to be broken than to break character. Your world is also shaped by the constant presence of the helots, those conquered peoples who make Spartan society possible. You watch them work the fields, their backs bent under the sun, their faces carefully blank whenever a Spartan passes. Your father explains that they are descended from the original inhabitants of Laconia, conquered centuries ago when the Spartans arrived. They are not slaves in the traditional sense. They cannot be bought or sold, but they belong to the land, and the land belongs to Sparta. Once a year during the Cryptia, which you will participate in when you are older young, Spartan warriors are sent out to kill helots, not as punishment for any crime but as a reminder of Spartan dominance and as practice for the young warriors. You see the fear in helot eyes whenever they look at Spartan children, knowing that these innocents will grow into their executioners. This systematic terror is necessary, your father explains, because the helots outnumber Spartans so greatly. In the fields around Sparta, there are perhaps 5 or 7 helots for every Spartan citizen. If they ever organized, ever overcame their fear, they could overwhelm their masters through sheer numbers. So the fear must be maintained, refreshed with blood each year, a careful balance of terror that keeps the system functioning. You are 6 years old when you witness your first public flogging. A helot has been caught stealing grain, a crime punishable by death in any other Greek city. But in Sparta, the punishment is more elaborate, more instructive. The helot is tied to a post in the agora, and a Spartiate administers the lash. The gathered crowd includes children of all ages, watching in silence as the whip falls again and again. What strikes you is now the helots, paying you, have been taught that helots are less than human, their suffering meaningless, but the perfection of the Spartiate's technique. Each strike lands with precise force, enough to split skin but not enough to kill quickly. It is an art form, a demonstration of control. The Spartiate's face never changes expression. His arm never wavers in its rhythm. This is what you must become. A perfect instrument of violence, emotionless and precise. As your 7th birthday approaches, the atmosphere in your home becomes increasingly tense. Your mother begins preparing your things, not that you will take much with you. A single cloak, a pair of sandals, nothing more. The egoist will provide everything else, or more accurately, will teach you to provide for yourself or do without. Your father increases your training, pushing you harder. The wooden spear is replaced with a heavier one, weighted with lead. Your swims in the Eurotas become longer against stronger currents. He teaches you to find your way in darkness, blindfolding you and leaving you in the hills outside the city, forcing you to navigate home by sound and smell and instinct. One night, perhaps a month before your 7th birthday, your father does something unusual. He takes you to the temple of Artemis Orthia, a place that will feature prominently in your future suffering. The temple is dark, lit only by a few oil lamps. At the altar stands a wooden statue of the goddess, ancient and worn, supposedly brought to Sparta by Orestes himself after the Trojan War. Your father kneels before the altar, and you kneel beside him. He speaks, not to you but to the goddess, Artemis, huntress and protector. I bring you my son. He carries my blood and my name. In days to come, he will bleed on this altar in your honor. He will suffer for Sparta's glory. I ask not that you spit him pain, but that you grant him the strength to endure it without shame. Then he turns to you, and in the flickering lamplight, you see something in his eyes you have never seen before, a deep, profound sadness quickly suppressed. He places his hand on your small shoulder, his grip firm but gentle. Lycurgus, he says, using your name formally, as one Spartiate addressing another, in a month's time, You will leave our house, and become property of the state. You will suffer, as I suffered, as my father suffered, as all Spartan men have suffered for generations. You will want to die. You will beg the gods for death, but you will not die, because you are Spartan, and Spartans endure. He reaches into his cloak and produces something, a small, bronze figurine, no bigger than your child's thumb. It is a warrior, spear raised, shield forward, captured in the moment of charge. This was mine when I entered the Agoch, he says. My father gave it to me, and his father gave it to him. Keep it even. When the pain becomes unbearable, when you think you cannot take another moment, hold it and remember. You come from a line of men who survived. You will survive too. You take the figurine, feeling its weight, its worn edges, where generations of desperate boys have clutched it for comfort. You understand this is the closest your father will ever come to saying he loves you. The final weeks pass in a blur. Your mother becomes almost a stranger, speaking to you only to issue commands or corrections. This is Merki. You will understand later she is teaching you not to need her, not to miss her comfort when it is forever withdrawn. The other mothers do the same with their sons. The boys who will enter the Aguji with you begin to cluster together, drawn by shared fate. You meet Alexios, the boy who set his own broken arm, and find in him a kindred spirit. There is Theron, who has redeemed himself from his shameful crying through acts of reckless courage. There is Nicomet, small for his age, but fast as a striking snake, and Brasidas, already large and strong, who seems born for war. Together, you roam the streets of Sparta in your last days of freedom. Though freedom is perhaps the wrong word. You have never been free from birth. You have belonged to Sparta. But these last days of childhood, Sukasides, have a poignant quality. You steal pomegranates from orchards, not from hunger but to practice for the stealing you will need to do to survive in the Ago. You fight with other gangs of boys, testing your strength and courage against theirs. One day, you and your companions climb Mount Tagutos, drawn by morbid curiosity, to see the place of rejection where malformed infants are exposed. The path is treacherous, winding through thick forest and loose stone. As you climb, you imagine the fathers who have walked this path carrying their rejected sons, the weight of that small burden growing heavier with each step. When you finally reach the place, it is surprisingly small, just a cliff-top clearing with a view of the valley below. There are no bones visible, no evidence of the countless infants who have died here. Nature has reclaimed them, absorbed them into the mountain itself. But there is something in the air, a heaviness, a sense of accumulated sorrow that even your child's mind can perceive. Alexios speaks first. My brother died here. You all knew he had a brother who failed the inspection, but none of you knew, he remembered. I was only 3, but I remember. He had a twisted spine. My father carried him up here himself. My mother wanted to come, but it is forbidden. Only the father can make this journey. You stand in silence, contemplating how close each of you came to this fate. A slightly weaker cry, a moment's hesitation in your infant reflexes, and you would have died here before your life truly began. The mountain wind howls through the clearing, and for a moment, it sounds like the cries of all those rejected children, calling out for the lives they never got to live. As you descend the mountain, none of you speak. You have seen the alternative to the suffering that awaits you, and you understand that, brutal as the Agoj will be, you are the lucky ones. You have been chosen to suffer and survive rather than be discarded and forgotten. The night before your 7th birthday arrives too quickly. Your mother prepares a final meal, simple fare, as always in Sparta, but more than usual, black broth, the infamous Spartan staple made from pork, blood, and vinegar that outsiders find revolting but which you have grown to tolerate. Barley bread, hard and coarse. A few olives, a piece of cheese from goat's milk. She watches you eat in silence. Your father is absent. Adisisisha. As always, this is deliberate. Final separation should not be marked by ceremony or emotion. You will simply leave in the morning, and that will be that. Your parents will continue their lives, and you will begin your transformation. That night, you will lie on your simple straw mattress for the last time. Tomorrow, you will sleep on the ground. You clutch the bronze figurine your father gave you, feeling its edges cut into your palm. You try to memorize the feeling of being in a house, of having a bed, of being, in some small way, an individual rather than merely a component of the Spartan military machine. You think of the boys who have gone before you into the Agora. Some have emerged as warriors, their names now carved in stone monuments to Spartan glory. Others have died in training, their bodies broken by the relentless brutality. Still others have fled, choosing exile and disgrace over continued suffering. These last are never spoken of. their names erased from memory as thoroughly as if they had died at the apocalypse. Sleep, when it finally comes, brings dreams of running through forests, across rivers, over mountains. You are being chased by something you cannot see, something that gets closer with each passing moment. You wake just as it catches you, and in the pre-dawn darkness you realize the thing chasing you is your future self, the hardened, scarred, emotionless killer you must become to survive. The morning of your 7th birthday dawns gray and cold, a thick mist rising from the Eurotas River to shrewd Sparta in ghostly white. You wake before your mother comes for you, lying still on your straw mattress, savoring these last moments in the only home you have ever known. Through the thin walls, you can hear other households stirring. Other boys your age are waking to the same fate. Your mother enters your small room without knocking. She carries your day clothes, a simple tunic that you will wear to the agoj, and likely never see again. Her face is a mask of stone, but her hands tremble slightly as she helps you dress. Neither of you speaks. What words could capture this moment? What comfort could be offered that would not be a lie? She has prepared a small bundled red cloak that will mark you as Spartan, worn thin but serviceable, and a pair of sandals that will not last a month in the agoj. Nothing else is permitted. No toys, no comforts, no reminders of home. You must arrive at the agoj with nothing and become nothing before you can be rebuilt as something useful to Sparta. Your father appears in the doorway, already in his bronze armor, though there is no battle today. Perhaps he wears it as a reminder to himself or to you of what all this suffering is for. He surveys you with the critical eye of a warrior assessing a weapon. You stand straighter under his gaze, chin raised, shoulders back. He nods once, the smallest gesture of approval. "It is time," he says simply. You follow your parents out of the house and into the misty morning. Other families are emerging from their homes. Small processions of parents and 7-year-old boys, all walking in the same direction. No one speaks. The only sounds are footsteps on packed earth, and the distant crow of a rooster who does not know or care that today dozens of childhoods will end. As you walk through the streets of Sparta, you see the helots watching from doorways and alleyways. Their faces are carefully neutral, but you wonder what they think, seeing their future tormentors being led away for training. Do they pity you? Do they celebrate your upcoming suffering? Or do they simply see the wheel of Spartan society turning as it always has, grinding everyone slave and citizen alike beneath its weight? You pass the agora, where adult Spartiates are already training despite the early hour. The clash of bronze on bronze rings through the mist like bells tolling. Some of the warriors pause to watch your procession pass. These men have all walked this path, have all survived what you are about to endure. Their faces show no sympathy, only assessment. Which of these boys will survive? Which will break? Which will flee in shame? The building that houses the agoj is not impressive. Spartans do not waste resources on architectural beauty. It is a long, low structure of stone and timber, functional and forbidding. The entrance is a simple doorway, wide enough for 2 men to pass through side by side, but it might as well be the mouth of Hades for all the finality it represents. Before the entrance stands the Padanomos, the official in charge of the agoj. He is an older Spartiate, chosen for his exceptional cruelty and unwavering adherence to tradition. His name is Cleomenes, and his reputation is legendary. It is said he once beat a boy to death for smiling during a flogging. Whether this is true or merely legend meant to terrify, it serves its purpose. Every boy knows his name and fears it. Beside Cleomenes stand several younger men, the Aron, recent graduates of the agoj, who now serve as instructors and tormentors for the younger boys. They are perhaps 20 years old, their bodies maps of scar tissue, their eyes holding a deadness that speaks of survived trauma. You will learn to fear them more than you fear Cleomenes. For while he represents the system, they are its daily enforcers. The parents and children form rough lines before the entrance. The separation begins without ceremony. One by one, boys step forward, hand their small bundles to Cleomenes, and disappear through the doorway. Some walk proudly, trying to project courage they do not feel. Others stumble, their legs betraying their terror. One boy, someone you do not recognize, begins to cry and cling to his mother. She pries his fingers from a cloak and pushes him toward the door, her face a mixture of shame and grief. The boy's father turns away, unable to watch. Your turn approaches too quickly. Your mother kneels suddenly, breaking protocol, and pulls you close for just a moment. Her lips are at your ear, and she whispers so quietly that only you can hear. Remember that you are loved. Then she stands and steps back, her face returning to its mask of indifference. But you have heard her words. and you will carry them through the years of darkness ahead. A tiny spark of warmth in the cold machinery of the ago. Your father places his hand on your shoulder one last time. He does not kneel, does not embrace you, but his grip tightens for just a moment, saying everything his voice cannot. Then he 2 steps back, and you stand alone before your fate. You walk forward on legs that feel disconnected from your body. Each step carries you further from childhood, from individuality, from any identity beyond Spartan warrior in training. Cleomenes looks down at you with eyes like chips of flint. He takes your bundle without examining if he has seen thousands of such bundles, all containing the same meager possessions. Name, he asks, though he already knows. Lycurgus, you reply, proud that your voice does not shake. No, he says flatly, you have no name. You are boy. If you survive, if you prove worthy, you may earn a name again. Until then, you are nothing. You own nothing. You are owned by Sparta. Do you understand? You nod, though you do not truly understand. Cannot understand what it means to be nothing until you have lived it. Speak when addressed. Boy. Yes, sir. The blow comes from nowhere. Cleomenes' hand moving faster than your child's eyes can follow. It catches you across the face, snapping your head to the side, filling your vision with stars. You taste blood. I am not, sir. I am your god, your judge, your death, if you displease me. You will address me as master. Do you understand? Yes, master. The word tastes like surrender. Enter. You step through the doorway into darkness. The interior of the building is deliberately dim, lit only by a few small windows set high in the walls. As your eyes adjust, you see other boys already inside, standing in loose groups, their faces masks of fear and forced bravery. The room smells of sweat and terror and something else, old blood, perhaps soaked into the stones over generations. An iron approaches you, a young man whose face might have been handsome once, but is now crossed with scars. One eye is clouded white, blind, giving him a perpetually unbalanced appearance. He will later be known to you as Philippos, and he will feature in many of your nightmares. Strip, he commands. You hesitate for just a moment, and his fist drives into your stomach. You double over, gasping, falling to your knees. He grabs your hair and yanks your head back. When you are given an order, you obey immediately. No thought, no hesitation. You are not a person with choices. You are a tool, and tools do not think. Strip. With shaking hands, you remove your tunic. The cold air raises bumps on your skin. You have been naked before, of course, but never like this, never as a deliberate humiliation, never as a first step in breaking down who you are. Other boys are undergoing the same treatment. Some cry silently, others stand rigid, trying to maintain some dignity. Your friend Alexios is here. Blood running from his nose, he must have resisted too. You make eye contact for a moment, before an iron steps between you. No recognition, no friendships, no bonds, except to Sparta. You are all alone here, and you will remain alone until you prove you can be trusted as part of a unit. But even as he says this, you know it is not entirely true. The older boys, the ones in their second or third year, move in small packs. They have formed bonds, alliances necessary for survival. But those are earned through shared suffering, not brought from the outside world. Your clothes are gathered and thrown onto a fire burning in a brazier at the center of the room. You watch your tunic consumed by flames, the last thing your mother made for you, turning to ash and smoke. Around you, other boys watch their own possessions burn. One boy lunges forward, trying to save something, a small toy perhaps, hidden in his clothing. The Arenas descend on him like wolves, beating him until he stops moving. He is dragged away, and you never see him again. Your first lesson. Attachment to anything but Sparta is weakness, and weakness is death. Cleomenes enters, and surveys the room full of naked, shivering boys. His lips curl in what might be satisfaction or disgust. You are here to become warriors, he says, his voice carrying easily through the silent room. Most of you will fail. Some will die. Some will flee in shame. Those few who survive and graduate will have earned the right to call themselves Spartan. He pauses, letting the weight of his words settle. Your training begins now. What follows is your first taste of the systematic brutality that will define the next 13 years of your life. You are made to run naked, barefoot through the streets of Sparta. Citizens watch from doorways, their faces impassive. This is tradition. They all ran this same route on their first day. The stones cut your feet, leaving bloody footprints. Boys who fall are kicked until they get up. Boys who lag behind are beaten with wooden rods. The run ends at the Eurotas River, where you are forced to plunge into the icy water. The shock drives all breath from your lungs. Some boys panic, thrashing wildly. The Aranes stand on the bank, pushing under any boy who tries to climb out too soon. You understand, this is not just about physical endurance, but about controlling panic, about functioning even when your body screams for relief. When you are finally allowed to emerge, you are blue-lipped and shaking uncontrollably. But there is no respite. You are made to run again, the wind turning your wet skin to ice. By the time you return to the Agoj building, several boys have collapsed. They are left where they've fallen. Another lesson. No one will help you here. You survive on your own strength, or not at all. Inside, you are given your Agoji uniformer, single thin cloak, made of rough wool that scratches against your skin. This cloak must last you an entire year. If it tears, you will mend it yourself or go without. If it is stolen, you will steal another or freeze. The cloak is deliberately insufficient, providing neither real warmth nor protection. You will learn to generate heat through movement, to huddle with others for warmth, despite the prohibition against friendship. To find ways to survive that the rules do not explicitly forbid, you are assigned to a barracks room with 20 other boys your age. The room is bare stone, no beds, no furniture, only hot-packed earth covered with a thin layer of reeds that you will learn to gather yourself from the riverbanks. Each boy claims a small section of floor. This is your entire world, now a space, no larger than a grave. That first night is the longest of your young life. You lie on the cold ground, your body aching from the day's abuse, your stomach cramping with hunger. You have not been fed and will not be until tomorrow. Around you, boys cry quietly, trying to muffle their sobs so the Arenas will not hear. You clutch the bronze figurine your father gave you, hidden in your fist, feeling its edges cut into your palm. The pain is almost comforting. It is something you control, something you choose. Sometime in the night, a boy near you whispers, "I want to go home." "There is no home," another voice responds in the darkness. "Not anymore. This is the truth you must accept. The boy you were this morning, the one who had parents, and a name and a future that might have included choices, that boy is dead. You are being reborn through suffering, transformed through systematic brutality into something useful to the state." The days that follow blur together into a continuous stream of pain and deprivation. You wake before dawn to the sound of bronze on bronze and iron beating a shield to rouse you. You have moments to dress in your single cloak and form ranks in the courtyard. Any boy who moves too slowly is beaten. You learn to sleep partially dressed, to position yourself near the door, to wake at the slightest sound. Physical training begins immediately and never truly ends. You run until boys vomit, 10 run more. You perform exercises that seem designed solely to cause pain, holding heavy stones above your head until your arms shake, and fail, maintaining a seated position against a wall until your legs give out, hanging from wooden beams until your grip loosens and you fall. The Arenes watch with critical eyes, noting who fails first, who shows weakness, who helps another boy despite the prohibition against it. Combat training starts not with technique, but with brute. You are made to fight each other with no instruction, no rules except that you cannot kill or permanently maim. Boys pair off and beat each other bloody while the Aranis critique your aggression or lack thereof. You learn that hesitation earns you a beating from both your opponent and the instructors. You learn to attack without thought, to suppress your natural empathy, to see other boys not as fellow sufferers, but as obstacles to overcome. Your friend Alexios is paired against you on the third day. You have avoided each other until now, trying not to acknowledge your previous connection, but as you face each other in the fighting circle, you see recognition in his eyes. For a moment, neither of you moves. "Fight or be flogged," Philippos says coldly. Alexios strikes first, his fist catching you in the jaw. The blow is pulled. He could have hit harder, but you understand the message. "We do what we must to survive." You respond in kind, and soon you are rolling in the dirt, trading blows that are real enough to satisfy the RNS, but not quite as vicious as they could be. It is your first lesson in the secret accommodations boys make to preserve some humanity within the system. But such accommodations are dangerous. A boy named Cletus is caught sharing his meager food ration with a smaller, weaker boy who is starving. Both are flogged publicly, 20 lashes each. The smaller boy does not survive his punishment. His body is left in the courtyard for a full day as a reminder. Compassion is weakness. Weakness is death. The food, when you receive it, is deliberately insufficient. A small portion of barley gruel in the morning, sometimes a piece of bread at midday, and the infamous black broth in the evening. The portions would barely sustain a child at rest. For boys undergoing constant physical training, it is slow starvation. Your body begins to consume itself, muscle giving way to sinew, baby fat disappearing entirely. Within a month, you can count your ribs, see the bones of your hips protruding. This starvation is not accidental or careless, it is calculated. You are being taught to function while hungry, to think despite deprivation, to steal and scavenge to survive. The arenas make it clear. Supplementing your rations through theft is not only permitted, but expected. The key is not to get caught. You learn to move silently through the streets at night, to take bread from windowsills, to grab fruit from market stalls. You learn which dogs bark and which stay silent, which citizens leave food unguarded, and which set traps for thieving agoj boys. You learn to eat anything raw: eggs stolen from hen houses, vegetables pulled from the ground and eaten dirty, even insects when desperation drives you to it. The punishment for being caught stealing is not for the theft itself, but for the failure of getting caught. A boy named Dionysios is discovered taking cheese from a storage room. He is flogged until his back is raw meat, not because he stole, but because he was incompetent enough to be detected. The message is clear. Sparta needs warriors who can move unseen, who can infiltrate enemy camps, who can survive behind enemy lines. Theft is training. One night, desperate with hunger, you attempt to steal a fox from a pen, thinking to kill and eat it. But the fox, wild and vicious, bites deep into your hand and will not let go. You hear someone approaching, and have a choice: cry out and be discovered, or endure in silence. You pull your cloak over the fox, hiding it against your chest, and stand still as a Spartiate passes by. The fox claws and bites at your stomach beneath the cloak, tearing flesh, but you make no sound. Only after the man has passed do you manage to strangle the animal with your free hand. You skin and eat the fox raw, there in the darkness, your own blood mixing with its meat. The wounds on your stomach become infected and weep pus for weeks. But you tell no one, show no sign of pain. This is perhaps your first true victory, not over the fox, but over your own weakness. As the months pass, the training intensifies. You are taught the basics of combat: how to hold a spear, how to move in formation, how to use a shield not just for your own protection but as part of the interlocking wall of the phalanx. But more than techniques, you are taught mindset. An iron named Lysander, scarred from forehead to chin, lectures you. In battle, you will want to run. Every instinct will scream at you to flee. This is natural. Animals run from danger, but you are not animals. You are not even men. You are components of the phalanx, and the phalanx does not retreat. The man to your right depends on your shield for protection. If you run, he dies. His death makes the man next to him vulnerable, and so on, until the entire line collapses. One coward can destroy an army. This is why we train you, thus not to make you brave, but to make cowardice impossible. You will fear your brother's contempt more than enemy spears. You will choose death over dishonor, because dishonor is worse than death. The concept of brotherhood is complicated in the ego. You are forbidden from forming friendships, yet you must learn to function as a unit. You are alone, yet entirely dependent on others. This paradox is resolved through shared suffering. The boys you bleed beside become bonded to you not through affection but through mutual survival. You develop an understanding that requires no words: who can be trusted to share stolen food, who will watch your back in a fight, who will lie to protect you from the arena's wrath. These bonds are tested constantly. You are made to compete against each other in everything: running, fighting, reciting Spartan law and history. The losers are punished, often severely. But you are also made to perform tasks that require cooperation: moving massive stones that no single boy could budge, hunting wild boars in groups, defending against mock attacks by the older boys. You learn to shift instantly from rival to ally, and back again. The psychological torture is perhaps worse than the physical. You are never safe, never allowed to relax. The Iranes appear at random times, demanding immediate obedience to arbitrary commands. Stand on one leg until told otherwise. Hold your breath and count as high as you can. Remain perfectly still while they pour cold water over you. Any failure, any hesitation, any sign of rebellion is met with violence. Sleep deprivation is constant. You are woken multiple times each night for inspections, for forced marches, for punishments both earned and arbitrary. You learn to fall asleep instantly when opportunity allows, to rest while standing, to function on fragments of sleep caught between torments. Your mind begins to fray at the edges, reality blurring with exhausted hallucinations. One night, delirious with fatigue, you see your mother standing in the corner of the barracks. She reaches out to you, calling your name, your real name. Not boy. You almost go to her before remembering. She is not real, cannot be real. But the hallucination is so vivid you can smell the olive oil she used in her hair, hear the particular rustle of her cloak. You close your eyes tight, and when you open them, she is gone. You never tell anyone about this vision, but you know from the haunted looks of other boys that you are not alone in your ghostly visitations. The academic education, Sukasitis, focuses entirely on Spartan history, law, and potrioni of the martial variety. You memorize the verses of Tertius, the warrior poet whose words have inspired Spartan soldiers for generations. It is beautiful when a brave man of the front ranks falls and dies, battling for his homeland, and ghastly when a man flees planted fields and city, and wanders begging with his dear mother, aged father, little children, and wedded wife. You learn these words by rote, repeating them until they become part of your breathing, your heartbeat. But more than memorization, you are taught to internalize them. Death in battle is beautiful. Flight is ghastly. These are not opinions but facts, as immutable as the mountains that surround Sparta. You learn the stories of Spartan heroes, but not as entertainment as instruction. The tale of Atriadas, the sole Spartan survivor of the Battle of Champions, who was so ashamed to return to Sparta as the only survivor that he killed himself on the battlefield. The story of the Spartan mother who, when told her 5 sons had died in battle, asked only, "Did we win?" These are your role models, your aspirations. Music and dance are part of your training, though nothing like the artistic pursuits of other Greek cities. You learn the war dances, the rhythmic movements that build the coordination needed for phalanx warfare. You sing the paeans, the hymns to Apollo that Spartan armies sing as they advance into battle. Your voice, which began as a child's soprano, cracks and breaks as your body changes, deepening into something harder, more suitable for war cries than lullabies. The religious training is intense and specific. You learn the proper sacrifices to make before the battle, how to read omens in the entrails of goats, the prayers that must be said to ensure victory. But more than the formal religion, you are taught the Spartan interpretation of divine will. The gods favor the strong and despise the weak. Your suffering pleases them. Your endurance proves you worthy of their attention. The festival of Artemis Orthia becomes a defining moment of your first year. This is when boys are flogged publicly at the altar, competing to see who can endure the most lashes without crying out. The blood that flows is an offering to the goddess, proof of Spartan devotion. You are too young to participate this year. That honor is reserved for older boys, but you are made to watch. The older boys, some barely in their teens, stand naked before the altar as priests and Aranis take turns with the whips. The crowd gathers. Citizens, women, even helots are permitted to watch this display. The boys' faces are masks of determination as the lashes fall. Blood runs down their backs, pools at their feet. Some pass out but remain standing, held up by pure will. The winner, a boy named Pausanias, who endures 40 lashes without a sound, is carried away more dead than alive, but crowned with olive leaves like an Olympic victor. You understand that next year, this will be you. The thought terrifies you, but you also feel a strange anticipation. To be flogged at the altar is to participate in something greater than yourself, to add your blood to centuries of sacrifice. It is horrible and holy simultaneously. As your first year in the August draws toward its close, you can barely recognize the boy who entered this place. Your body has been stripped down to its essential components in muscle, bone, and will. Your mind has been reprogrammed to suppress every natural instinct except survival and obedience. You have watched boys die, from bethinks, from exposure, from starvation, from the sheer grinding misery of existence here. Each death is treated as a failure not of the system, but of the individual. They were too weak. They did not deserve to be Spartan. But you have survived. You have stolen and fought and endured. You have learned to find pride in your suffering, to see each day survived as a victory. The bronze figurine your father gave you is now worn smooth from your grip, its features indistinguishable, but you keep it still, hidden, your only connection to a life before this. One night, near the end of your first year, something unusual happens. Cleomenes himself enters your barracks after dark. The boys wake instantly, standing at attention despite their exhaustion. He surveys you all with his cold eyes, then speaks. You have survived 1 year. This means nothing. A rat can survive a year. The question is whether you can become something more than survivors. Tomorrow begins your 2nd year. The training will intensify. The punishments will increase. Some of you will break. This is acceptable. Sparta needs only the strongest. He pauses, and for a moment, you think you see something almost like approval in his expression. But you have taken the first step. You are no longer nothing. You are iron being heated for the forge. Whether you become weapons or slag remains to be seen. He leaves, and in the darkness, you feel something you haven't felt in a year. Not hope for comfort or ease, but hope that you might actually become what they are trying to make you. That all this suffering might have meaning. Your second year in the Agage begins with a cruel reminder that any progress you thought you had made was an illusion. The older boys who had seemed so powerful, so untouchable, in your first year, are now your direct The hierarchy is clear. The youngest suffer from all, the oldest dispense suffering to all below them. You are still near the bottom, but now there are newer boys, 7-year-olds fresh from their mothers, who look at you with the same fear you once felt. You are not allowed to comfort them. When a new boy, small even for 7, approaches you on his first night and whispers that he is scared, you must turn away. When he persists, grabbing your cloak, you strike him as you have been, taught swift, impersonal, educational. He falls, bleeding from his nose, and looks at you with betrayal that cuts deeper than any whip. But the arenas, not approval. You are learning. The physical training in your second year shifts from mere endurance to skill development. You are given your first real weapon, a wooden training spear weighted to match the true dowry you will one day carry. It is heavier than you expected, the weight distribution unfamiliar. Your arms, though strengthened by a year of constant exercise, still shake after holding it in position for minutes that feel like hours. The spear becomes an extension of your body through endless repetition. Thrust, withdraw, reset. Thrust, withdraw, reset. The motion must be perfect every time, your arm and shoulder aligned, your hips driving the power, your feet positioned to maintain balance, whether advancing or retreating. An iron named Nicostratos supervises your group, correcting form with sharp blows from his own spear shaft. A hip out of position earns a strike to the ribs. An arm bent incorrectly results in a numbing blow to the elbow. In the phalanx, Nicostratos explains, as you drill, you will have only 18 inches of space. The man to your right will be pressed against your shoulder. The man to your left depends on your shield for protection. You cannot swing wide, cannot step back, cannot adjust your position. The spear must thrust straight and true through the gap between shields.